carry my will. Now learn the truth of all chakra.
He became what even the gods could not.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Trained by Hagoromo and Became Second Sage of Six Paths movie. Before we start, please go support Angel Sama for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. In this story, Naruto is the reincarnation of two powerful shinobi. Those two shinobi will train him to be a worthy successor. In addition to this, he will receive help from his Bijuu and a second Bijuu that will be told in the story. The beginning of a god. Naruto is not my property, credits to its respective owner and producers who broadcast it on television. Well, now that I have given credit to Naruto's duel, let the story of Naruto, an abandoned child, begin. It all begins on October 10th in Konohagakure no Sato, village hidden among the leaves. Somewhere in the village there were 6 people in a cabin, one of them was giving birth. The wacko. Calm down Kushina, just breathe and calm down, said the elderly woman. Kushina. I tried that, but it hurts a lot, said the Rikudou. All under the impatient gaze of Minato Namikaze, better known as Konoha no Kairoi Senkin, Yellow Lightning of Konoha, or as the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, since the red-haired woman who was giving birth was his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, known as Princess Uzumaki, or as the Bloody Habanero. The wacko. There's not much left Kushina, just hold on a little, said Hiruzen's wife. Kushina only responded with a moan, and so for 3 minutes until a blonde boy with blue eyes was born, the spitting image of his father Minato Namikaze. Kushina felt relieved because she thought the labor was over, but nothing could be further from the truth. 10 minutes of intense pain passed until 2 more babies were born, one female and one male. The male had red hair and purple eyes, the female had blue eyes and red hair. The 2 new babies were the spitting image of their mother Kushina Uzumaki. Minato was crying with happiness and Kushina between happiness and pain, but what matters is that she was happy. Minato. Thank you for letting me be the father of these babies Kushina, I love you, said the blonde while giving his wife a kiss. Suddenly a very strong and disgusting murderous instinct was felt. From a strange whirlpool, a masked man with blood on his mask appeared. Masked man. Stay away from the Kyuubi Hokage or your children will suffer the consequences, said the masked man with a serious voice. Minato had no choice but to walk away from Kushina, and the masked man threw the 3 babies into the air, Minato making his reputation as the Yellow Lightning of Konoha. In a quick movement he saved the 3 babies and took the bomb papers from them and teleported to his house. In the village, the Kikbi no Imko appeared with a Sharigan in her eyes, therefore she was being controlled by an Uchiha. 2 hours of fighting passed until Minato came up with an idea that would end his life, but save the village. The brilliant idea was to summon the Shinigami and seal the Kyuubi in his newborn children. Minato. Sarutobi, you can train him for a moment, I have an idea, Minato said determinedly. Sarutobi. Don't do anything crazy, you know you just became a father, said Sarutobi trying to stop Minato from doing anything crazy. Minato. It's the only way to defeat him and there's no going back, said Minato as he teleported to his house and took his 3 children. Minato made preparations for the jutsu, and after several hand seals a spectral figure with a knife in its mouth appeared behind Minato. Minato took a while to speak out of fear. Shinigami. Why did you summon me, mortal? Said the Shinigami with a macabre voice that would scare the shit out of Madara himself. Minato. Shinigami-sama, I would like you to seal the Kyuubi chakra in my sons Menma and Mito, and the soul in my son Naruto, Minato said with fear. Shinigami. Do you know what the condition of what you ask for is? The Shinigami said with the same tone of voice. Minato nodded. In the Shinigami's mind there were 2 more people, one of them was a man with white hair and vertically slanted yellow eyes, the other was an old man, with white hair and blue flower-shaped eyes. They were talking to the Shinigami. Hitomi seals me inside the blonde boy, said the yellow-eyed boy. Shinigami. Why do you want me to seal you in it? The Shinigami asked the silhouettes. You also felt that he is the reincarnation of the old man, right? The young man said and asked. Shinigami. Of course I felt it, but that doesn't support your decision, said the Shinigami. You know that the prophecy says that the Nidaime Rikudou Sennin will be equal to or stronger than the gods, so he will need all the help possible, said the white-haired man. Shinigami. You're right, but what's wrong with him, said the Shinigami pointing at the blue-eyed man. He is my reincarnation too, so I must be sealed in him, said the man who looked elderly. Shinigami. Well, I will seal them and give them a gift. Later, well, stay still and I will do my job, said the Shinigami as she proceeded to seal the individuals inside Naruto. The Shinigami finished sealing everyone and spoke to Minato, but what she said impressed everyone who listened. Shinigami. It's done, mortal, you know what the reward is, said the Shinigami in a dark voice. Minato. Of course, he can take my soul, Minato said with a sad voice. Shinigami. You really are lucky, mortal, today I am in a good mood so I will not take your soul, But there will be a condition, said the Shinigami with the same voice. Minato. Seriously, what's the condition? The blonde asked happily. Shinigami. Time will tell you that, but remember that your actions will bring mortal consequences, said the Shinigami as she went to rest. Minato was happy and bewildered, but what mattered to him was that he would live to raise his children. Weeks have passed since the encounter with the Kyuubi, and right now we can see Kushina and Minato in the hospital as they waited for the results of their children's tests. They waited 5 minutes until a doctor came out. Doctor? Hokage-sama, Kushina-sama, your children are in perfect condition, they do not have any type of illness, said the doctor, causing the couple to celebrate. Minato. And how are things going in terms of chakra? The blonde said happily. Doctor? The team and I are surprised by the amount of chakra Menma and Mito have, the doctor said normally. Kushina. And Naruto, how is he doing in terms of chakra? Kushina asked confused. Doctor? It seems that his chakra coils are generating very little chakra, he only generates what is necessary to live, but this can be fixed, but only if his coils grow over time, said the doctor a little sad for the baby. Minato. I understand, I will keep him on the sidelines to find out what can be done with his chakra coils, but is there any other news, said the Hokage with hope. Doctor? That's what I was saying. The team realized that the 3 little ones had whisker marks on their cheeks, but young Naruto's eyes turned red and claws grew for several minutes. We still don't know why, but they are back to normal, said the doctor. Minato and Kushina would be very alarmed and quickly went with Sarutobi. After telling everything to Sarutobi he convinced them to let him live with them, but Minato would not hesitate to kill him if he hurts his children, and if he has bad behavior they would kick him out of the house. It sounds cruel, but for Minato it is not. Time skip, 4 years. 4 years passed, for Naruto every day was a nightmare, but his birthday was hell, every day they beat him until he was left with cuts on his face, they never went beyond deep cuts, until today. In the streets of Konoha. You can see a blonde boy running from a horde of ninjas and villagers with kunais, trenches, torches and frying pans. It wasn't long until a ninja knocked him to the ground, and the horde of villagers and ninjas attacked him. The attack was literally a massacre. The ninjas launched fire, lightning and earth jutsus. The poor boy had an arm cut off and an eye gouged out. They also stuck several kunais in his legs and back. He had a large scar on his chest. He had higher level burns. Right now he is lying in a pool of his own blood. Naruto was unconscious, almost dead. Suddenly he woke up in a sewer in front of a giant cage with a kanji seal. Sobs could be heard, and a silhouette of a crying woman could be seen. Naruto approached the silhouette and she spoke to him. Forgive me, please, it's all my fault, said the young woman with sobs. Naruto. Calm down, it's not your fault, you have nothing to do with this, Naruto said in a comforting way. No, I am the reason why they mistreat you, I am the Kyuubi, you did not have to go through all this, said the young woman with tears coming out of her eyes. Naruto. It doesn't matter, it's over, I don't care if you're the Kyuubi, you're also a living being, so we have to treat them equally, Naruto said with a sincere smile. No human has ever told me anything like that, you are undoubtedly special, but I can't help but feel guilty for what they've done to you, said the young kitsune with some tears. Naruto. Well, my name is Naruto, what is yours? Because I don't think I'm a Kyuubi, Naruto said with a smile. It's the first time a human asks me for my name is Kasumi, you are the first person I tell my name to, said the now recognized as Kasumi. Naruto. Kasumi forgave you for everything, you no longer have to continue alone, now you have a friend, said Naruto, while hugging Kasumi being reciprocated. Kasumi was increasingly impressed that a human treated her like that. Naruto was like her father, he didn't discriminate against anyone, he didn't care how you look or what you are, he treats you well. Kasumi's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. I see you found someone who treats you well, daughter, said a strange voice for Naruto. Kasumi. Are you father? What are you doing here? Said the kitsune. Of course it's me, come and give your old man a hug, said the old man with his arms open. Kasumi ran to hug the old man. Naruto had a look of confusion, but happy for his new friend, Naruto spoke. Naruto. Sorry to interrupt this touching moment, but may I know who he is? Naruto said, sorry for interrupting that moment. Calm down, young man, my name is Hagoromo Otsutsuki, better known as the Rikudou Sennin, said the now known as Hagoromo. Naruto. It's a pleasure, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto said politely. Kasumi. Father, why are you here? Asked the kitsune. Hagoromo. I'm here to see my successor and I'm not alone, said Hagoromo, surprising Kasumi and Naruto. After saying that, 2 people appeared, one looked like Hagoromo, he had wide eyes, 2 horns on his forehead like Hagoromo and a white kimono with black sandals, the other was tall, blonde, yellow eyes slanted vertically, he wore metallic armor with red details. Kasumi was impressed by the person standing next to her uncle, he looked familiar, but she didn't remember who he was. Naruto. Who are you and what are you doing here, said Naruto, alarmed by the new people. Calm down little one, my name is Homura Otsutsuki, brother of Hagoromo and ancestor of the Haikyuu clan, said the one now known as Homura. I am Kagami, better as the 10-tailed beast Ubi. I am here to train you and help you, said the young man, while shaking hands with Naruto. After many explanations from Kagami and Homura, Naruto was now in Kasumi's hands because she had fainted from so much information. Naruto was going to be the Jinchuriki of the Juubi and the Kyuubi. He was going to be the Nidaime Rikudou Sennin. His training would begin in 2 weeks, since he had to learn the basic chakra summoning and control jutsu. Naruto. Then I'll be leaving in 2 weeks, so I'm going to rest to be 100%, Naruto said happily. Hagoromo. First let me cure your eye and arm, said the old man calmly. Naruto was happy because he was going to have 2 arms and 2 eyes. After 10 minutes where Hagoromo healed him completely, Naruto before leaving completely changed his mental landscape. Now it was a large forest with a beautiful lake in the center and a beautiful 2-story house. After doing that he left his mental space to rest. Konoha's departure and summons. Chapter 2. Summons and more. Naruto woke up in a bed, he couldn't see well, but he felt 2 pillows so he squeezed them, but suddenly a moan sounded. Naruto got scared and turned quickly, being inches away from kissing his best friend Satsuki Uchiha. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Naruto inches away from kissing her, so she blushed a lot. Naruto apologized and sees that his arm was intact and his eye too, so he spoke. Satsuki. Why do you have 2 arms and 2 eyes if the villagers took them from you? Asked a charming Uchiha. Naruto. Having the Kyuubi soul locked up gives you benefits, said the blonde with discomfort for calling Kasumi Kyuubi. Satsuki. Well, but are you okay? You have me very worried, said the black-haired girl. Naruto. Don't worry about me, I'm fine, thanks for being here with me, said the blonde, while giving Satsuki a kiss on the cheek. Satsuki was blushing a lot. Suddenly Mikoto entered the room, seeing that Naruto was inches away from kissing her daughter on the mouth, so she spoke. Mikoto. They are already boyfriend and girlfriend, I'm glad and I want to see the kiss, so give it to him quickly, said Mikoto with a mischievous smile, without expecting Naruto to take it seriously. Naruto. You asked for it, it's not my fault, Naruto said with a mischievous look while giving Satsuki a tongue kiss. Satsuki was surprised to have received a kiss like that suddenly, but it didn't take long for her to reciprocate. The kiss lasted several minutes until they separated due to lack of oxygen. Mikoto was surprised, but she had caused it, so she was happy. After that romantic moment they went down to the living room where Itachi, Sasuke, Fugaku and Shisui were having a quiet dinner until they saw Naruto and approached to check him. Naruto explained why he had both arms and eyes. 3 days of chakra control training passed. Kasumi had unlocked Naruto's chakra reserves that were greater than those of a high chunin. Naruto could climb walls and walk on water. The 2 weeks passed quickly and Naruto had good chakra control. Now he was saying goodbye to his loved ones. Naruto. That's the day I leave the village, said our protagonist to the Uchiha family. Sasuke. Why do you have to go? If you go, who will I train with? Said the younger Uchiha sadly. Itachi. It's true, you're already part of the family, said the god Itachi with a little sadness. Naruto. Calm down, I'll be back for the Genin exam, said Naruto trying to cheer up the family. Mikoto. We will be waiting for you with great excitement, said the Uchiha matriarch while hugging Naruto. Naruto. Thank you for everything, I will always be grateful to you for taking care of me, you are basically like my family, and I swear that I will become strong to protect you, said Naruto with tears in his eyes. Satsuki. Na Naruto-kun, yo to you, said the black-haired Uchiha with shame. The Uchiha could not finish her sentence since Naruto had planted a kiss on her lips, surprising everyone but ended up being reciprocated. After several minutes of battle of tongues they separated due to lack of air. Fugaku was happy since his daughter had good taste. Mikoto was the same as her husband. Itachi had tears of happiness for his younger sister and for his friend since he loved them both very much. Sasuke covered his eyes with his hands so as not to see. Satsuki was blushing as much as she could, but happy. Everyone broke down when they remembered that Naruto had to leave for 9 years, but he had already made a decision. Naruto. Guys, I have to go say goodbye to Sarutobi Jiji, said Naruto as he ran out to say goodbye to his adoptive grandfather. Naruto ran for several minutes until he reached the Sarutobi residence, where he knocked and a woman named Buwako, his adoptive grandmother, opened the door. Buwako. Hello Naruto, what brings you here? Asked the older woman. Naruto. I came to tell you and Jiji something, Naruto said as they entered the room. In the room were Asuma and Hiruzen talking. Suddenly Buwako and Naruto entered the room and greeted normally. Naruto became more serious, surprising those present since he was very childish almost always. Naruto. Well, the reason for my visit is that I'm leaving the village to train, said the blonde seriously. Hiruzen. Why do you have to leave the village? Hiruzen asked. Buwako. Yes, and what will happen to your family, said the former shinobi. Naruto. First, I have to leave the village because of how they treat me, and I don't think this would be a place where I would be safe. Second, you all know very well that my family doesn't even care about my existence, and they enjoy seeing me bad, but don't worry, I'll come back in 9 years for the genin exams, said the blonde while hugging his Jiji. Asuma. Well Naruto, a long road awaits you, and I hope to see you reach the end of that road, said the smoker, while bumping fists with Naruto. Wacko. Since you're leaving for so long, promise me that you'll take care of yourself and protect the weakest, said the Sarutobi matriarch with a warm smile. Hiruzen. Yes Naruto, I hope your will of fire becomes a great flame, I see that you will be a great shinobi, I hope you can forgive Minato, and Kushina said the old Hokage with a sincere smile. Naruto. I promise you, I will take care of the weakest, and my will of fire will transform into a sea of flames, I will also try to forgive Odo-san and Kachan, but that will be in due time, said Naruto as he left. We can see Naruto in the middle of a training camp talking to Kasumi. Kasumi. Naru-chan, today is the day, you just have to do the summoning jutsu, and we'll see what summoning you get, said the kitsune while hugging Naruto. Naruto did the summoning jutsu and disappeared in a puff of smoke. He appeared in a place with a lot of vegetation. You could see a large lake, it was enormously large, several crocodiles came out of the water, one of them was about 20 meters long, it had scaly white skin, its eyes were red, it had several scars on its body, and it was obvious that this was the leader. What are you doing here, human? And what do you want with us? Naruto. I'm here because I used the summoning jutsu, and I just wanted to get out of the hell that was happening in my village, said Naruto, remembering the mistreatment he received daily from the villagers. Kasumi, Himura, Kagami and Hagoromo were silent, surprised by the act they were witnessing. The leader of the lizard clan stared into Naruto's eyes, it lasted about 3 minutes until he spoke. You are the first human to have a pure soul, let me introduce myself, my name is Kaiju, leader of the lizard clan, said the white lizard. Naruto. Nice to meet you, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and thank you for the compliment, said the blonde while bowing in a sign of respect. Kaiju. I'm very surprised that you're here, since you haven't passed the other tests, or if, said the lizard leader, confusing Naruto. Naruto. Tests. What are you talking about? I don't understand. What tests are you talking about? Naruto asked confused. Kaiju. You see, among the summons there are 3 types of them, the first are the ones that everyone knows, meaning the common ones, toads, snakes, slugs, monkeys, etc. The second are the special summons that only those who are chosen and pass the tests can sign contracts, but the tests have to be passed chronologically, and that's why I'm confused since we are on the 3rd island. Meaning you skip 2 tests, but that's impossible since only those who pass the first test can move on to the second, and so on. The third are the legendary ones that are 2, only one person has signed a contract with them, and that is the Rikudou Sennin, explained the albino lizard to the blonde boy. Naruto just nodded, understanding what the lizard said, which surprised everyone since he was only a 4-year-old boy. Well, after a while of assimilation, Naruto spoke. Naruto. That is strange, I wonder why I am here if I have not passed the other tests, said the blonde, delirious a little. When Naruto said that 2 white lights landed, when the smoke cleared 2 large animals could be seen, the largest was a type of lion, its fur was light brown, its mane was brown, and it was about 25 meters, its eyes were red like blood, the other was a black panther with blood-red eyes, it was about 27 meters tall, and had an aura of power, and were beautiful to behold, the lion spoke to Naruto. Hello Naruto, my name is Rikudou, leader of the Lion Clan, I am the 2nd special summon, and the reason why I am here is to answer the questions that Kaiju, and you have, said the great lion with a calm voice. Nice to meet you Naruto, my name is Hirashi, leader of the Panther Clan, I am the 1st special summon, and answering your question is because you have already passed our tests, said the panther with a smile. Naruto. I don't understand, how did I pass your tests if I've barely visited this island, can you explain it to me? Asked the blue-eyed blonde. Rikudou. Well, that's easy to explain, the reason you passed our tests is because we saw your intentions and will before you arrived on this island. My test was that you didn't have bad intentions with the summons, since many see them as weapons or tools, but from what I saw you are different, you see us as an equal, and not as a weapon, explained the lion with a calm tone. Naruto. Thanks for your compliments, but do I really deserve all this? Asked the blonde. Hirashi. Of course you deserve it, after all you are the reincarnation of the Sage of the 6 Paths, and his brother the Prince of the Moon, 2 ninja gods and the first beings to be born with chakra, so you can sign our contracts without worries, said the great Black Panther, as he handed him a large scroll. Naruto signed the 3 contracts with his blood, and his tenants congratulated him for having 3 special contracts, and after that long conversation, Naruto vanished the jutsu and appeared in a forest far from Konoha, apparently he was safe, so he entered his mental space. Naruto. Now that I'm in Yuzu, I can't walk to Haya, right? said the blue-eyed boy with a happy tone for being free of danger for the first time. Kasumi. Sometimes I think you're a little silly, you just signed a contract with two of the fastest land animals in the world, being surpassed only by the cheetahs, said the kitsune, while having a drop of sweat on her forehead. Naruto. Which of the two do I use? Both are fast and fierce, our protagonist asked in a calm voice. Hagoromo. I advise you to use the panthers, since they are faster and quieter than the lions, that's why I advise you to use them, the old Otsutsuki responded. Naruto. And how did you summon them? The blonde asked again, without being mistaken. Hagoromo. Well, each of the summons has a type of elemental chakra, Doten chakra for lions, Raiten chakra for panthers, Suiten chakra for lizards, Futen chakra for taps, and Kaiten chakra for foxes, the Otsutsuki responded. Naruto left his mental space and made the necessary hand positions with Raiten chakra and shouted Kuchius no Jutsu, and from a smokescreen came out a white panther, blue eyes, about 12 meters, with a golden helmet with a kanji panther. Nice to meet you my lord, my name is Dari, I am at your service, said the enormous panther. Naruto. Nice to meet you Dari, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, I need you to take me to the river that leads to Uzushiogakure no Sado, said the blue-eyed boy. Dari. Of course my lord, get on, the trip will be somewhat short since I am a panther specialized in speed, said the panther proud of her position. Naruto. Great, I want to see what Uzushiogakure was like and what kind of knowledge it hides, said the Uzumaki very excitedly. Naruto got on the panther, and as soon as he settled in they shot off at great speed, approximately 300 km per hour. The trip was fast, it lasted 10 minutes, when they were in front of Lake Dari he stopped and said. Dari. Sorry Naruto-sama I can only get this far, you will have to manage from here to get to Uzushiogakure no Sado said the panther normally. Naruto. Don't worry, I already have a way to get there, you did very well, Dari said Naruto as he said goodbye to his new friend. Once Dari vanished, Naruto made the same hand seals, but this time with Suiten chakra, he shouted Kuchius no Jutsu again, only this time a 13-meter black crocodile with orange eyes came out, with a mount with the kanji lizards. Hello my lord, I am Katsu, I am at your disposal, how may I serve you? Said the creature while bowing. Naruto. Please, just call me Naruto, sir makes me feel old, and can you take me to Uzushiogakure? The blonde said asked. Katsu. Of course, Naruto-sama, the trip will be quiet but at a good speed, so get on so we can go, said the big alligator calmly. Naruto did as he was asked and got on the alligator. After advancing a few meters they entered the water and headed towards Uzushiogakure. They moved at a speed of 129 km per hour. The trip was fast but calm. There were good views and many animals to see, both in the sky and in the water, while in the distance you could see a large island, which was protected by whirlpools. Kasumi told him to pour some blood into the whirlpools. Naruto poured some blood into the whirlpools, and they disappeared. When Naruto stepped on land he could see another seal, so he did the same as before with the whirlpools and poured some blood into the seal, giving him access to the island of Uzushiogakure. In the distance you could see a completely destroyed village, you could only see rubble of what was the strongest individual village. Naruto advanced until he was in front of the gates of the village. The training of the gods. Uzushiogakure no Sado. Once Naruto was already in the village he began to walk through it and a feeling of nostalgia began to run through him and he did not understand why this feeling if he had never been in that village before. Naruto assumed it was because of the Uzumaki blood. After a long walk he arrived at what seemed to be the Uzukage Tower. It was the only building that was almost intact and this was because of an unbreakable seal by a shinobi other than an Uzumaki. The seal consisted of each damage that the tower received regenerating and could only be damaged if an Uzumaki attacked it. Hagoromo spoke to Naruto mentally. Hagoromo. Naruto, you better enter your mindscape the Otsutsuki said mentally. Naruto entered his mindscape and found a big surprise. Usually there were 4 tenants, but this time there were not 4, but 10. 5 of the 6 figures were female and emanated an aura of divinity. Naruto. Who are they? And what are they doing here? Asked the blonde with doubts. Hello Naruto-kun, I am Amaterasu goddess of the sun, and they are said the goddess, while pointing to one to introduce himself. I'm too lazy to describe it so here's a photo. Hello Naruto-kun, my name is Tsukiyomi goddess of the moon, said the beautiful woman with honey eyes. If I didn't want to describe the other one except this one, here's a photo. Hello Naruto-kun, I am Izanami goddess of darkness, said the young black-haired girl. I know I'm very lazy, but what does it matter XD? Hello Naruto-san, I am Susanoo god of storms, said the young Redeed. Hello Naruto-kun, I am Yuma goddess of death, better known as Shinigami, said the beautiful young woman with a mischievous smile. Here is a photo of the succulent Shinigami, or Yuma. Hello Naruto-kun, I am Kami goddess of everything said a woman of extreme beauty and breasts cup worthy of a goddess like her, beautiful sapphire eyes, and her gaze was sweet and reflected kindness and honesty. Where is the paper I left in the room D? Naruto was enthralled with such beautiful girls, but this generated more doubt since the people in front of him were gods, and one of them was Kami, the goddess of everything. In Naruto's head there were many questions. Kami, realizing this, spoke. Kami. Naruto-kun, I see you have many questions. I'm going to answer each one, so ask, said the greatest deity with a sweet voice and a smile. Naruto. Why are you here? Since you are gods and I am a simple human, asked the blonde with true curiosity and a small blush for the beauty that was in front of him. Kami. We are here to give you some gifts to help you in your goal, since you will be the one who brings peace to the ninja world and you are in charge of unifying the great ninja villages, said the supreme deity. Naruto. Why me? I'm just a kid, the kid asked again. Kami. Well, that's because you have the purest soul ever seen, unlike some candidates we had in mind, in addition to being the reincarnation of Hagoromo, so you have a great hidden power. Naruto. My last question is, how will you help me in training? The blonde asked excitedly. Kami. We can only give you some gifts since we can't spend much time outside of my world, said the beautiful deity with some sadness. Naruto. Don't worry, you'll still help me. I'll try hard to earn your respect and that of everyone present. I swear I'll achieve the goal of bringing peace to this world, even if it costs me my life, the blonde said motivatingly with his fist raised. Susanoo. That's how you talk, boy. To be stronger you will need that spirit, said the god of storms with a smile. Amaterasu. He's right, Naruto-kun, you have to be a worthy shinobi, but more importantly you have to put heart and effort into achieving the things that await you, said the goddess with a beautiful smile and sweet voice. Naruto. Thanks for the motivation, especially before starting training, said the blonde with a smile. Tsukiyomi. Okay, let's stop being sentimental and get to the point, said the white-haired girl with a beautiful pout. Izanami. Let's give the gifts, I'll start. My gift, Naruto-kun, is this katana. It's called Hikahiri. It has unique abilities such as regeneration. You can apply chakra to the blade to further increase its power, and many more abilities. Also these Kenjutsu scrolls, they are superior, elite and master level. You will have to practice before training with those scrolls, said the black-haired woman as she gave 4 scrolls to Naruto. This is what the sword, katana or saber would look like. Naruto understood why there were 4 and not 3, in one of them was the katana, and in the others the scrolls. Once he touched the sword scroll, the 4 scrolls combined forming one where the sword and the Kenjutsu scrolls were. After that Amaterasu spoke. Amaterasu. My gift, Naruto-kun, is the true flames of the sun. They are not like those of the Uchihas that are simply a copy of the real ones. You can use them with the Manjukyu Sharingan, or as a new element, you can call it Enten, said the blonde with a mischievous smile as she approached Naruto and kissed him. The kiss lasted several minutes. Naruto was very blushing because not every day you can kiss a deity as beautiful as Amaterasu. Izanami felt jealous, as well as Kasumi, Tsukiyomi, Hagoromo, Hamura and Kagami, on the part of the women for the little blonde, and on the part of the men, what a beauty was kissing a child, booking luck. After several uncomfortable minutes Tsukiyomi spoke. Tsukiyomi. Well, it's my turn. My gift is the Jujutsu known as Ketsugan. This Jujutsu is very special because it is a Byakugan and a Sharingan combined has the best of both and in increased quantities. You will also have the Kamui, Amaterasu, Tsukiyomi, Kodamatsukami, and other new abilities like the Terabatsu, which is a defense technique, creates an almost impenetrable spiritual wall, said the beautiful goddess while repeating the action of her sister. Here is a photo of the Jujutsu. Naruto was quick to reciprocate the kiss, and this gave him more passion. The kiss lasted 8 minutes of passion. After that romantic moment Yuma spoke. Yuma. It's my turn. My gift is the darkness element. It is very powerful and dangerous. You will have to train hard to master it. I will also give you this scroll with more than 100 jutsus of that element. I will also give you this sickle called Kasuhata. It is one of the strongest sickles I have. Its abilities are elongation, take out the souls of people, but this ability leaves you fainted for 2 days once performed. You can see memories with it and its edge never wears out, said the Hexi Shinigami while kissing Naruto. Here's a picture of the bucking sharp sickle. This kiss was different from the others. This one was with tongue, which at first surprised Naruto tremendously, but he still reciprocated the kiss. This lasted 15 minutes of tongue battle. Hamura and Hagoromo were fainted from nosebleeds. Kasumi was on the verge of fainting from seeing her little Jinchuriki being kissed by the most important deities. Kagami was asleep so he didn't notice anything. After all the drama Susanoo spoke. Susanoo. It's my turn. My gift will be the divine Susanoo. This is the true Susanoo, not like those of the Uchihas. This Susanoo has several special abilities. One of them is the ability to do some jutsus. It is equipped by the spiritual sword Yukama. This sword is capable of cutting anything. The Takabachi armor. This armor can reflect any physical attack with triple the power. It can also fly since it has wings, and you can combine it with Kasumi's Biju mode, said the young man, while colliding fists with Naruto. Naruto felt all the power that had been given to him, he felt an unimaginable warmth, he became excited since he would be strong to protect others. Kami spoke with a sweet voice. Kami. Apparently I'm the only one missing. My gifts are the knowledge of everything about ninja villages, renegade ninjas, ninja history, forbidden jutsus and secret kinjutsu. I will also give you more than 50 jutsus of each element or Geki Genkei. I will give you scrolls of divine kinjutsu, ultimate ninjutsu, divine taijutsu, a legendary sword, Kashihiri. I used this sword when I was younger. I will also give you a mental copy of Yuma's library, which contains all the knowledge, and finally the ultimate taijutsu, the Onmigen. This taijutsu is very powerful, and you will discover the abilities as your training with Hagoromo passes, said the supreme goddess as she approached and ardently kissed the lucky boy. Naruto was nervous because he was kissing the goddess of everything. That would make anyone nervous, but he ended up enjoying it, since you can't always kiss a goddess. The kiss lasted about 10 minutes to the discomfort of those present. Naruto was more than red, he was redder than his mother's nickname. I mean tomato or bloody habanero, just in case. Kami approached with a large scroll and a very pretty sword and said. Kami. Here are your gifts, take good care of the sword, although only you can carry it. Well, soon you will know why that happens, said the beauty, while giving him the scroll and the sword, which had a clear preference for the lightning element. Here is a photo of the Kashihiri sword. Here is a picture of the strongest taijutsu. After saying goodbye, the deities left behind a very surprised Naruto. Kasumi quickly questioned Naruto about what happened after she fainted, which did not end well for poor Naruto. Now we can see him with several bumps and bruises. Naruto. Why did you hit me? Said the blonde while holding his head. Kasumi. Why did you let those bitches kiss you? Said the kitsune in a bossy voice. Naruto. It's not like I'm going to complain about that, but why does it worry you so much? Said the blonde while holding his chin. Kasumi. Well, let's leave that topic, tomorrow we will start training, the kitsune said hysterically. Naruto. Okay, I'll go rest to be 100% tomorrow, said our little protagonist as he left his mental space. Naruto slept peacefully, he woke up early to warm up a little. Once he warmed up, he entered his mental space to find 4 people he knew very well. Kasumi. Good morning Naruto-kun, said the kitsune strangely sweet, which gave a chill and a bad feeling to everyone present. Naruto. Good morning everyone, are we starting training today, right? The blue-eyed boy said asked. Hagoromo. You are correct young successor, leave your mental landscape and apply chakra to your seal, so that we can modify it and make Kasumi able to come out when you summon her in a special way, said Hagoromo, while another doubt formed in Barrio. Naruto. I have a question, how will you two get out if you are not literally sealed? Asked the blonde referring to Hagoromo and Hamura. Hamura. Well Naruto, that's very easy, since Hagoromo and I are not part of this earthly plane, you have to make 2 clones so we can transfer our consciousness, and then we will make a henge, so you can differentiate us more easily. Once we finish training you each day you will have to dispel them, and the next day do the same, said Hamura answering Naruto's doubt. Once that was cleared up, Naruto left his mindscape and did what Hagoromo had told him to do. Once he did that, Kasumi told him to do the summoning jutsu with his chakra. Once Naruto performed the summoning jutsu with Kasumi's chakra, she came out of a smokescreen in her human form. Naruto, after having summoned Kasumi, made 2 clones for Hagoromo and Hamura. Once everything was ready, the training began. First year. In this year Naruto performed control and chakra exercises and increased his chakra reserves, which were now compared to those of the Hachibi. In addition to performing exercises to improve his speed and reflexes, he also dedicated himself to studying much of the knowledge that had been left to him in his mental library, studying topics such as the history of villages, clans, renegade shinobi, cages, forbidden jutsus, ninja history and ninja wars. Second year. This year Naruto focused on improving his taijutsu, elemental ninjutsu and kinjutsu. In taijutsu he was a total monster with a more than impressive speed. In ninjutsu he could perform all his primary element jutsus with one hand and could create water from the air and other things. In kinjutsu he would put his ancestors to shame, since he was a total monster in every sense of the word. Third year. Here Naruto began to master the Mokuton, Hyoten, Ranten and Yoten, which he mastered in 4 months, and the remaining months were to create jutsus of all his mastered elements and to perfect all the primary and recently mastered ones. Fourth year. Naruto began training Fuinjutsu. It took him 3 months to become a total master of Fuinjutsu, since his Uzumaki genes helped him a lot. He also worked on creating seals and sealing jutsus. The rest of the year he spent mastering Kasumi's chakra, which he achieved. Fifth year. In this year Naruto began to train his taijutsus and create jutsus from his Kekkei Jinkeis. He also began to train the jutsus from the Kami scrolls, mastering them easily. 6th year. Here he began training with the weapons that the deities had given him. He started with the Hikahiri sword and then tried to master the others as the year went by. When he mastered them all, he had 3 months left, so he used them to create techniques for his swords and sickle. 7th year. Here they trained Naruto's resistance and speed even more for the first 2 months, since the divine Taijutsu scroll needed it, because it was a total torture to train that scroll without good resistance or speed. Just like in Kinjutsu, Naruto spent the rest of the free year creating Taijutsu and Kinjutsu techniques. 8th. Here he trained his Onmigin, managing to master it in 7 months. In the rest of the time he trained the rest of his Kekkei Genkais, mastering them easily and even creating 10 jutsus for each Kekkei Genkai. Last year. In this year Naruto finished mastering everything he was missing and left the village to gather experience in real battles, killing many of the criminals from the Suna bingo book, since he had worked as a mercenary in Suna to gain combat experience, which he quickly achieved. At the gates of Konoha. At the gates of Konoha there was a boy wearing shinobi attire consisting of black Anbu pants with a ribbon on his left leg and a shuriken holder on his right leg, an equally black shinobi jacket, but this one was unbuttoned, revealing that under the jacket he had a mesh shirt that showed his well-toned body for a child. He wore dark blue shinobi flip-flops. Naruto, realizing that the guards were asleep, they looked nothing more than dead, a question came to his mind. How had they not attacked the village? With that security, Naruto decided to enter without asking, leaving behind the poor sleeping guards. As he walked through the streets of Konoha the girls undressed him with their eyes, which made him a little uncomfortable, because he was already used to the hateful looks he used to receive from the villagers and ninjas. Naruto decided to go first to greet his grandfather Sarutobi. When he was in front of the Sarutobi complex he could see a boy with a very long scarf and a light blue almost grey helmet. The boy was waiting for Sarutobi with a shuriken to win the position of Hokage. Naruto decided to go talk to the boy before he got hurt. The boy introduced himself to him as Konohamaru, grandson of the Sandaime. Naruto asked him if Sarutobi was in the house. The boy replied that yes and that he was waiting for him to beat him and thus become Hokage. Naruto told him that the world did not work that way and explained how people could become Hokages. After hearing that explanation the boy went to look for his friends to practice and play. After the boy had left Naruto approached the door and knocked on it, hoping someone would open it. The door slowly opened and a figure made itself seen. The figure was none other than back home. The door opened slowly to reveal Bawako, Hiruzen's wife, who spoke very surprised. Bawako. Are you Naruto? Asked the old woman in an ecstatic manner. Naruto. Of course it's me, Oji-chan, said Naruto while hugging Bawako. After that little moment Bawako invited Naruto to enter. The two entered the Sarutobi mansion, where a very surprised Hiruzen looked at Naruto and wondered how he had changed so much in the last 9 years. Well, it was logical, 9 years is a long time. Hiruzen. Hello Naruto, how long have you been back in the village? Asked the old Hokage. Naruto. Hello Jiji, just got back a few minutes ago, and the first thing I wanted to do was come see you Jiji, the little boy responded with a calm tone, but his eyes reflected feelings like happiness and affection. Hiruzen. Naruto, since your departure things here have not been so fun, because although I know that your trip was for training reasons, it was not the same spending the mornings without visiting you or the occasional visit from you that took me away from my problems or my paperwork, but since you have returned this will change, Naruto's foster grandfather said deeply. After those words Naruto, Bawako and Hiruzen spent hours and hours talking about everyday things and especially about the trip Naruto made these last 9 years. Everything was happiness until he remembered something, or rather someone. That person was Satsuki Uchiha, so he asked Sarutobi about her. Naruto. Hey Jiji, I have a question, said Naruto, getting the old man's attention. Hiruzen. Tell me Naruto, what do you want to know? Asked the elderly Hokage. Naruto. Well, I wanted to know about Satsuki Uchiha. As far as I understand there are only 2 days left for the Genin graduations. How good is she? Said the blonde, thinking about how the black-eyed girl could have changed. Hiruzen. Oh, the young Uchiha, she is good like her brother Sasuke, but they focus a lot on their Sharigan, since they both know several basic jutsus of the Sharingan. They also have good Taijutsu, I would say better than all the others in the academy, but beyond the fireball jutsu, they do not know any other elemental ninjutsu. I think Hiruzen answered rhetorically and thinking that they had great potential for not having graduated yet. Naruto thought. I think I'll teach them some basic Kaiten jutsu, like the Tenrim Kaiken, Fire Sword. Rank D, and the Benijagumo, Red Spider. Rank C, and maybe improve their Taijutsu, apart from teaching them some Jinjutsus that thanks to the Sharigan will be easy for them, some like the Kabutsu Zuke, Monstrous Image. Rank D, the Hari no Sakaku, Needle Illusion. Rank C, and the Meijin. Narakumi, Hellview. Rank D, the blonde thought with a smile because it would help his friends improve. Hiruzen just looked at his grandson who was looking at the ceiling and had been more than 5 minutes without speaking or moving. Once he touched his shoulder the blonde reacted and after talking about what Naruto was now that he had arrived at the village. After a long 30 minutes Naruto decided to live alone in an apartment that the Sandaime would provide him, and he also decided to go visit the Uchihas. Now we can see him in front of the mansion of the head of the Uchiha clan. He knocked on the door and Makoto Uchiha opened it, who fainted when she saw the one she considered a son to her. "Naruto? Are you okay, Kachan?" Naruto asked, not very sure of the answer she would give him. Because of the loud cry of surprise, the others in the house went down to check what was happening. Itachi came down with a katana in hand and Sharigan active, as did Fugaku, followed by a sleepy Sasuke and Satsuki, but they were pleasantly surprised when they realized who the person standing at the door was. "Itachi? Are you really Naruto?" asked the eldest son of Fugaku, thinking that this was a joke in bad taste. "Naruto? Of course it's me, Itachi Nissan," said Naruto with a cute pout because they thought it wasn't real. After a few moments of silence where the little blonde boy wondered what was happening, since no one made a noise or moved a muscle, when suddenly throughout the Uchiha complex a loud scream was heard that would deafen anyone who passed close enough. After the scream you could see a group of 5 people hugging a small child who was slowly dying from lack of air. They were squeezing him so much that he looked like a berry. They could call him the bloody berry of Konoha. Okay, no, or maybe yes. Well, let's continue, because of his high purple tone, a syndrome that he was being suffocated. When the Uchihas decided to release the little one to see him better, they realized that he was very purple, but quickly the tone passed and revealed his new appearance. His face did not change much, only that it was totally free of unnecessary fat. Under his blue shirt, you could notice some muscles not very defined for being a child, but well developed. He was taller than the average child his age, and his sapphire blue eyes were bluer and brighter than the last time they saw them. The little boy was wearing black shorts that reached his knees, black shinobi sandals and a blue shirt with the symbol of the Uzumaki clan on the front and on the back the kanji Uzumaki. Satsuki was noticeably blushing at how much her Naruto-kun, or as she called him her bigots-kun, had changed. After more hugs and greetings from the Uchiha and Naruto family, Naruto decided to ask about the academy, despite having talked about it with Hiruzen. "Naruto. So Sasuke, Satsuki, how are things going at the academy?" the blue-eyed man said, asked curiously with a small smile. "Sasuke. I think it's a waste of time. To begin with, they only teach basic Taijutsu and basic ninjutsu, and they barely teach chakra control, and most of it is to control Bunshin no Jutsu, Kawarini and Henge, which are easy to master, and the little Jinjutsu they teach is very easy to detect and undo," the duck-haired raven finished saying with clear boredom, because he had not managed to learn anything good at the academy. "Naruto. It seems that the academy does not teach useful things for a real ninja battle, which is worrying, because the academy depends on the village to continue generating shinobi force, and if the teaching is at this level, the shinobi force will decline and will leave the village on a silver platter for enemies and possible attacks on the village," Naruto said wisely, surprising the adults in the room. Because they knew that the blonde was right and possibly they should talk to the Hokage about these words. "Satsuki. Hey Naruto-kun, you know a lot of ninja things, right?" the younger Uchiha asked somewhat shyly. "Naruto. In fact, yes, Satsuki-chan, do you want to learn something?" the blonde said, asked while analyzing Satsuki's question. "Satsuki. Yes, I was wondering if you could teach Sasuke and me some Kaiten Jutsu, since they don't teach elemental jutsus at the academy, and from what I know I have an affinity for Kaiten and Raiten," said the young Uchiha, while Sasuke nodded, since he wanted his best friend to teach him something useful. "Naruto. Okay, I'll teach you 2D rank Kaiten Jutsus, it can help you for your first missions," said the blonde, earning a hug from the Uchiha brothers. "Fugaku. Hey Naruto," said the clan head to get the attention of the young blonde man. "Naruto. Yes Fugaku-san," the blonde responded simply while paying attention to the words that Fugaku was going to say. "Fugaku. How can you know D rank elemental jutsus? If you haven't graduated from the academy?" asked the older Uchiha with curiosity and surprise. Naruto. "Well, that's because I've been training for a long time, and as long as I'm not graduated from the academy, I'll graduate along with Satsuki and Sasuke in 2 days," he answered, leaving Fugaku and Itachi thoughtful. "Makoto. Then we will have to go support you just like we will with Sasuke and Satsuki," said Makoto with a happy smile and a happy tone that her son would graduate along with her other children. The other Uchihas just nodded and Naruto had a smile on his face. Well, that's how they spent the night, talking, playing, and especially having fun. As it was late, Naruto stayed to sleep at the Uchiha mansion at Makoto's request, who put him to sleep with Satsuki, who knows how to relive old times. 9 years XD. Konoha, swept Uchiha, 7:30 am. From millions and millions of kilometers away, the sun shone, attacking with its rays of light to our protagonist, who was sleeping peacefully curled up in some comfortable pillows. According to him, once the sun achieved its mission, which was to wake Naruto, he noticed the fluffy pillows that were next to him. Like any lazy one, he gently squeezed them. Until a small moan was heard making Naruto stop and waking up the young Satsuki, who when she saw that Naruto was touching her blushed to ridiculous levels. After Naruto apologized, they both changed and went down to the kitchen, finding Mikoto preparing breakfast. Once everyone was having breakfast, Sasuke began to ask about the techniques that Naruto would teach them this morning. Sasuke. Hey Naruto-Nisan, what kind of techniques will you teach us? Asked the dark-haired boy, anxious to know the jutsus he would learn. Satsuki. If it's true, what are the jutsus that you will teach us, Bigots-kun? I'm eager to know and learn them. The black-eyed girl supported to try to get information from the blonde in front of her. Naruto. Well, first I will teach you a very useful fire-type jutsu, because it serves when jutsu has not been enough in battle, and you cannot get away to do a long-range jutsu. The jutsu is called Pain. Tenom Kaken, fire style. Fire sword jutsu. With this jutsu you can create a sword of fire from your hand that can burn the opponent but will not do any damage. Use it when the enemy is careless and want to finish quickly, since it does not spend much chakra and is quite useful, perfect for a genin. The second jutsu is called Katen. Hibashiri, fire release. Cutting fire jutsu. This jutsu specializes in knocking out the opponent, as it releases a large stream of fire that can be manipulated to attack a single enemy or separate to attack multiple enemies. There is the advantage of this jutsu to the fireball jutsu. This jutsu was more balanced and spends the same amount of chakra as a ball of common fire. What do you think? Said the blonde, laughing a little, seeing the faces of Sasuke and Satsuki when they heard the jutsus that they would teach them. Naruto chose those jutsus for their low chakra consumption in the case of Tenon Kaken, or for their balanced results on the part of the Hibashiri. Some genin Uchihas would come in handy for their first missions of rank C, B, or even to a lesser extent rank A. So what happened the last 6 hours before the Uchiha brothers could perform the jutsus, but they could not perform the jutsus in combat since they needed to master it more. Because using the Hibashiri no jutsu quickly drained their chakra reserves, so they had to learn to control their chakra correctly. They still had one day before graduation, so the rest of the day they spent training chakra control, while Naruto walked around the village to get used to it again, and the hateful looks he always received. In just a few hours the Uchiha brothers achieved the minimum chakra control to perform this jutsu in battle, so they had 2 new jutsus in their arsenal. But they still had to train them to use less chakra when performing them. Graduation genin. Konoha. In the Uchiha complex we can see 3 small excited because the genin graduations would be that same day. The brothers Sasuke and Satsuki were talented, so much so that they managed to learn 2D rank jutsus in a single day. Of course, as they were not mastered or even well trained, using them in battle would spend a lot of chakra, around a little more than the fireball jutsu, but to show it as an elemental jutsu in the genin exam would be more than fine. The other child was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, who was always seen as the black sheep of the Namikaze family, but certainly he was a monster in terms of strength, easily surpassing shinobi like Orochimaru, Minato, Pain, Nagato, or even Madara and Hashirama, but he still lacked a lot of experience. In order to beat the aforementioned shinobi in a real fight, he told Hiruzen to let him graduate from the academy, even though he was not there from the beginning. But since he knew everything they taught at the academy, he could pass the genin exam with ease. Sasuke. What are you saying Naruto-Nisan, Satsuki-Nisan, excited? Because I am, I want to see the face they'll make when they see my new and incredible jutsu, the young raven-haired man said excitedly while shaking Naruto and Satsuki so they would understand that he was very excited. Satsuki. I'm also excited to know who will be the rookie and Kinmoichi of the year, plus Otu-san and Kacchan haven't seen our new jutsus, said the young black-eyed girl while she clapped hands with Sasuke. Naruto thought that if they were aware that the jutsus he had taught him were D rank and there were better jutsus, but these were more advanced, well in the end the 3 of them ended up doing a funny little dance for good luck, according to them XD. The fact is that now they were walking towards the academy to take the genin exam, and after that they would go eat some ramen. They arrived quickly, and the Uchiha brothers took seats together, leaving one free for Naruto, who was outside the classroom waiting for Iruka's signal so he could introduce himself normally. Once Iruka signaled him to enter, Naruto entered, noticing that his 2 annoying brothers were in the same class as him, although he had already expected it since it was the class of the clan heirs. Naruto introduced himself and sat down right in the middle of Satsuki and Sasuke, who smiled at him and wished each other good luck. Iruka. Once the young Naruto Uzumaki is introduced we can start this year's genin exam. The exam will be divided into 4 parts. Test 1 will be a written exam on the history of Konoha and its strongest shinobi. Test 2 is outside where most of the town and shinobis of the village will be. This will be about throwing kunes, shurikens, and they will have to show me their henge, kawarini and bunshin. Then there will be the third, which is a surprise, and the last is a mini tournament to decide the rookie and the Kinmoichi of the year. Iruka finished saying, trying to be as clear as possible so that they do not make mistakes. Once Iruka explained the Genin exam, the first test began, and in less than 7 minutes Naruto handed out the exam, followed by the Uchiha brothers and the Namikaze brothers, then after waiting for everyone, Iruka reviewed the exams, leaving the top 5 like this. 1 Naruto Uzumaki, 20/20th correct questions. 2 Satsuki Uchiha, 18/20th correct questions. 3 Shimikara Nara, 18/20th correct questions. 4 Sasuke Uchiha, 17/20th correct questions. 5 Mito Namikaze, 17/20th correct questions. Once the written exam was over, Iruka took the students to the courtyard where many people could be seen. There were all the clan heads, the council, the civilian council, the Hokage and his wife, the elderly advisors, and a large number of civilians who came to cheer on their favorites. Iruka stood in front of everyone and began calling students to show him the 3 games of the academy and also to do the test of throwing shurikens and kunes. After I was told I could not make a clone well, he decided to make a shadow clone, creating 5 clones. Mito did the same due to the problem of the enormous amounts of chakra. Once everyone threw their shurikens and kunes, the top 5 best of this test was as follows. 1 Naruto, 15/15ths correct answers in both. 2 Sasuke, 14/15ths and 14/15ths correct answers. 3 Myth, 14/15ths and 13/15ths correct answers. 4 Menma, 14/15ths and 13/15ths correct answers. 5 Satsuki, 14/15ths and 13/15ths correct answers. Once the second test was over, Iruka asked for attention so they could understand. He took out about 40 chakra papers that were used to know the elemental affinity of the person. Iruka. Everyone has to take a chakra paper and apply a little chakra to it. The affinity will be revealed through different reactions, which are: if it is cut, affine to Futon; if it gets wet, affine to Suiton; if it burns, affine to Kaiten; if it wrinkles, affine to Raiten; and if it crumbles, affine to Doten. Once we know which element you are affine to, you will have to demonstrate a jutsu. Either from its respective element or one of your own knowledge, said Iruka, explaining the third test. Iruka called his students one by one, most of whom were related to a single nature, with a few being related to 2 natures, which were Hinata, Suiton and Raiten. Sasuke, Kaiten and Raiten. Myth, Fuiton and Doten. Satsuki, Kaiten and Suiton. Menma, Fuiton and Raiten. Iruka called Naruto, surprising the Namikaze family, since they had not heard that name for a long time and were thinking that he could not surpass their children, poor fools. Iruka. Naruto Uzumaki, please come forward and take a chakra paper and then do a jutsu of your respective element if you have a jutsu of that element, said the sensei calmly, not expecting what was coming. Naruto stood in front of the Chunin and took a chakra paper, applying a little chakra to make him react. The public thought that the prodigies Uchiha and Namikaze would easily overcome him. The paper was cut into 4 small pieces. Once this was cut, one of the pieces burned, another wrinkled, another soaked and the other crumbled, proof that it was related to the 5 natures of the chakra. The public was pleasantly surprised because, being only a child, he possessed the 5 natures. Hey Kakashi, do you know who that kid is? Asked a man with very pronounced eyebrows, but the strangest thing was his clothing, which consisted of a full-body elastic green suit, a shinobi vest, a type of orange knee pads almost at knee height, and blue shinobi sandals. Kakashi. I don't know who Guy is, but he is very similar to Minato-sensei. The truth is that he has great potential in handling the 5 natures. Perhaps with good training he will become very strong, said the now named Kakashi, without knowing how true his words were. The Uchiha family was very surprised, but happy that the one they considered part of them controls the characteristic element of the Uchiha clan, the Kaiten. On the other hand, the Namikaze family was between surprised and grumpy, because the one they considered weak turned out to have the 5 natures, while Menma and Mito only had 2. After this they would focus on increasing Menma and Mito's training, so that they could kick their asses in the Chunin exams. Iruka. This is incredible. There are almost no people who are genin and possess the 5 natures. This is a very special case. You will be a great ninja child, but you can do a jutsu of one of your elements or non-elemental, said the sensei to the young blonde, who nodded and prepared to do the jutsu. Naruto did several hand positions at high speed and with surgeon's precision. Although he didn't need to do the hand positions, he didn't want to scare his teammates or the public. When I finished doing hand positions, I shouted Suiton. Shuriken no Jutsu, and a large water dragon came out of the air and crashed into a tree, destroying it completely. The ninjas of the public and the academy were very surprised that a genin can do a Suiton rank A jutsu and not be affected by the expenditure of chakra, since even the low jounin gasp after a jutsu that requires a quantity of chakra, such as the Shuriken no Jutsu. Kakashi saw this with visible amazement in his eyes, something rare to see in him, since most of the time he spent reading his precious Ichiha book and thought about the potential that the golden-haired boy had. Minato and Kushina were surprised that the weak son of their lineage could do an A-rank jutsu and didn't even look exhausted or tired, but they thought that Menma and Mito could do the Rasengan, they needed a clone, but they could do it. Makoto and Fugaku were happy and amazed that their daughter's future boyfriend was strong, being only a genin, and not only that, but he could also do jutsus of any element and not get tired easily. Iruka. You're getting better and better, you're a box of surprises, and from what I see that jutsu didn't affect your chakra reserves, you impress me more and more, Naruto the Yamino finished saying. After that, a mini tournament was held where the genin participated to win the title of Rookie of the Year, and the girls competed to win the title of Kunoichi of the Year. Naruto did not participate because it was just his first day of school, and it was unfair for him to win. The final table of the boys tournament was like this. 1 Menma Namikaze Yuzu Rookie of the Year. 2 Sasuke Uchiha excellent performance. 3 Kiba Inuzuka good performance. The girls' one looked like this. 1 Satsuki Uchiha Kunoichi of the Year. 2 Mito Uzumaki Nam excellent performance. 3 Ino Yamanaka good performance. In the end, most of the genin graduated and the senseis notified all the graduates when the genin teams were going to be formed. Everyone had to be present and have respect for their teammates. Genin teams and presentations. Several days passed and the long-awaited day arrived in which the genin teams were going to be announced, and our favorite trio had just woken up and after breakfast they went to the Uchiha training camp. Sasuke. Is it true today? I mean today is the day they are going to decide the genin teams, asked the young Uchiha. Naruto. That's right, Sasuke, today is the day. I hope to be on the same team as you and not with my brothers, honestly. He said with slight annoyance at the last part. Satsuki. I also hope to be on the same team as you, said the young woman, hoping that it would come true. Well, after a morning training they went to the academy to find out their corresponding teams. Within a few minutes the 3 young men had arrived at the academy, and once they entered their classroom they waited for Professor Iruka. After about 10 minutes Iruka had entered the classroom, and after his fearsome big head jutsu, he began to say the teams. The ones that interested us were the following. Equipo 8, Kiba Inuzuka Hinata Hyuga Y Shino Aburam, Sensei Kuranaiki. Equipo 10. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choiji Akimichi, Sensei Asuma Sarutobi. The young sensei was about to say Team 7, our blonde protagonist was very nervous about that team, since Sarutobi said he was thinking of putting Menma and Mito on the same team, and since he was his brother, he was afraid that they would put them together on the team. The Yamino finally told Team 7 that fortunately the blonde was not present on that team. Equipo 7. Menma Namikaze Uzumaki, Mito Namikaze Uzumaki Namikaze Y Sakura Haruno, Sensei Kushina Uzumaki. To finish recounting the teams, Iruka said Team 6, which in his opinion was the most balanced. Equipo 6. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha and Satsuki Uchiha, Sensei Kakashi Haddock. After finishing announcing the teams, Iruka left the genin alone to wait for their jounin. As always expected, Kakashi was the last to arrive, but he came with Kushina, who was holding him by the ears. Mother, why did you come so late? It's been 3 hours since the teams were announced. Mito said impatiently and a bit angrily. Well daughter, what happened is that I couldn't find this bum, said the Uzumaki matriarch, while pointing at the poor white-haired man. Naruto just looked at his new sensei and thought about who he was. Clearly Naruto knew about Kakashi's Sharingan, but thought he wouldn't use it against genins. Leaving that aside, we'll wait for you on the roof for the introductions, said the white-haired man while doing a leaf shunshin, followed by the Rikudou who also did a leaf shunshin. They all went up to the roof and met the pair of jounins talking about their students. Once everyone was gathered the genin sat down and waited for the senseis to speak. Well, let's start with the introductions. I'll start, said the Rikudou. Everyone was attentive to his presentation to know what they had to say when it was their turn. My name is Kushina Uzumaki, my likes are ramen, training with my family and taking care of my children. My dislikes are perverts, people who say that dango is better than ramen, and a certain orange-covered book, and my dreams for the future are living peacefully with my family and seeing one of my children become a strong Hokage. The Rikudou finished introducing herself. Well, now it's my turn. My name is Kakashi Haddock, my likes don't interest you, my dislikes don't concern you, and I've never thought about my dream for the future, said Haddock calmly. Everyone got an anime-style drop on their head for such a stupid presentation. He only told us his name, everyone thought, with a drop of anime-style sweat. How about you introduce yourself, your bubblegum hair? Said the white-haired man while pointing at Sakura. My name is Sakura Haruno, my likes are look at Sasuke and scream, my dislikes are Menma Baka and Ino the pig, and my dreams for the future are look at Sasuke with a visible blush and a perverted laugh, the walking board finished saying. Great fangirl, it's obvious she doesn't care about her training, I should change, the Kushina thought with disappointment. Well, now your duck butt hair, said the Rikudou to the disgust of the aforementioned. My name is Uchiha. My likes are training with my sister and best friend, eating omisubi and learning jutsus. My dislikes are very sweet things and dishonest people. Finally my dreams are to become the best user of the fire element, surpass my brother Itachi in terms of genjutsu, and create my own S-rank jutsus, said the younger Uchiha with a smile. That's interesting, since he has the Sharingan I'll teach him the Chidori for the Chunin exams, thought the white-haired Cyclops. Well, you're next, daughter, said the Rikudou with a small smile. The aforementioned stood up and looked at the Jounins to introduce herself. My name is Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. My likes are training with my family, eating ramen with my family and practicing my futon style. My dislikes are perverts, and like my mother a certain orange-covered book, something that made the white-haired man gulp. My dreams for the future are learning many fuinjutsu jutsus and becoming the best kunoichi in the world, said the Rikudou animatedly and with a happy smile. Big dreams for being so small, thought Kakashi. That's what I expected from my daughter, she will be very strong and beautiful when she grows up, thought Kushina without losing her smile from before. Now it's your turn, black-haired, said the white-haired Cyclops pointing at Satsuki. The aforementioned stood up to present herself better and stared at the Jounin senseis. My name is Satsuki Uchiha, my likes are omisubi, learning genjutsu and a certain blonde boy. My dislikes are fangirls, they are an embarrassment to kunoichis, people who abandon a member of their family and perverts. Finally my dreams are to form a family with the blonde boy I like, to be the best Raiten user, and to surpass the Sennin Tsunade, said the black-haired Uchiha. I like his mentality, he will be very strong when he grows up, thought Kushina analyzing the words that the Uchiha said. She has an ideal mentality for a kunoichi. I will also teach her the Chidori after all, she wants to be the best Raiten user, thought the white-haired man with a smile. At this point in the presentations we can see several interesting ones. Who would have thought that the daughter of the Hokage and the daughter of the Uchiha leader would have such good dreams? Instead, Sakura has to change that fangirl mentality, because if she doesn't change it, she would have a very hard shinobi life. Sasuke has good goals, but he only focuses on surpassing one person. To have a better result in training you have to think big and not just think about surpassing a single person. Why not be the best genjutsu user? Well, in the shinobi world there are people who surpass Itachi in genjutsu, but the other two dreams are more than well established, and perhaps she will be able to complete them. You're doing well, son, said the Havana woman pointing at Menma. Menma nodded and stood up to introduce himself. My name is Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, my likes are ramen, training with my family, and a certain pink-haired girl. My dislikes are dango and talentless losers. My dreams for the future are to be the strongest Hokage ever seen, perfect my father's jutsu, and defeat my father in speed, said the Rikudou with a lot of ego. Only our blonde protagonist remained, who was thinking about what the true genin test his sensei would give could be like. He knew well that no Kakashi team had passed his test, and that said a lot about his way of training his genin. Finally, only you, blonde, are left, introduce yourself, the white-haired man said to our protagonist. Naruto nodded and stood up to present himself better. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, my likes are ramen, training all my skills, adding jutsus to my repertoire, and spending time with those I consider my family. My dislikes are the people who judge you only for a wrong thought, and the people who abandon others for false beliefs. My only dream is to change the way people in this world see, because with this way of seeing hatred begins, and which attracts more hatred, and from that same hatred comes things like revenge or abuse. Something that someone has to change in this world, and that someone is going to be me, said the blonde with determination. That dream is one of the most difficult to achieve. I would like to see if he is capable of achieving it. The truth is I don't know why it reminds me of someone, thought the older kunoichi. This boy has one of the best dreams I've ever heard of in my life. I trust he can achieve it, and I'm going to help him complete that dream, thought Kakashi with a clear smile under his mask. After the presentations, the two teams went to the same training camp to perform the real test. Once they arrived at the training camp, the Jounins went to the front and announced and explained what the test consisted of. Well, now that we've all introduced ourselves, we can explain what your real genin test will consist of, said the Rikudou, leaving a doubt in the air. Hey sensei, but aren't we supposed to have already passed the test to become a genin? What's the point of doing another test? Asked the bubblegum head. Well, Sakura, the test that you took at the academy was to determine if you can take this test that we will take. The fact that you were called genin at the academy does not mean that you have that position yet. If the senseis decide that you are not ready to carry out missions as normal shinobis, you have to return to the academy for one more year, the white-haired man finished saying, leaving Menma and Sakura scared. Since Kakashi explained what this test was for, I will explain my team's test. Well, what my team has to do is try to defeat me in a fight. Clearly, I will not use all my power to make it fair, said the Rikudou, leaving her entire team scared. My test is going to be a little different, you have to take off these bells that I have, as you could see I only have 2 bells, which means that one of you will return to the academy, you have until noon to take them off me, now. Said the white-haired man to see his team hide in the environment. Kushina also ordered her team to start, which also hid to look for weak points and plan something. The 2 senseis thought that the genin weren't bad at hiding until they saw Rikudou come out of hiding. Menma, why did you come out of hiding? The Rikudou asked. There's no need to hide, I alone can defeat you, Mom says the not very intelligent Menma. Menma launched himself at Kushina to try to punch her, clearly Kushina dodged this punch and counterattacked with a kick that made Menma take a few steps back. But Naruto and his team. Naruto and his team were planning what to do to remove the bells from Kakashi. How about I make some clones that will keep Kakashi-sensei busy, then Sasuke comes in and will use a fireball for Kakashi to dodge, one is in the air Satsuki you will have to throw a Raiten jutsu to force him to receive it or switch with a log, if he switches with a log, they just have to separate and throw a fireball in 2 directions, and in the other 2 directions, there will be 2 of my clones that will wait for him with a strong jutsu. After that I come in and with my speed I will snatch the bells and that's it, said the blonde finishing explaining the plan to the Uchiha brothers. Once the plan was said, the blonde made 5 shadow clones to come out and distract Kakashi. On Kakashi. The white-haired man was just waiting for some movement from the genins when suddenly he saw 5 clones coming towards him, the Taijutsu fight began. The clones were giving Kakashi a hard fight, who could hardly dodge all the clones' blows. When Kakashi was careless, he left an opening that one of the clones took advantage of to give him a strong knee to the ribs. Sasuke took advantage of the blow to throw his fireball that slowly approached Kakashi, who, upon realizing the fireball, replaced it with a nearby log, just as Naruto predicted. Satsuki realized that it was her turn to act, so she appeared in the place that Kakashi was going to hit and made several hand positions. When she finished making the hand position she shouted Raiten. Kakuakuna Inazuma no Jutsu Devilish Lightning Jutsu and from her hands came several rays at great speed and headed towards Kakashi. When he realized it, he replaced himself again with a log. Naruto made 4 clones, sent 2 clones to distract Kakashi and the other 2 to wait for his signal. The 2 clones and the Uchiha brothers waited for the signal from the original Naruto. Everyone saw Kakashi fight against the 2 clones, who were giving him a fight, not as much as the other 5, since well they were 5 against 1, but they were giving him a fight. Naruto, noticing an opening, made the signal to perform the jutsus and cornered them. Satsuki and Sasuke performed the fireball jutsu from behind and in front, Kakashi seeing that he only had the option of dodging them jumped to the left, but a Naruto clone was waiting for him with a sphere of wind that was almost invisible. What the hell is that jutsu? Kakashi wondered as he saw the strange almost invisible sphere in the blonde's hand. The clone hit the sphere against Kakashi and shouted Futon. Kimetsu Takina K's no kick nai jutsu sphere of devastating winds. Surprisingly the sphere caused a lot of damage to the white-haired boy, which allowed the original blonde to take the bells, while the Cyclops flew almost unconscious. Sasuke and Satsuki were very impressed to see such a devastating jutsu, clearly that jutsu was very dangerous and could easily kill any other ninja if used well. When the white-haired man got up after being awakened from unconsciousness, he realized that he no longer had the bells. Well done team, seeing that you worked very well as a team I have to tell you that you passed the test. Congratulations said and congratulated the white-haired jounin. Will none of us have to return to the academy, sensei? He asked happily. No, the real objective of my test was to know how you would handle yourself in a situation where your position as genin is in danger, since those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon a friend are worse than trash, said the jounin, while thinking about the person who had said those words to him. After finishing the conversation they went to see how Team 7 was doing. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to see the genin fainted and with some injuries and a Kushina with many cuts and some bruises. How did it go for these? Kakashi asked, seeing the fainted genin. Well, they barely made it, I only made it because they worked together after Menma jumped in alone and didn't do anything said the Rikudou. What happened in the Team 7 test? Menma stepped back from Kushina's kick but quickly regained his composure and attacked with several punches that went nowhere. Mito saw that if they fought alone they wouldn't get anywhere and thought about how to bring her down. Suddenly a thought came to his head and he told it to Sakura. Together they formed a plan to try to bring Kushina down. Once the plan was ready, the two jumped next to Menma who was somewhat injured. Mito told him the plan and they began to carry it out. Sakura and Menma rushed to distract Kushina. Menma made shadow clones to lean on them and do more damage. For her part Sakura, with her fine chakra control, managed to send a little of it to her fists, giving them more power. Mito charged a Suiton jutsu to harm her mother and thus try to pass the test. Once the jutsu was ready, she signaled to Sakura and Menma to move away and stand behind Kushina in case the jutsu failed and she dodged it. After seeing her companions stand where she told them, Suten shouted. Dai Surik no Jutsu Great Water Current Jutsu, launching a strong current of water from her mouth that at first glance was a very bad idea to get into. The jutsu hit Kushina and caused some cuts and bruises. Menma took the opportunity to launch a wind jutsu to increase the damage to Kushina. Menma made several hand positions and shouted Futon. Shinkyoku Void Sphere Jutsu hitting Kushina's back. Sakura, seeing Kushina in the air after receiving those two strong jutsus, jumped towards her and gave her the strongest chakra-covered blow she could, sending her to the ground. Once Kushina got up with some injuries, she knocked out the three genins and waited for Kakashi and his team. Present. Right now everyone was eating ramen at Ichiraku, which Kushina suggested. They were talking about the tests and ninja techniques when suddenly Kushina asked. Hey Kakashi, how did your team do? From what I see, they passed, but how did they steal the bells from you? Asked a Uzumaki matriarch. Kakashi told her about the effective strategy his genin used to remove the bells. Kushina, after hearing everything, was very surprised by the strategy Kakashi's team used, and she was undoubtedly going to train the team hard so that they would put up a good fight in the Chunin exams. Once everyone finished eating, the Jounins paid the bill and everyone went to their respective homes. An interesting mission. Several weeks passed since Team 6 was announced, and from the beginning it surprised the Hokage, since his sensei had told Minato about the performance that the team had shown in their test. Minato was in his office thinking about the words the white-haired man had said to him a few weeks ago, and thinking about the performance that Team 6 and 7 were having. Hokage's souvenir. Someone was knocking on the door of his office and said, "Come," and a white-haired man wearing Jounin attire entered, a mask that made it impossible to recognize the face of that Jounin. The most notable thing about this person was his ninja headband. It came down from his forehead until it completely covered his left eye. "What can I help you with, Kakashi-san?" asked Minato, looking at his student. "Well, Hokage-sama, I just wanted to give you the report of my student's test," the white-haired man responded normally. "Oh sure, I heard that the three genins passed your test, which has me impressed, since it's the first time you've passed a team," said the older blonde, surprised. Since Kakashi became a Jounin sensei, he had never approved a team because he thought that to pass they had to have good teamwork, which none of the past teams had. The vast majority attacked on their own and did not care about the others on their team. "I decided to approve them because of their excellent teamwork, and so far they are the only ones who have managed to remove the bells from me," said the white-haired man, surprising the Hokage even more. "Tell me more, Kakashi, it sounds interesting," said the Hokage, thinking about the future of that team. "From the start they know how to hide very well, something important for a genin. Satsuki has very good chakra control and can do fire and lightning jutsus. From what I saw of her, she uses her abilities well, and for the moment she has not shown to have a Sharingan. I think it would be perfect to teach her medical ninjutsu. I will have to find her a teacher in that subject. Finally, she has good taijutsu, judging by her clan, which specializes in taijutsu and jinjutsu," said the white-haired man, and hoped that the Hokage would assimilate all that. "Continue with the next member, Kakashi-san," said Minato, assimilating everything. "Sasuke has less chakra control than his sister, but at the end of the day he has good control. Apparently he excels in ninjutsu and taijutsu. It is clear that he has to improve his chakra control because he uses too much for the fireball jutsu, and that is wasting his chakra. I will take it into account when I start training them. Like his sister, he has fire jutsus. At the moment he has not shown to have another nature or have the Sharingan. I will help him develop the Raiten affinity to teach him the Chidori and some other jutsus to expand his arsenal of techniques," said the white-haired man, giving the skills and some accessories that he would give to Sasuke. "That pair will have a good future. I think they have a lot of talent, and if you train them when they develop the Sharingan they can become ninjas worth taking into account," said the blonde sincerely. Finally, the pillar of the team, Naruto Uzumaki, has a wonderful taijutsu. He was even able to give me a lot of fight with his shadow clones. His chakra control is perfect as he showed in the test. He does not waste chakra on strong jutsus, and that is impressive for a genin, because he can use a rank A jutsu without wasting much chakra. His speed is magnificent, rivaling, or may even be greater than mine for a few moments. He showed to have two natures, water and wind. He has a good arsenal judging by the jutsus he showed. He was the one who made the strategy that would end up defeating me, which speaks highly of his mental capacity. All this added to his young age results in an impressive genius," the white-haired man finished saying, leaving the older blonde with his jaw unhinged. "That can't be possible. How does a genin possess such ability? The three of them together are deadly. If they manage to defeat you as genins, I can't imagine when they are jounins. They are without a doubt the best team of this generation, surpassing that of my children. As much as it hurts me, I expect a lot from your team, Kakashi-san," said the blonde with emotion, thinking about the things that team would achieve. They spent several more minutes talking about the strategy used to win. The white-haired man left the office after telling him everything that happened in his test, leaving the Hokage with his eternal rival, the paperwork. Present. Team 6 in these weeks have completed a total of 29 D rank missions and 17 C rank missions. The Hokage was impressed by such a record. Despite only having been working together for a little over a month, the team understood each other very well, something very important for a team. Currently we can see the blonde of the team walking towards Ichiraku Ramen. Once he arrived at the place, he entered and greeted AM. Naruto asked about Tucci, because for Naruto this place was one of the most important in his life, because they always receive him with a smile and kindness. "Hello Naruto-kun, what can I help you with?" asked a brown-haired girl with a smile when she saw the blonde. AM is a girl of approximately the same age as Naruto. She is thin, with long brown hair and black eyes. Her skin tone is white. She wears a white dress with folded sleeves, a kind of dark blue apron with bow-shaped ribbons on top, and a white scarf tied on her head. "Hello AM-chan, I want the usual, by the way," and old Tucci said the blonde with a smile. "Here I am Naruto, how are you? You said the same as always, right?" said the old Ichiraku. Tucci is a middle-aged person, but his appearance is that of an elderly person. He has grayish hair, brown skin and some small wrinkles on his face. "Yep, the usual, and by the way I'm very well Tucci Jiji," the young man responded. "There are 2 Naruto specials," said the old cook as he began to cook the Naruto special ramen. "Where have you been these last few weeks? It's been a while since you came back from that crazy trip of several years, which is strange considering your love for ramen," AM asked with a warm smile. "I was doing missions with my team. The truth is I didn't expect to complete so many in just over a month. Today we will start training together," the blonde responded, thinking about the type of training his sensei would give him. "That's very good, I hope you don't become arrogant like Menma," said the young woman hopefully. "Relax, I won't become arrogant. I train to protect my loved ones, and that includes you," and Tucci said the blonde with a sparkle in his eyes. The young Ichiraku was very blushed by Naruto's comment, but she quickly turned away so that he wouldn't see her like that. After a few minutes, Tucci entered the scene with 2 reasons for special ramen. Naruto, seeing the 2 bowls of ramen, his mouth watered and he quickly thanked them for the food and began to devour the bowls incredibly quickly, leaving Tucci and AM impressed. Once Naruto finished his 2 bowls, he paid the corresponding amount for the dishes and proceeded to leave the place, but not before saying goodbye to the Ichirakus. The young blonde man walked immersed in his thoughts. That blonde man thought about concepts for new techniques and even more so about the type of training that Kakashi would give him. After walking a few minutes Naruto had arrived at training camp number 6. There was no one in the field because there was still 1 hour left for the start of training. During that hour Naruto took out Kurumi in the form of a fox, no pun intended. The 2 played and had fun together until Satsuki arrived. "Satsuki. Hello Naruto-kun, what a pretty fox, where did you get it?" These were the Uchiha's words. Naruto. "Hello Satsuki-chan, she is not a fox, she is a girl, her name is Kurumi and..." Naruto cut his words to think about whether or not to tell him about Kurumi's truth. He decided that it would be fair to tell him since they were teammates, but he would do it when they were all together. "Naruto. I'll tell you later about where I found it." These words would make Satsuki form a cute pout. Well, after several minutes Sasuke arrived, greeting and just like his sister asking about the little fox that was on Naruto's legs. Naruto gave him the same explanation as Satsuki. After that the 3 of them started to play with the little fox, no pun intended again. After about 2 hours, where Team 6 practiced some techniques and trained a little, the white-haired man arrived with his classic orange book and his gaze totally focused on that book. Once he realized that his students were looking at him strangely and he said, "Kakashi. Sorry for the delay, a black cat crossed my path and I had to take the long way." He said this with a drop of sweat on his forehead. "Satsuki. Don't be a liar sensei, it's clear that you were reading that book the whole way and that's why it took so long." These words from the Uchiha caused a small nervous laugh from Kakashi. After everything calmed down, Kakashi ordered them to line up, one next to the other. "Don't be stupid." Once this order was fulfilled, Kakashi began to explain what the training would consist of. "Kakashi. Today's training will be a little less intense than the next ones, just because it's the first. Well, today we will focus on chakra control, theories about how to use it, and above all the correct way to use chakra in a technique so as not to waste a lot of chakra on a jutsu." Naruto, as I could see in the start test, you already know how to control your chakra at a high level, so you will focus on your own training. I know you have some jutsu scrolls saved, so you can train with them for today. Those were the words of the experienced Jounin. After those words everyone immediately started training. Naruto and Kurumi went to the lake that was in the training camp. Both knew what they had to train. Naruto's training was going to consist mostly of perfecting a technique that he had been practicing for a few weeks, also in reading books of ninja strategies and history of Konoha, among other things. All the training of the Uchiha brothers consisted of the exercise of climbing trees and walking on water. Once they completed the 2 exercises in about 3 hours, the next step was the exercise of the leaf, which would take 2 hours to complete. Finally it would be reading books of chakra control, correct use of chakra in jutsus, and the basics to develop a new affinity. Reading this would take 4 hours. The training would end at 4 p.m. to go eat something and then go to the Hokage office to claim a mission. Once the 4 ate something, they went to the Hokage tower to claim a mission as I mentioned before. When they arrived at the Hokage tower they were greeted by the receptionist, who upon hearing the Jounin's request to speak with the Hokage, agreed to let them in. Once inside they greeted each other cordially. Minato. Hello Kakashi-san, I see that you brought your team, the most logical thing would be that they want a mission, right? Kakashi. That's right, Hokage-sama, my team and I want a mission, I think we're ready for a class A or B mission, said Kakashi with a confident look. Minato. Kakashi, you know they're just genin, right? Asked the Hokage with a voice a little unsure of giving them the mission. Kakashi. Hokage-sama, you yourself have seen the performance of this team, these genin have more to offer than themselves. I think the perfect way to test them in a situation where things could get complicated would be in a class A or B mission. Although they are genin they have proven to be stronger than common genin, the white-haired man responded, more than sure of his team. Minato, seeing Kakashi's safety, decided to give them a rank B mission, which consisted of escorting a famous bridge builder named Tazuna. Minato. Okay Kakashi, you convinced me, I'm going to give you a rank B mission, it will be easy, and I don't think it will be difficult for you. Your mission will be to escort a famous builder called Tazuna, he is from the country of waves. After saying these words, Minato would send an Anbu to look for Tazuna. Once Tazuna made an appearance, he gave his opinion on the team that was in front of him. Tazuna. These children are my escorts, they look like a bunch of idiots, exactly the blonde one, he seems like he could do something, said the old man, a little drunk. Minato. Calm down Mr. Tazuna, these ninjas are more than qualified for this job, plus one of my best shinobi will go with them, I can assure you that you will arrive safely to your destination. This was said by the older blonde, calming the old Tazuna a little. After this interaction between the builder and the shinobi, Minato gave the date and time of departure. They would leave the next morning. The rest of the day the team spent having fun together. The next morning. Konoha Gates 9:30 a.m. At the gates of Konoha we can see Team 6 waiting for Kakashi. As always, Kakashi arrived 10 minutes later. Once everyone was gathered they checked supplies and made a count of the weapons they were carrying. When everything was ready they left for the land of waves. When they were going along the road they saw a puddle of water, something strange for the area they were in, because in that area it hadn't rained for several weeks. How could a puddle be on the road if it hadn't rained for a long time? The other option is that it was a trap, the whole team realized this. Once the Devil Brothers came out of hiding to attack, they were knocked down by Sasuke and Naruto, who jumped to do a collaboration jutsu between Futon and Kaiten. The jutsu killed them instantly, leaving Satsuki and Tazuna out of danger. When Kakashi came out of the tree, he mentioned something that would make Tazuna tense. His words were. Kakashi. Those were Chunins of the mist, and it was clear who they were after. Mr. Tazuna, do you have something to say? He said this while staring at Tazuna. Tazuna. I'm sorry for lying to you, since my town is a poor town because of Gato, we can't afford to pay the cost of a class A mission. I know it was wrong to lie to you, but I did it for a reason, and I hope you understand me. That was what Tazuna said with a sad voice. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, I propose that we continue with the mission. This type of mission was what we were looking for. This is an opportunity to test our power, and a way to save a town oppressed by the clutches of a mobster. That sounds interesting, right? Those words from Naruto made Kakashi change his mind about whether or not to continue with the mission. Sasuke and Satsuki nodded at Naruto's words because they also wanted to continue with the mission, not only for themselves and to test their abilities, but also for Tazuna and his village. Kakashi. Okay team, if everyone agrees to continue, let's go ahead then, we'll speed up El Paso to get there a little faster. Naruto, you'll carry Tazuna on your back. After saying that, Kakashi started running through the trees followed by his team. After running for almost a kilometer, Kakashi suddenly shouted down. His team heeded the sudden order. As they crouched above their heads a giant sword passed by and stuck into a tree that was a few meters away from them. After the sword stuck in, a large and burly man appeared on top of it. Well, what we have here is Kakashi of the Sharigan, and I see that he also brought his genin team. I never imagined that you would become a sensei. Kakashi. That man said these words with a somewhat macabre tone and a visible grim smile, despite his mouth being covered. Kakashi. Wow, it's the demon's Abusa. I never thought you were behind this builder. Did you fall so low as to do this? Kakashi said it with the same tone as Abusa. After those words, Kakashi took out a kunai and added chakra to it to make it more resistant. Once done, Kakashi got into a fighting stance and both launched themselves simultaneously against each other. Welcome to Nami no Kumi. Kakashi and Zabuza clashed weapons with a clear advantage for Zabuza for obvious reasons, followed by that clash came several exchanges of blows and swords, of course, if you can call sword, the kunai covered in Kaka's chakra. Zabuza, seeing that the battle was not going anywhere, created 2 water clones to distract Kakashi with an alleged attack on his genins. Kakashi ate the distraction like fresh ramen in front of Naruto. Zabuza took advantage of that moment to lock Kakashi in a water prison. Kakashi, seeing the possible death of his genins, would give the order to escape from that place as quickly as possible. Naruto, seeing this situation, would direct Sasuke, Satsuki and Tazuna to a place out of range of the clones. Once in the tree, he would whisper to Sasuke and Satsuki a little plan. The plan was to take advantage of the disadvantage of the Suiton against the Doton, a nature that Naruto obviously possesses. Well, let's continue with the plan. Sasuke and Satsuki had to use Taijutsu or elemental ninjutsu until leaving the clones in a free situation for Naruto to finish them off. They shouldn't have so many problems if we know the Taijutsu capacity of the Uchiha. Satsuki and Sasuke were trained by the clan leader, therefore they should have a good level of Taijutsu and ninjutsu. Sorry if you don't like it, but I have to do it this way to give value to the characters. But Zabuza and Kakashi. Zabuza. Kakashi, I don't want to kill you, I just want to hold you back and capture you to make sure you don't get in the way of my mission. The swordsman said this with a somewhat empty voice. Kakashi. Zabuza, my death doesn't matter to me, I just want those 3 to live so that they can become great shinobi. They will be the light of hope in this dark world full of people who betray you when you least expect it. I believe in them and they believe in me. I'm going to get out of this damn prison and I'll beat you. To continue with this mission, I'll do it at all costs. Kakashi said these words with a motivating tone of voice, something rare to see in the Zabuza. Wow, Kakashi, I never thought I'd hear those words from you. You're a man who has killed many enemy ninjas without any kind of mercy. This comment was said with a mocking tone. Kakashi. How are you going to talk about killing, bastard? You killed all your classmates. Don't tell me that. This was the moment when Kakashi left his indifferent side to opt for a more appropriate and aggressive one. Just after those screams, Satsuki and Sasuke arrived to face the clones. Naruto was with Tazuna behind the Uchihas. Kakashi. What are you doing here? I didn't tell you to escape. Kakashi had a tone of confusion and some anger at the act of his genins. Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, we will not leave a companion behind. It is useless to complete a simple mission if your companions come out seriously injured or something even worse. Sasuke put passion in those words and made it clear that he was not going to leave. Satsuki. That's true, Kakashi-sensei, we won't leave without you. What hurts the most in life is losing someone close or a family member. That emptiness you feel inside is inexplicable, and I refuse to let that happen again. Satsuki said these words remembering the departure of a certain blonde. Naruto. Apparently this became a sentimental scene. I do not want to be the only one who does not speak here, so, Kakashi-sensei, you more than anyone know what it is to lose a partner, lose for the death of Obito. You will wonder how I know that, right? That is not important. The important thing is that his words are never forgotten. Those words were, those ninjas who fail are considered trash, but those who abandon a friend are worse than trash. Naruto said it with a smile and a clear intention of fighting to free Kakashi. Kakashi, hearing these words, couldn't help but remember that moment, that damned moment that if it weren't for his arrogance, wouldn't have happened. That made him feel proud of his genins. Despite being genins, they wouldn't make the same mistake he made as a jounin. After this small sentimental moment, Sasuke and Satsuki launched themselves against the water clones, starting a Taijutsu confrontation. The fight was somewhat even with a small advantage in favor of the clones. The blows went back and forth from both sides. Sasuke vs water clone. The fight started with a strong blow from Sasuke that hit the clone's face. Clearly this did not have as much effect as Sasuke expected. After that impact, Sasuke gave 2 strong kicks, one in the clone's face and the other in the clone's stomach. The clone that was on the ground due to the impact of the 2 stops got up as if nothing had happened. That simple act made Sasuke swallow heavily before continuing the fight. The water clone attacked Sasuke with a combo of kicks and punches, ending with a kick to Sasuke's chin, leaving him in the air exposed to a direct hit. The clone made several hand positions and shouted Suiton. Water pillar jutsu. On the ground below Sasuke, a pillar of water began to form that directly hit the young Uchiha's back. Once the Uchiha fell, blood came out of his mouth. The water clone was slowly approaching Sasuke. When it was in front of him, it stared at him and raised its sword to attack him. When the sword was close to Sasuke, he quickly got up, passing under the clone's legs, positioning himself behind the clone, where he gave him a strong blow to the back of the neck, followed by a kick to his knees to leave the clone kneeling. It was at that moment that Sasuke gave himself a strong kick that hit him square in the face, leaving the clone on the ground. Naruto, seeing the clone on the ground, made several hand positions, stamped his hands against the ground and shouted Doton. Kanjiki Takina Kuretsu, followed by that shout a crack began to open towards the clone. Once the clone fell into the crack, Naruto brought his hands together and followed the crack to the hill, quickly crushing the water clone. Otsutsuki vs water clone. Water clone. Surrender girl, you won't be able to defeat me. I will crush you brutally, and I will feel an indescribable pleasure when I hear your bones breaking and see the blood that will flow from your wounds, which will satisfy as much as a banquet after a night's work. This was said with a sadistic tone and a grim smile. Otsutsuki. Many words, few actions, show me that you will crush me, you are only a clone, I can handle it, said the Uchiha with a confident tone, briefly looking at the fight between Sasuke and the other clone. After this exchange of words the fight began, the clone took out his sword and launched some cuts, not as fast as you would expect from a strongman like Zabuza or well his clone. Satsuki dedicated himself to dodging the cuts until he saw an opportunity to connect a kick to the chest, followed by 2 more stops to the face. When he touched the ground he released a strong blow, and with precise movements, he began to hit strongly the Zabuza clone. The clone got tired of the blows and decided to start a more even fight by hitting the young woman in the face, drawing a little blood from her nose. After this strong blow, the clone kicked her in the stomach, followed by 2 quick blows to the face, and was going to finish with a downward cut to try to cut her in half. Satsuki recomposed herself and dodged a slash only to see another slash. She spun back and pushed herself up, while going into the air she did several hand positions, and just as she fell on her feet she shouted Raiten. Sen no Akai Kumsen no Jutsu, followed by the scream. Numerous red rays came out of Satsuki's hands that headed towards the clone, partially paralyzing it. When the clone was paralyzed, Satsuki, after doing more hand positions, shouted Raiten. Arashi no Kami no Jutsu, and from the red rays came out an electric wolf and hit the Zabuza clone. Naruto, taking advantage of that, made several hand positions and shouted Doten. Sekiden no Jutsu, and from Naruto's mouth came out many stone bullets that riddled the Zabuza clone, defeating him. Note. The 2 battles happened simultaneously and in story time they were a few minutes apart. The 3 genins, after defeating the 2 clones, stood several meters from the original Zabuza. The 3 made hand positions and shouted. Sasuke. Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. Satsuki. Kaiten. Kakaku no Jutsu. Naruto. Fuiten. Kirik no Kaitai no Jutsu. From the mouth of each Uchiha came out a fairly large ball of fire. In both cases, from Naruto's mouth came out a strong current of air that empowered the 2 balls of fire that ended up merging and forming a large flame of fire that covered the lake completely. Zabuza, seeing the great flame, annulled his technique with which he kept Kakashi prisoner and tried to put out the flame with a water dragon jutsu, but it had no effect and the flame hit Zabuza directly, causing him a lot of damage, apart from serious burns. Kakashi had saved himself from the technique using a substitution jutsu with a large rock that was next to his genins. Zabuza, after receiving the attack, tried to get up, but 3 senbones hit his neck, leaving him in a state of false death. Team 6 quickly stood guard around Tazuna but left their positions when they saw an Anbu come down from the trees and speak. Anbu. Thank you very much for leaving Zabuza in a serious state so that I could finish him off. I have been looking for the Katana Shinobi, Zabuza Mamachi, for a long time. I greatly appreciate your indirect help. With your permission, I will have to take his body to the village to examine it and burn it. This was said by the Anbu who had fired the Sennin. Kakashi. Oh sure, no problem, just let me check his condition before you go, said Kakashi, and then walked and checked Zabuza's condition, realizing that he was hypothetically dead. Anbu. I want to thank you again, I hope to see you again sometime, goodbye. After saying this the Anbu disappeared among the trees and left the field of vision of the ninjas. Kakashi and his team continued on their way as if nothing had happened. When everyone was on the small boat, Kakashi spoke to break the silence. Kakashi. Tazuna-san, you paid the price for a rank B mission that officially after this incident became rank A. As I said before, with the Devilish Brothers the mission continues despite the increase in rank, Kakashi said, looking at Tazuna at the beginning to end, looking at everyone in general. Naruto. Guys, said Naruto to get everyone's attention, which he achieved. Naruto. I have something to confess, I have medical skills so I can cure them, said Naruto, while pointing at Satsuki to begin healing her quickly. In a few seconds he healed the entire team, and rarely did Satsuki, Sasuke and Kakashi's reserves run out when Naruto healed them. Kakashi. Naruto, you are a prodigy, not only you, but also you, Sasuke. Satsuki, I was very surprised to see your short battle with the clones, and I was even more surprised when I saw the collaborative jutsu you did, that is lethal if applied at the right time. I congratulate you, you are more than prepared for this mission, or a more dangerous rank, said Kakashi with a smile under his mask. Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei, why do you say that we are ready to continue this mission? Isn't it supposed to be easy from here on out? With Zabuza gone, I don't think it will be difficult, right? Sasuke said in a confused tone. Naruto and Kakashi. Zabuza is alive, said teacher and student simultaneously, leaving the two Uchihas a little scared. Satsuki. But Kakashi-sensei, you yourself checked Zabuza's condition before the Anbu took him away, said Satsuki with an even more confused tone. Kakashi. It was my mistake at the time, I didn't think clearly because of the adrenaline from the previous fight, said Kakashi with a blush of embarrassment. Sasuke. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke asked, clearly confused. Naruto. What Kakashi-sensei means is that Zabuza is alive and it is possible that he will attack again. The reason is because of the weapons used by the Anbu. The senbones are weapons used to immobilize your opponent, not to kill him. Also, the area where the senbones impacted was in a non-vital area. It is most likely that it left him in a state of false death, said Naruto, leaving everyone thoughtful. The trip continued normally and calmly, leaving aside the topic of Zabuza. Team 6 and Tazuna talked about various anecdotes and stories to pass the time before arriving at Nami no Kumi. When they arrived at the Land of Waves, the ninjas were surprised and saddened by the poor state of that town. Tazuna explained that it was common to see vilac such as theft, conflicts, and even poor places. Naruto. This place doesn't look good, what's causing this? Mr. Tazuna asked Naruto, seeing the poor condition of the town. Tazuna. This town cannot prosper due to the lack of connection to the mainland. Without buyers for our businesses or sellers to trade, we cannot advance, and due to scarce resources, some choose to steal or call houses, but I will change that. I will build a bridge to connect this town with the outside and thus get us out of poverty. Those words made everyone smile because with them on the mission, building the bridge would be easier and clearer. Thanks to the cage bunchen of a blonde, everything would be even easier. Team 6 and Tazuna walked towards his house. Once they arrived, a beautiful young woman with black eyes and dark blue hair opened the door and let them in. Everyone was sitting talking about various things while Tsunami and Naruto were making dinner. Kakashi, Sasuke and Satsuki had doubts about how Naruto knew how to cook, but they let it go. After setting the table and serving the food, everyone said a quick prayer and ate quietly. Once everyone had eaten, Naruto and Tsunami cleaned the dirty dishes. And when they finished all that, Tsunami took Team 6 to a guest room that had 2 beds. Naruto offered that Sasuke and Satsuki sleep in one and Kakashi in the other. He was going to sleep on the sofa. Sasuke quickly protested and said he was going to sleep on the sofa, while Naruto and Satsuki in the bed. Perverted face Satsuki was going to protest, but saw that Sasuke winked at her and understood what he wanted to achieve. Needless to mention that Satsuki blushed completely and turned away to avoid seeing Naruto's face. Naruto wanted to deny that, but Sasuke insisted so much on sleeping on the couch that he ended up accepting. Once everything was decided, each member of the team went to their respective place to sleep. Naruto took out a scroll from his clothes and took out a scroll from his backpack. He applied some chakra to the scroll, and after a puff, a small wardrobe came out from which he took out a white t-shirt with a Uzumaki kanji on the front and a Uzumaki symbol on the back. He also took out some black shorts. After taking out the clothes, he sealed the wardrobe again in the scroll and went to take a bath. Once he finished the bath, he changed and lay down on the bed with Satsuki, another perverted face. Several hours passed and Naruto and Satsuki could not fall asleep. Both young people could not sleep for reasons that neither of them knew. Naruto asked Satsuki softly. Naruto. Hey Satsuki, are you still awake? The blonde asked his partner softly. Satsuki. Yes Naruto-kun, I can't sleep, but I don't know why, replied the Uchiha in a low tone, so as not to wake anyone up. Naruto. I can't sleep either. Do you want to go out on the roof to see the moon and stars? Naruto asked with a little hope. Satsuki. Of course. The Uchiha shouted, a little excited by the blonde's question, but quickly covered her mouth with her hands to avoid making another loud noise and blushing at her reaction to the question. Both young people went up to the roof and sat next to each other. The moon shone like never before, the sky was clear, and the stars also shone like never before. Naruto. This is beautiful, said the blonde with a wide smile and a calm tone. Satsuki. If tonight is beautiful, I feel calm and peaceful right now, said Satsuki equally with a smile on her face. Naruto. I mean your beauty, said Naruto with a smile looking into Satsuki's eyes. Satsuki wouldn't answer and would stay with a noticeable blush on her face. Her eyes began to become watery and her mouth began to tremble a little. She tried to find words to answer, but she couldn't. Naruto, seeing the Uchiha's gestures, decided to speak again. Naruto. I know this may not be reciprocated, but I want to ask you to be my BF, Naruto said, before being cut off by a soft kiss that Satsuki planted on him. The kiss was something magical for both of them, the moonlight falling on them, the soft whisper of the fireflies floating around them, and the clear love that both emanated towards each other. The kiss lasted a few minutes of pure passion and love. When they separated, they looked into each other's eyes and blushed at each other. They both hugged each other and continued looking at the beautiful moon. Satsuki. Naruto-kun. Yes, said the Uchiha. Naruto got a little confused and let the Uchiha continue. Satsuki. I mean, if I want to be your girlfriend, I want to spend my days with a man who loves me as I am, and not for the clan I'm in, and I'm sure that you have that quality and many others that represent a great man, shinobi and human being, Otsutsuki said with a genuine smile, and still with a blush present on her cheeks. Naruto was now the one who had no words and instinctively brought Otsutsuki closer to his chest, and both remained in a comfortable silence. After about 2 hours they went in, laid down and slept peacefully. The battle at the Great Naruto Bridge. The day after the battle with Zabuza, at 1 p.m. Kakashi took his genins to the forest to train them. The 3 genins were sitting in front of Kakashi, who was bandaged in his wounds and walked on crutches. Kakashi. Today I'm going to teach you a jutsu. The jutsu that I'm going to teach you will be Kaiten style. The jutsu will be the Kaiten Hajush plus Kinrik no jutsu of rank B, said Kakashi, while he made the corresponding hand positions for the jutsu and showed it. Naruto. Excuse me Kakashi-sensei, I already know how to do that jutsu, he said, Naruto with one hand on his head and a drop on his forehead. Kakashi. Well, in that case you can practice your own jutsus or practice taijutsu, or in any case you can take the day off while I help these two, said Kakashi at the end, pointing to the 2 Uchihas. Naruto just nodded and went far away from the location of his companions. Once he was far enough away he placed an extremely resistant barrier so that it could resist the jutsus he was going to practice. Naruto stood in the middle of the field, made 350 shadow clones. Naruto divided the clones into 5 groups, which would practice a different jutsu. The first group would practice the Imten Kami no Kaisen no Taika no Jutsu, which was a rank A jutsu. The second group would practice the Hyoten Senaru Himej no Jutsu of rank A. The third group would practice the Jiten Satetsuyama no Aim no Jutsu of rank S. The fourth group would practice Ranten Sen no Arashi no Kick no Jutsu of rank S. And the last group would practice the Jinten God Dotasudo no Aim no Jutsu of S rank. These 5 jutsus were very dangerous for the opponent. The first one created a giant torrent of lava that directly impacted the opponent. The second creates a giant ice monster that has a monstrous attack force, excuse the redundancy. The third created a shower of sharp iron sand spikes that could easily pierce through any opponent. The room created a sphere of very concentrated Ranten chakra. Once the sphere falls in a place it creates a gigantic electrical explosion that electrifies everything inside. The fifth is the most dangerous jutsu that Naruto would practice because it creates a rain of dust that when it comes into contact with a human body it begins to slowly disintegrate it. The only way to escape is with very advanced barrier jutsus, and even then it is not safe to dodge it. 8 hours of hard training passed where Naruto and his clones managed to advance in the control of all the jutsus that he practiced. Naruto also used the wood element to rebuild all the nature that he destroyed and created some more lakes to make life easier. The 2 Uchihas managed to learn both jutsus and moderately minimize the chakra expenditure of both jutsus. The team met for dinner at Izuna's house. Naruto took a bath and changed his clothes. This time he put on some normal white shorts, a shirt with a panda bear design, some shinobi sandals and the ninja headband on his forehead. Otsutsuki and Tsunami shouted kawaii and hugged the poor blonde almost to the point of suffocating. After almost dying, Naruto helped Tsunami finish the food, which thanked him for the help. After serving the food and a quick prayer, everyone started to eat. After 1 hour everyone was sleeping except Naruto, who was talking to Kurumi and Kagami about the talent of the 2 Uchihas and about a possible group training led by one of them. In Naruto's mind. Kurumi. Naruto-kun, I think they have a lot of talent to learn. You just have to see how both of them learn those 2 jutsus that you taught them and the one that the one-eyed man taught them today. If they try hard to learn something they can achieve it more easily than many genins or even chunins. For the chunin exams, I will teach them a few things to make it easier for them, said the kitsune, thinking about the potential of the Uchiha duo. Naruto. I think it would be right to teach him some jutsus, improve his taijutsu and some other accessories. I think you could do it in the month of training that takes place before the finals of the Chunin exams, said Naruto, thinking about Kurumi's words. Kagami. Hey, what are you doing awake at this hour? Go to sleep already, said Kagama, waking up to say the words and going back to sleep, one said, leaving an I'm-style drops on Naruto and Kurumi's foreheads. The two continued the conversation until Naruto had to go out to sleep. Naruto left his mental space and then fell asleep the moment he closed his eyes. The next day Naruto went out to the forest to meditate. When he arrived at a small flat place he began to meditate until he fell asleep. I don't know how to describe this individual XD. He woke him up. Naruto saw the person who had woken him up. According to Naruto, she was a pretty girl. Naruto spoke in a normal tone. Naruto. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, what's your name? Naruto said, introducing himself to the person in front of him. Hello Naruto-san, I'm Haku. I was wondering what you were doing sleeping here in the middle of the forest. Judging by your hit I see you're a Konoha ninja, said the now introduced Haku. Naruto. The truth is that I was supposed to be training chakra control, said Naruto with one hand behind his head. Haku? Why do you train if you look so strong? Haku asked, waiting for the young man's answer. Naruto. I train to protect my loved ones, there's no point in becoming strong if you have no one to protect, Naruto responded animatedly with a nostalgic smile, thinking about those happy moments that happened with his loved ones. Haku. You're absolutely right, Naruto-kun, true strength is what you get when you protect your loved ones, if you continue on the path of good you'll go very far, said Haku with a slight smile. Naruto. Thanks for the words, Haku, but tell me, what is a girl doing in the middle of the forest? Naruto asked with pure curiosity. Haku. First of all, I am a man and answering your question, I am in the forest to collect medicinal herbs to help a loved one who is hurt, Haku replied as he turned around and walked slowly saying the words, see you later Naruto-kun. Naruto laughed out loud at Haku's comment and replied. Naruto. Hahaha, yeah, sure man. Hahaha, and what am I? A Martian from space who hid his head as a baby? Naruto said, laughing out loud. Haku? I don't understand, said Haku with a drop of sweat and a poker face. Naruto. I mean you can't fool my senses, I can clearly see a subtle movement of your hips when I see you walk, I don't want to sound perverted, but I can also notice a lump in your chest very well hidden in those clothes of yours, and finally your smell is the smell of a woman, Naruto explained to Haku who was surprised. Haku was speechless and could only utter how. But her doubt was resolved when she analyzed the blonde's answer that she had given before, after the surprise passed, Haku said goodbye to continue collecting her medicinal herbs. Haku? I have to go Naruto-kun, I have to continue collecting medicinal herbs for my friend, I hope that fate decides to meet us again, sometime Haku said goodbye with a genuine smile, and then turned around and walked slowly. Naruto. Haku, say hello to Zabuza for me, said Naruto with a foxy smile that turned into a full-blown laugh. Haku turned around with a nervous bead of sweat and a face like 1,000 dead people, with a nervous voice and a tell me he didn't say that expression. Haku? How do you know that? Haku asked, choked with nerves. Naruto. It was easy to deduce, first, the senbones you threw hit a non-lethal place, how do I know it was you? Well, I am a sensor, and I only have to feel your chakra and compare it with the Anbu that took Zabuza, there is no difference between the chakras, therefore it is you. Second, the fact that you are looking for medicinal herbs for a friend, lets me know that that friend of yours is injured, judging by the previous chakra point, we know that you are that person. It is logical to think that that friend is Zabuza because he was injured in that battle in the forest, if the Anbu goes to the forest to look for medicinal herbs to heal someone injured, and it was the same Anbu that took Zabuza injured, it is clear to think that Naruto responded calmly and with a face of its simple logic pro-o. Haku? I didn't expect that from a genin, you are quite skilled both physically and mentally speaking, you will go far Naruto-kun, well now I have to go said Haku after analyzing Naruto's words, and then walked further into the forest. Naruto after losing Haku from his side on the way to the village, once he arrived at Tazuna's house, he asked Tsunami about her team, she replied that they were in the courtyard training, Naruto went to the courtyard to see what they were doing. Kakashi was teaching the Uchiha's 2 jutsus, this time they were of Raiten element, the jutsus were Raiten. Denki no Jutsu rank C and Raiten. Denki no Bunshin rank B. They had been locking both jutsus all day, Naruto leaned against a tree to see the Uchiha brothers, he saw the mistake of both, so he went towards them and greeted. Naruto. Hello Sasuke, Satsuki and Kakashi-sensei, how is training going? Naruto said asked with a smile on his face. Sasuke. Hello Naruto, well this damn jutsu is very difficult. Sasuke responded with a very high and somewhat frustrated tone. Satsuki. Hello Whiskers-kun, could you help us with this jutsu please Z said Satsuki applying the dangerous SSSSS rank jutsu, the infamous puppy eyes jutsu. Naruto. Okay, I'll help you master this jutsu, listen clearly said Naruto to get the attention of his 2 companions. Sasuke and Satsuki sat in front of Naruto and were excited because they were finally going to learn the blessed Raiten jutsu, Kakashi just leaned against a nearby tree to watch his genins train. Naruto. Before continuing with the jutsus you have to improve your chakra control, I want you to sit in lotus flower and take a leaf and place it on your foreheads, then concentrate on your interior, find your inner peace, calm your mind and chakra, once done that send a soft flow of chakra to the leaf, and try not to drop the leaf he said. The Uchihas did that and mastered it in 1 hour and a half, after that exercise Naruto taught them, and explained the following chakra control exercise, which consisted of moving a kunai throughout their body using only chakra. The exercise was mastered in 2 hours and 20 minutes, after this exercise they took a break to eat something, after resting for about 25 minutes they trained again, this time they did both exercises at the same time, this clearly lasted longer than the 2 exercises before, they lasted about 4 hours. After doing those 3 exercises, Naruto ordered them to try to do the Denki no Bunshin, which to the surprise of both Uchihas the jutsu worked. Both Uchihas hugged Naruto for the help. After separating from the hug, Satsuki gave him a soft kiss on the lips, to the surprise of Sasuke and Kakashi, who looked with bulging eyes and confused faces. Naruto quickly reciprocated the kiss and then transformed the soft kiss into a battle of tongues. That lasted about 2 minutes before separating and blushing mutually, seeing the face of his sensei and partner Naruto decided to explain the relationship that Satsuki and him had. Sasuke took it well, for Sasuke Naruto was like a brother, so he had no problem with the relationship. Kakashi thought Naruto was cunning to catch Satsuki so that when he grows up boom he could make his move. After the stupor Kakashi took his genins inside the house so that everyone could take a bath and rest until dinner. Satsuki was the first to bathe and change her clothes. The new clothes she wore consisted of a white top that left the Uchiha's flat stomach visible, short shorts down to her knees that highlighted her blue ninja sandals. She also wore a hairstyle of 2 high pigtails and a ninja band on her right thigh. Then it was Sasuke's turn. His clothes consisted of a black and red t-shirt with the Uchiha logo on the back, white shorts with a grey ninja pocket on the back, his blue ninja sandals and his ninja band on his forehead. Finally it was Naruto. His clothing consisted of a white t-shirt that was under a black and white sweatshirt, black jeans ripped on the left knee, his ninja sandals, but this time in white and his ninja band on his forehead. The 3 genin looked good and had a fresh look. According to me XD, leave your opinion, let it not be a war please. Naruto stared at Satsuki with a visible blush on his cheeks and his nerves shot up, while in his mind, Kagami and Kurumi were smiling at the state of their Jinchuriki. Satsuki, seeing Naruto's gaze and the state he was in, also blushed. Naruto approached her and they held hands to go down the stairs together. Thoughts of Kakashi, Sasuke and Tazuna. What sweets those 2 are, the 3 of them thought with a wide smile in the case of Tazuna and Sasuke and a discreet smile on the part of the one-eyed man. Tsunami had thoughts like, how beautiful is young love or what a beautiful couple they make and that kind of thing. After a few moments everyone sat down at the table to start. When they were eating, a little boy under the stairs hearing Team 6 talking about the possible attack of Zabuza in a few days. Inari. Why try? You will only be brutally murdered by GATL. Give up and flee from this place. Your efforts will be insignificant. Shouted Tazuna's little grandson. Naruto crossed out those words as stupid, but since it was a child who said them he decided to respond in a wiser way than the anime. Naruto. I disagree with that thought. I don't know what led you to think that way, but let me tell you something small. You have to overcome what has happened in the past. I have suffered a lot in this world of ignorant people, but I have never backed down from that suffering. You have to do that, never back down from the atrocities that destiny has in store for you. You have to show the future that you have enough courage to face everything that comes. Said Naruto, leaving everyone thoughtful. Inari ran down the stairs. Naruto stared at the stairs thinking about that little boy who ran away a few moments ago. He let the thought pass and continued eating until he left his plate empty. Then he helped Tsunami wash the dishes and finally he went to sleep next to Satsuki. Everyone slept deeply and peacefully. Somewhere else with Zabuza. Haku? Zabuza-sama, we can't attack them yet, you're not in a condition, Haku said desperately. Zabuza. Calm down Haku, I'm fine, we have to attack before they get stronger and they will come with us, said Zabuza, referring to 2 people. Haku? You mean those 2, right? Haku said doubtfully. Zabuza. Of course I mean those 2, we will leave now to meet up with them before 4 in the morning, then we will leave for a cabin near that position to replenish energy and eat something, then when it is 7 in the morning we will leave for Nami no Kumi and ambush them when they are on the bridge to have an advantage because of the water. Zabuza responded, also giving a plan of what they would do. When Zabuza was about to get up, a small man entered the room with a mocking expression. That man was the Tycoon Gaten. Gaten? You know something Zabuza, I changed my mind about your contract, Gaten said with a small mocking smile. Zabuza. What do you mean dwarf, explain yourself, the swordsman said with a confused tone. Gaten? I mean that I no longer need your services, you are too expensive to just kill some brats and a one-eyed man. I would replace you with Tim, he is a high-level renegade chunin and does not charge as much as you, the dwarf explained while the aforementioned Tim entered through the door. Tim had a chunin outfit like any other, but he wore a black trench coat and did not wear a ninja headband. He also wore a chakatme at his waist. Zabuza. Watch what you say, you shitty dwarf, or I'll decapitate you right now. Said Zabuza while pointing with his kubikurumjm. Then was going to jump to Gaten's aid, but Haku created an ice sword and sliced off the poor Tim's head. Zabuza. It was not necessary to cut off Haku's head, it was enough to castrate him and leave him dying on the ground, said Zabuza with visible disinterest. Gaten was very scared when he saw Ten's head rolling on the ground and seeing the river of blood didn't help. Haku was on guard in case it was necessary to cut something else in the room. Zabuza just made a sign to Haku to leave the room, and from there they left to meet up with the two people they needed. Adam couldn't stand it anymore and did what anyone would do when seeing someone being decapitated. He fainted. The place was plunged into the sound of drops falling from the head of the deceased him. That silence ended when several of Gatom's subordinates arrived to come to his aid. With Team 6. Naruto woke up at 6 a.m. to clear his mind and practice chakra control. He returned home at approximately 2 p.m. When he arrived he was surprised to find his companions were on the bridge helping Tazuna. He stayed at home for half an hour more to eat something. When he was about to leave the bridge he thought that they could attack the house in the absence of shinobi, so he left 2 clones in the house to protect it, then he ran out when he felt several chakras invading the bridge. When he arrived he could feel Haku and Zabuza's chakra, but there were also 2 more chakras, one almost at Zabuza's level and the other with a lower level. When he approached the battle he saw that Sasuke and Haku were fighting on equal terms, until Haku used his Hyoten. Satsuki was fighting an enemy she failed to recognize, but saw that they were equally matched in every sense of the word. Kakashi was fighting against Zabuza and another shinobi that Naruto recognized as Kushimaru Kurayer, another member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Naruto smiled slightly and appeared in Kakashi's battle. Kakashi. Until you finally arrive, Naruto said, Kakashi positioning himself next to Naruto. Naruto. That's exactly what Mr. Punctuality is talking about, Naruto responded with a discreet smile. Zabuza. Enough talking, let's start the battle, said Zabuza with a somewhat annoyed tone while tightening his grip on Kubikuramjima. Naruto expelled a bit of his chakra from his right arm, and from the same arm came his sword Kashihiri, leaving the ninjas present in shock. Kakashi was going to ask, but decided to leave the questions for later. Naruto adopted the position of his Kenjutsu style, and to surprise those present even more, Naruto activated his Ketsugan, the purple one. Kakashi almost got carried away, but managed to control himself, since he would get his answers after the battle. Naruto vs Kushimaru. Kushimaru attacked first with several high-speed slashes from his Nabari. Naruto quickly blocked each slash and, after unbalancing Kushimaru with a kick to his feet, counter-attacked with a direct thrust to the abdomen, which Kushimaru dodged with a jump back. Kushimaru. You're good, kid. What's your name? I want to know it before I kill you. Said the Katana shinobi in a somewhat creepy tone. Naruto. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and I am in charge of killing you, said Naruto at first with a normal tone, but culminating with a tone devoid of emotions. After those words Naruto looked at Kushimaru's mask and said with the same empty tone. Naruto. How about we start with that mask of yours? Naruto said with the previous tone while he launched himself towards Kushimaru. Naruto positioned himself in front of Kushimaru and launched a horizontal slash that was blocked by Kushimaru, and then began the exchange of attacks. Kushimaru attacked with a cut directed diagonally towards the face that was countered by the sword of the blonde that upon contact with Kushimaru's sword rays came out of his sword to impact with Kushimaru, who fell to the ground with some cuts on his arms as a result of the sharp electricity that had impacted him a few moments ago. Kushimaru. What the hell was that? Shouted the Nabari user. Naruto took the trouble to explain to him, NMMS Naruto is your enemy V. Naruto. That's a special technique of my sword. I can use a little of my chakra to send it to the sword and it reacts in different ways. That was one of those ways, said Naruto with a disinterested tone and his eyes on Kushimaru. Naruto quickly moved to the left to avoid the thrust of a dangerous Nabari. Kushimaru thought, I've got him, and made a movement with his hand so that the Nabari would return. Naruto saw this and ducked down, watching as the sword passed over him at high speed. Kushimaru took the sword in the air and jumped towards Naruto, who only made a hand sign and whispered. Raiden, Dinjiki no Haiho no Jutsu expulsion electromagnetismo no jutsu. From Naruto's body came some powerful rays that headed towards Kushimaru. Once they hit the body of the aforementioned happened, immediately after Kushimaru flew out with large cuts on his body, and some rays still present in some parts of his body. Kushimaru fell like a sack of potatoes to the floor. Once on the floor Naruto approached and put his sword to Kushimaru's neck, which only deigned to say. Kushimaru. Kill me here and now. I have lost the only thing that mattered to me, my honor. Do what you told me at the beginning of our confrontation. Remember that you said you would kill me. Well, keep those words, said the dying Kushimaru with a weak tone due to his wounds. He was looking at the person who had defeated him, waiting for an answer. Naruto just nodded slowly and proceeded to stab his sword into Kushimaru's heart, killing him instantly. Naruto stared at Kushimaru's dead body and thought. Naruto. That was my first kill as a genin. He died honorably and kept his honor, even though he thought he didn't, Naruto thought as he sealed Kushimaru's body in a scroll. After sealing the body, Naruto went to his companions. Because Kakashi had gone away to battle in peace, Naruto saw Sasuke and Satsuki fighting against Haku. Sasuke and Satsuki were injured by the technique that Haku was using, which was seen with some wounds too. Naruto saw the rain of senbon that Haku sent towards the Uchihas. They couldn't escape normally because the senbons were coming from all sides. Naruto saw that and did a half-calf, hand position, but in half. If you don't know what it is, look it up on San Google. To do a shunshin towards the Uchihas. When he appeared in the middle of them, he did some hand positions and shouted. Oten, Chijinbank no Jutsu. Earth style, Earth bunker Jutsu. From the ground a reinforced earth dome was formed around the three. Sasuke and Satsuki had their eyes closed because they thought they weren't going to tell. They were pleasantly surprised to see the blonde standing there and realized that they were inside what looked like an earth sphere. Satsuki only reacted by hugging him and then kissing him on the lips to the discomfort of Sasuke, who looked at them with a face of, you know we're in a fight, right? When they separated, Naruto explained Haku's jutsu, which consisted of creating the mirrors that they knew well and giving the illusion that he is in all of them by the reflection. When he throws the senbons from each mirror, he is actually passing through each mirror individually. They could either destroy the mirrors or attack Haku just before she changes mirrors. They took the first option of destroying the mirrors. Naruto undid the jutsu in a particular way as he went from one jutsu to another. He went from the Chijinbank to the Chikakbakuhatsu, earth explosion. When he made a hand position, the dome exploded, repelling all the senbons that were directed at it and throwing out those that were already stuck in the dome. That's why the three of them went through several hand positions and then shouted. Sasuke. Kaiten. Hajus plus, Kinrik ninjutsu. Satsuki. Kaiten. Kakakyu no jutsu. Naruto. Fuiten. Sayoi Kirik no Jutsu. Satsuki's fireball combined with Sasuke's stream of flames and in turn both were empowered by Naruto's jutsu to form a jutsu similar to the one they did against Zabuza. When that jutsu hit, the mirrors flew into 1,000 pieces. Haku would fall to the ground injured and with serious burns. Sasuke and Satsuki fainted due to excessive use of chakra. Haku felt Zabuza's low chakra and sensed that something was happening to him, so with a little strength and chakra he did a shunshin towards Zabuza's front, surprising Kakashi, who was about to pierce Zabuza's heart. Just before he could touch Haku, a hand stopped him. It was Naruto. Kakashi looked at him confused and said. Kakashi. I waited for an explanation, Naruto. They are enemies, said Kakashi, somewhat irritated, looking at the blonde who stopped his hand. Naruto. At this moment they are no longer. Kakashi-sensei, look over there, said Naruto, while pointing to a specific part, leaving Kakashi surprised by what he saw. What they could see was Gatem standing in front of about 360 bandits. Kakashi looked at Zabuza and Haku and said to them. Kakashi. He's right, we're no longer enemies, we have something in common to finish, said Kakashi, lowering his ninja headband because he wasn't going to use his Sharingan just for some bandits. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, Zabuza-san, Haku-chan, give me your hands, said Naruto while raising his. Kakashi quickly placed his hand on Naruto's, removing the few doubts that Zabuza and Haku had, who also placed their hands. Once the three had their hands on Naruto's, he proceeded to fill half of the chakra reserves of the three. Zabuza. Wow Gaki, you're a box of surprises. I'm surprised that my reserves are half full. Zabuza said as he took his sword and prepared for battle. Haku. Naruto-kun, I feel great, I had almost completely spent my reserves against that pair, said Haku, without realizing the suffix he used. Kakashi. Thank you, Naruto, now I can fight without worries, said Kakashi as he took 2 kunaes and infused them with Raiten chakra that covered the surface of the kunai in blue rays. Naruto strengthened his grip on his sword and prepared for the battle that was about to take place. Adam took several steps forward and said. Adam. I knew you were going to be able to defeat these useless ninjas, Zabuza, so I made the decision to come and kill you all on my own. You have no way out, give up once and for all, ha 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 ha, said Gatem, finally laughing like a maniac. No one present said anything for several seconds until Gato shouted, finish them. And then his army ran towards the enemy. Zabuza and Kakashi made hand positions and shouted in unison. Suiton. Shurigan no Jutsu. 2 dragons emerged from the water and crashed into the bandits, killing about 40 each dragon. The bandits attacked the ninjas with kunaes, but it was of little use since their cuts were easily dodged by all. Haku was facing a group of 10 bandits with pure taijutsu. She dodged a cut from a bandit and counterattacked with a blow to the abdomen, followed by a kick to the face that would knock out the bandit. 2 more bandits approached to attack her, but Haku jumped and threw 2 senbons that hit the bandits directly in the eyes. Haku did a series of hand positions. When he finished doing the positions, he screamed. Haimten, Sekijin no aim no jutsu. And around her stalagmites of considerable size began to form. The stalagmites attacked the bandits that range allowed them. The stalagmites pierced each bandit that managed to reach. Being a jutsu made to kill, she managed to finish off 30 bandits. Then she would continue killing bandits with an eye sword that she created. Naruto was ravaging the poor bandits who could only see a flash pass. Naruto at this moment was in front of a group of 70 bandits and only made a movement with his sword. The bandits only managed to appreciate the orange flash that he left. After Naruto appeared behind the group, slowly the heads of each of the 70 bandits fell to the ground, leaving a scene not so pleasant for the sight of a civilian. There were about half of the bandits left. The 4 shinobi regrouped to kill the remaining bandits together. Naruto summoned a lion with yellowish fur and green eyes. The lion was dressed in the armor of the Lion Clan, which consisted of a white samurai-type armor made of a mysterious metal. Kakashi and Zabuza were stunned by the summoning that the blonde had made, and Haku was excited to see such a beautiful animal. "Hello Naruto-sama, I see you're fighting quite a battle here, aren't you?" said the lion, bowing slightly downwards, indicating a reverence. Naruto: "Senpai, you know that I don't like formalities, and when it comes to the battle it's being boring, so I summoned you to finish it," said Naruto, watching the lion nod and take a few steps forward. By instinct, Kakashi, Haku and Zabuza retreated to a safe place to watch the battle. Naruto did a shunshin to get to where they were. Once Senpai saw that the ninjas were at a safe distance, he proceeded to start the show-off for the bandits. Senpai expelled a type of red energy that surrounded his forelegs and bristled his fur, giving him an even more intimidating touch. Without giving him a chance to say anything to the bandits, the great lion appeared in their midst and proceeded to raise one of his paws and then murmur, "Disaberi." When his paw hit the ground began to shift violently, throwing about 20 bandits into the air, who, when Senpai saw it, proceeded to swallow them in midair. Then his fur became even spikier and he proceeded to say, "District councilors." When Senpai shot sharp needles from his fur that killed some bandits and injured many of them. The great lion swung his hand, hitting those who hadn't died with his jutsu to finish killing them. Then he looked at the remaining group of bandits and began to concentrate chakra in his mouth, and when he finished he threw a gigantic brown chakra ball that had rock spinning around it. When the attack hit the bandits, a huge crater was formed, leaving a mark of the enormous power of that attack. After making that attack, Senpai approached Naruto and said goodbye respectfully, then disappeared in an explosion of smoke. Needless to say, the state in which Kakashi, Zabuza and Haku were, or was it? They were amazed and surprised with the power that this invocation demonstrated, and they wondered how the blonde had achieved such a powerful invocation. The blonde just shrugged at the state of his companions. Yes, companions, that includes Zabuza and Haku. When everyone saw the crater, if they are somewhat slow-minded, the poor things, they were thoughtful, because how were they going to reconstruct that? The idea came naturally to Naruto, who made several hand positions and said, "Mokuten. Shizen no Saisei no Jutsu." As roots emerged from the earth and the crater began to fill again, everything was as good as new, but this time Naruto added some extra trees and soft grass on all the damaged land. The place regained its beautiful tone. By this point Kakashi and Zabuza were thinking, "This boy is a prodigy never before seen in history." And Haku was somewhat excited by the element that the blonde showed. When I say a little I mean that she was bombarding Naruto with questions like, "How can you do that? Is that element strong in battle? Could I learn that element?" And many more questions. Haku's words came out like Eminem's lyrics in Rap God. After doing this, everyone was preparing to go to Tezuna's house, who ran to the village when he saw the bandits from the beginning, but a small rat went to the wrong place and stood in the middle of the ninja's path. Something stupid, right? Atom? Those useless people only serve to prepare my dinner at night. I'll have to finish you off with my own hands, said Gaten, while he rolled up the sleeves of his suit. Naruto looked at his companions and they nodded. Naruto appeared behind Gaten and spoke to him with Kagami's evil voice, which was a thick voice with an ultra-grave tone and airs of death and blood. Naruto. "Oh, look what we have here, it's a small rat that I can cut into pieces and feed to a panther," said Naruto with the aforementioned tone of voice. When Gaten heard that, a liquid of dubious origin appeared in his pants. His legs trembled more than the earth when he answered "Your mother," and she took out her flip-flop. His face became paler than Voldemort's skin, and his eyes disappeared like Broly, pissed off and wanting to do shit, and the bathroom is occupied. In Naruto's mind, his tenants laughed out loud at such a pathetic human being. "Atom? NN don't kill me PP please, I'll give you all my money, my luxuries, my lands and my businesses," said Gaten, still trembling and choked with fear. Naruto. Where are the papers of your lands and businesses?" Naruto asked with a plan in mind in his normal voice. Adam took out a series of papers and handed them to Naruto, who sealed them in a scroll, then proceeded to ask. Naruto. "Now tell me, where is all your money?" asked the blonde in a calm tone. Adam. All my money is in the basement of my lair, it's behind a stainless metal door. I've done my duty, now do it and don't kill me," Gaten said, still a little scared and hoping to get out alive. Naruto. "Well, I won't kill you, they will," said Naruto, pointing to a newly arrived crowd that brought sticks, torches, tridents, machetes and some more. Adam gulped heavily and tried to run away, but Naruto grabbed him by the suit and did a shunshin towards the crowd and then went to his companion's side. Kakashi. Hey Naruto, we have a lot to talk about, said the Cyclops with his disinterested tone and his gaze buried in his book. Ichiha. Naruto. We'll talk later in private, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto replied, walking towards a sleeping Sasuke and Satsuki. Sasuke and Satsuki refused to give up the dream and continued sleeping like babies. I think those two are weird, a ninja war could be going on, and they wouldn't even notice because they were sleeping. By the way, Naruto moved both of their bodies during the battle against the bandits. Naruto just sighed and lifted both of their bodies and went to Kakashi and handed him Sasuke's sleeping body. Once the crowd finished with Gato, Zabuza buried him in the forest and returned with Naruto and the others. Naruto had burned the bodies of the bandits, and everyone ready, they went to Tezuna's house. Once there, Kakashi and Naruto laid the Uchihas in separate beds and went down to dinner. When they finished dinner, Naruto offered to sleep on the floor, while Zabuza slept on the couch and Haku slept on the other couch. Well, that decided, everyone went to sleep. The rookies get together again. After a night of pleasant sleep, everyone got up around 12 noon, except Naruto, who woke up at 9 am. Naruto quickly took a bath and put on casual clothes, a white sleeveless shirt with the kanji 9 printed in gold letters on the back of the shirt, comfortable black shorts, his ninja sandals and his ninja band on his forehead. He went down to prepare the food, created 2 clones to help him cook, and another 8 clones to do chores around the house. 4 clones would be in charge of the total cleaning of the house, while another clone was in charge of washing all the dirty clothes, another clone was in charge of leaving the table ready for later, and the other 2 clones would prune the garden and water the flowers. Once everything was planned, Naruto ordered each clone what they had to do and was especially clear in saying that they should not make so much noise for Zabuza and Haku. After that, he prepared to start cooking. It took 2 hours and 20 minutes for Naruto to finish cooking everything. He put the food on the table and waited for the others to wake up. The food consisted of cooked white rice, baked pork loin, fried golden fish, cut into small pieces, and placed carefully around the white rice. He had also made some sauces to enhance the flavor and add a touch. He made a spicy lacquer sauce combined with soy sauce. The sauce was mainly to add a more flavorful touch to the pork loin and fish. I got hungry just writing it. Everything was carefully placed on the table, and seeing that he still had about 40 minutes, he decided to quickly cook some French fries to add to the pork loin. His task was successful, and he managed to prepare them before the others woke up. He placed the fries evenly on each plate and sat down in a chair to then enter his mental landscape. Kagami. Naruto, you did great with the food. I wish I could enjoy that beauty, said the yellow-eyed man with a trail of drool coming out of his mouth, imagining how he devoured every piece of that banquet. Kurumi. Naruto-kun looks delicious, said the busty kitsune with a smiling face. Naruto. Come on guys, you make me blush, but I have to tell the truth, that looks bucking delicious. I can't wait to dig in and sink my teeth into it, said the blonde, touching his stomach while making noises. Kagami. Hey Naruto, when are you planning to leave for Konoha? Asked the yellow-eyed man lazily. Naruto. Well, today we hope to finish the bridge with the help of my clones. After finishing the bridge we will leave half an hour later. If we do not stop the pace we will most likely arrive at sunset, the blonde responded bluntly. Kagami. Very well, when we arrive, it is most likely that in a few days the registrations for the Chunin exams will begin, and I do not think that the one-eyed man will refuse to let them participate. Since we arrive in Konoha we will train with the 2 Uchihas, and we will create strategies based on the Konoha teams, said the lazy Biju with a commanding voice and a look at the blonde. Naruto. Very well, I will tell you in a while, for now I will leave my mental space. I think they are about to wake up, said the little blonde, and then left the mental space. Outside, the first to wake up were Tezuna and Haku, who smelled the delicious smell, and when they went to the kitchen, they saw Naruto sitting at the table as if nothing had happened. They quickly asked, amazed by such a delicious delicacy that was before their eyes, I'm still hungry, I think I'll go to the kitchen for the 15th time today. Naruto only replied that they will wait for the others to start eating. Once everyone woke up they had a funny reaction in the eyes of the blonde, most of them had their mouths open because of such appetizing food, except for Sasuke and Satsuki who had big eyes and their mouths were watering. Quickly, everyone washed their hands and began to eat, fascinated by the rich flavor of the food. About 20 minutes passed and we could see several hundred Naruto clones working on the bridge, they were all perfectly coordinated and seemed to be moving at a good pace. About 5 hours later they finished the bridge and it was time to leave for Konoha. Naruto and the others were saying goodbye to everyone in the village before starting to leave for their destination at a moderate pace. On the way the conversation arose quite naturally. Haku. Hey Naruto-kun, how's Konoha? Asked the ice user with curiosity in her voice. Naruto. Well, let's say that the architecture of the village is very pretty and its views from the Hokage mountain are beautiful, its hot springs are quite relaxing, and the rest is equally beautiful, the blue-eyed man responded normally. Kakashi looked at Naruto with doubt because he knew perfectly well the villagers' treatment towards him, but he quickly let the thought pass and changed the subject. Kakashi. Naruto, where did you get the sword in the battle? And what were those eyes in that same battle? Asked the white-haired man, looking into his student's eyes. Naruto. Let's say the sword is a gift that a very important person gave me, and I only have the Jujutsu since I was little, but I don't remember how I got it, the blonde answered, lying about the Jujutsu. After that the conversation continued in a more pleasant way, and just as Naruto predicted they arrived at sunset. When they arrived at the village, Haku was surprised by how beautiful the village itself was. Everyone had a drop of sweat when they saw Izumo and Kotetsu sleeping. They decided to ignore them and continued walking to the Hokage tower. Once they entered the tower, they asked the secretary to speak with the Hokage, who notified Minato and let them in. When everyone was inside the office, Minato said. Minato. Kakashi, I want your report later. I see that you brought companions, tell me about it, Minato said to Kakashi. Kakashi. Yes, Hokage-sama, we think that they would be a good addition for Konoha. Zabuza is a ninja rank A, and his companion Haku is very strong and possesses the ice element, said Kakashi, looking at his sensei calmly. Minato. You're right, they will be a very good addition to our shinobi forces, and well, Zabuza and Haku, do you want to join our forces? The Hokage asked seriously. Zabuza looked at Haku, nodding, and spoke. Zabuza. Of course, Hokage-sama, it would be a great honor to belong to your shinobi forces, Zabuza responded while bowing to his new leader. Minato. I hope you understand this decision, but I will have to keep you under surveillance during your first month of service, said Minato, seeing Zabuza nod. Naruto listened to the conversation without interest and wanted to get out of that place as quickly as possible. Let's not confuse things, the reason for his boredom is clear, right? In fact, he was happy for Zabuza and Haku, but there was a barrier that prevented him from being comfortable in that room. On the other hand, Minato handed him 2 green vests characteristic of the Konoha shinobi forces, one to Zabuza and one to Haku, Zabuza's being slightly darker than Haku's, demonstrating a difference in rank. Both bowed again and thanked Minato for letting them join Konoha. Minato. I still have to do the paperwork for them to join officially and be able to do missions, but seeing Zabuza's record in the bingo book, I will assume that he trains his student worthily, so I will give them the rank of Jounin for Zabuza and Chunin for Haku, said Minato, while thinking about how tedious the paperwork was going to be. Haku and Zabuza nodded and looked at Naruto with a smile that said, I'm higher ranked than you, haha. Minato spoke again, this blonde doesn't shut up his snout. Minato. Is that all you have to tell me before you leave? The Hokage asked in a tired voice. Surprisingly, the least expected would answer, Naruto. Naruto. Actually, there is something left to discuss, said Naruto, gaining everyone's attention. Minato. And what would that be? Asked the older blonde, regaining interest in the conversation. Naruto would take out a scroll and apply some chakra. After a small explosion of smoke, a body would come out that everyone would recognize as Kushimaru Karier. Minato. Interesting, where did you get that body? The Hokage would ask again. Naruto. He was my opponent in the Battle of the Bridge. When I defeated him, I sealed his body for his reward of 8 million rims, said Naruto, making clear the reason why he took out the body. Minato understood the point, and from a nearby closet he took out a bag that had the kanji for 8 million and threw it to Naruto. Naruto quickly caught it and cordially thanked the Hokage, right where it hurts, the little redeed. Minato was a little saddened by the cordiality his son had with him. Mentally he promised that one day he would fix things. Kakashi. I think that would be all until the mission report. With your permission we leave, Hokage-sama, said the copy while bowing and leaving with everyone else, leaving the Hokage with his paperwork. Naruto invited Zabuza, Haku, Sasuke and Satsuki to eat at Ichiraku ramen. Kakashi didn't want to because he had something to do. The thing is that everyone accepted and went to the ramen place. Naruto and Satsuki were holding hands. On one side were Haku and Sasuke talking about training, and on the other side was Zabuza staring into space as he walked. When they arrived, AM hugged Naruto, to Satsuki's jealousy, who coughed a little to get attention. AM. Who is she, Naruto-kun? Asked the girl. Naruto. She is my girlfriend Satsuki, the Uzumaki answered simply. AM was surprised and congratulated the couple. Tucci heard that and also congratulated them. Naruto and Satsuki were red with embarrassment, but it passed quickly. AM. And what do you want us to serve you? Asked a black-eyed girl with an excited voice. Naruto. I want a bowl of miso ramen, Naruto replied, savoring the words miso ramen. Haku. I want a bowl of pork ramen, Haku replied after reading the menu. Zabuza. I also want a pork ramen, the swordsman responded equally. Satsuki. I want a bowl of shoyu ramen, the Uchiha responded kindly. Sasuke. I also want a miso ramen, replied the Uchiha with a hungry face. AM and Tucci took notes and went to the kitchen to prepare the ramen. After almost 30 minutes, AM slowly served each bowl, bowing and retiring to the kitchen. Aku and Zabuza tried the ramen and were surprised by how good, simple and different the taste was. Everyone finished their bowls in a matter of minutes, to the happiness of Tucci and AM. After paying the bill, Naruto and the others went to look for an apartment for Zabuza and Haku. After almost nightfall they managed to find a decent apartment with 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a small kitchen, a dining room and a living room. This cost Naruto about 80,000 rims. Zabuza and Haku stayed in the apartment to sleep. Naruto offered to take Sasuke and Satsuki to the Uchiha district, one at the door of Satsuki and Sasuke's house. After knocking several times, Mikoto would open the door, running into the surprise. Mikoto quickly hugged the 3 of them and started bombarding them with quick questions like, when did you arrive? How did it go? Did you enjoy the trip? And things like that. Naruto said he had to go, but when he turned to leave he was stopped by someone. Itachi? So you were thinking of leaving without greeting me, huh? Said the almighty Itachi with a dark voice. Naruto. It's not that, Itachi Nissan. What happens is that we just arrived from the mission and we are very tired, said Naruto, looking for a convincing excuse. Mikoto. And why don't you sleep here? After all, you are part of the family, right? Mikoto said with a mischievous smile as she looked at Naruto and then at Satsuki. Naruto. You're right, Mikoto-kasen, after all I am Satsuki's boyfriend, said Naruto and then quickly kissed Satsuki. Mikoto. They grow so fast, said Mikoto with a tear in her eyes. Itachi entered the house followed by a Sasuke with a happy face for the pretty couple, then Naruto and Satsuki entered. Finally Mikoto entered and closed the door. Once in the room, Naruto took a bath and changed into panda pajamas. I want one like that. Then Satsuki took a bath and to the blonde's blush she changed in front of him. He didn't see her naked, but it was a good view. The desired effect didn't take long to appear when a lump formed in Naruto's crotch, who quickly put his hands on his little friend to calm him down. Satsuki looked at that lump with a blush on her cheeks. Naruto was going to apologize, but was silenced by an erotic kiss that Satsuki planted on him. Naruto soon realized the sweet taste of Uchiha's lips. The sensation was downright exciting, as both used their tongues to playfully run over each other's mouths. Both tasted each other's soft breath and realized the feeling of peace they felt. Satsuki climbed on top of Naruto to realize the size of, well, you know, perverted face. Feeling such a thing made her blush, but she refused to break the kiss. Naruto would squeeze and spank the Uchiha's butt. Satsuki, feeling the soft blows, would jump a little, placing herself on top of Naruto's, blushing a little, but in the end she liked it. After several more seconds Naruto would break the kiss and then begin to kiss Satsuki's neck. She only made a soft moan of pleasure that would make the blonde smile, who increased the pace of the kisses. After almost a minute kissing the Uchiha's neck, Naruto decided that that was a good limit for the moment, so he stopped kissing the Uchiha to look into her eyes. Satsuki noticed the kisses stopped and pouted in protest, then looked into the blonde's blue eyes. She swore she could hear the crash of the raging ocean waves in those beautiful eyes. Naruto. I think this is a good limit for the moment, right? Said the blonde with a foxy smile. Satsuki. I think so, we don't want to reach larger territories, the black-haired girl responded with a smile, while blushing at the position they were in. Naruto would also feel the position and would also blush profusely. After that Naruto settled well in bed and Satsuki would settle on the blonde's chest. The blonde would pass his hand over the black-haired girl's shoulders, bringing her a little closer to him and then fall straight into the world of dreams. The next day. We could see Naruto walking through the streets of Konoha receiving the classic looks of hatred and resentment. The difference was that he also received looks of fear and a few looks of indifference, but nothing more than that. Until a very brave or very stupid civilian approached Naruto and with an arrogant voice said to him. Civilian. Look who we have here, it's the nine-tailed demon. I think I want to get even a little, said the civilian as he took out a knife to attack Naruto. Naruto only saw the knife heading towards him before he was cut by the weapon. In a blur of speed Naruto would appear on the back of the civilian and knock him out with a simple blow to the neck. Two chunin who were passing by saw that and jumped to attack the blonde, who only made a hand sign and in a low voice said. Raiden. Kaminari Muchi no Jutsu. Lightning style. Lightning whip jutsu. From Naruto's hands came out 2 whips that he grabbed and then attacked with several lashes, which hit various areas of the 2 shinobi. Naruto made sure to give each one a whip on the legs so that they wouldn't move. When the 2 shinobi fell to their knees from the impact of the lashes, Naruto undid the jutsu and said. Gyuiten, Hajus plus top no jutsu. Wind style, aggressive wind gust jutsu. Then from Naruto's mouth came out 2 masses of compressed air that traveled at great speed and impacted the 2 chunin, leaving them unconscious. Naruto saw an Anbu squad of the Hokage arrive and the one who seemed to be the leader saw him and said. Anbu? What happened here? Asked the Anbu with a monkey mask, his Anbu name was Monk Plus. Naruto told what had happened, and the Anbu collected the unconscious bodies and took them to the Hokage. Naruto continued his walk. Naruto walked until he reached a park, where he saw a group of 3 genins harassing a girl. Naruto recognized the girl as Hinata, his former classmate. Seeing that they were going to hit him with a stick, Naruto appeared to grab and break the stick, leaving the genin surprised, and even more so the Hikage. The genins looked at the young blonde man with arrogance and one of them said, "Child. We are ninja genin students, you better not mess with us, or we will smash that idiot face of yours," said the one who seemed to be the oldest of the genins. Naruto. "Leave Hinata alone or you'll have problems," said Naruto while snapping his fingers to give more intimidation. The genins retreated, but the leader of the 3 came out to attack Naruto, but was stopped in his tracks by the blonde who used his feet to knock down the genin, leaving him on the ground. The genin made the mistake of throwing 2 kunes at Naruto. The blonde only caught the kunes between his fingers and threw them so that they missed the target. The kunes stuck in the grass that was on each side of the genin. The group of genins ran away very scared, and Naruto turned around to see Hinata somewhat blushed, he thought. Naruto. She looks a little hurt, but she still looks innocent and somewhat cute, what am I thinking? I have a girlfriend, but she still looks cute, Naruto thought, and mentally scolded himself after thinking that. Naruto. You look a little hurt, are you okay? Said the blonde somewhat worried. Hinata. Yes, I am Naruto-kun, they are just some wounds, said the pearl-eyed girl with a smile. Naruto. None of that, let me heal you, come, said Naruto while making a gesture for the Hikage to come closer. Hinata listened and approached, being astonished by Naruto's healing jutsu, but she refrained from asking about it. Naruto suggested to Hinata to sit on the swings, which she accepted with joy. Already sitting on the swings, they both began to talk about various things, until they reached Hinata's family problem. Naruto. By the way, Hinata, how are you getting along with your family? The blonde asked innocently. Hinata became visibly nervous about the subject, which Naruto saw and apologized for. Naruto. Sorry if it's a delicate subject, my family and I are also in bad agreements, Naruto said with a somewhat sad tone thinking about the bad moments he lived through. Hinata. Calm down, Naruto-kun, I know what it's like to have a tense relationship with your family. I get along especially badly with my father. He thinks I'm not worthy of being the heir to the clan and likes to subdue the members of the secondary branch. Honestly, I think he's a total idiot. Hinata said in a somewhat annoyed tone. Naruto. I understand you perfectly, Hinata, you have to get that pain out of you, get that bad thorn out of your head, you can talk to me about it, said Naruto giving her a smile that overflowed with confidence. Hinata nodded, calmed down a bit and started talking again. Hinata. One night I woke up scared because of a nightmare I had had. At that time I was 5 years old. When I got out of bed I heard various noises coming from my father's room, so I approached and opened the door. When I saw what he was doing, I was disappointed and got very angry, said the Hikage with crystalline eyes and tears that threatened to come out. Naruto. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you, and what did you see? Naruto said, paying attention to the following words. Hinata. What I saw was it was my father raping a girl from the secondary branch, he was abusing her, he killed her after raping her and on the floor there were 4 other corpses, said Hinata lowering her head and tears began to fall from her eyes. Naruto, being a good friend, put his hand on Hinata's shoulder. She looked at him and then blushed when he gave her a hug. Naruto. I'm sorry you had to see that, Hinata-chan, I assure you that one day he will pay for what he did, Naruto said with a calm voice and a smile that calmed Hinata. Hinata got up from the swing and looked at Naruto with a fake happy smile, trying to hide her still present sadness. Naruto noticed that it was a fake smile, but decided that she had a lot to think about. Hinata. I have to go, Naruto-kun, I have to train with my team, said the pearl-eyed girl, and then ran off. Naruto watched the Hikage leave and smiled slightly, then stood up and went to training camp number 6 to meet his team. When he arrived he saw the 2 Uchihas training their Jujutsu. Naruto greeted them. Naruto. Hello Sasuke, hello sweetheart, isn't Kakashi-sensei here yet? Asked Naruto walking towards the duo. Sasuke. He always arrives late, someday I will ask him, while we are practicing Jujutsu, answered the black-haired man. Otsutsuki approached Naruto and whispered in his ear. Otsutsuki. I loved what happened last night, we should do that kind of things more often, whispered the Uchiha to Naruto and then gave him a short kiss on the lips. Naruto sat in the shade of a tree to see what possible flaws the Uchihas had to correct. When he noticed a flaw in Sasuke's way of attacking, he interrupted the fight to warn him about it. Naruto. Hey Sasuke, you have a flaw in your way of attacking, I'll be brief, the flaw is that you don't take advantage of your opponent's openings, you miss an opportunity to look for a more direct hit, you have to take advantage of any flaw in your opponent's defense that could put them in trouble or even give you victory in critical moments, Naruto said in a voice while Sasuke nodded, understanding what the blonde said. After another hour of waiting, Kakashi arrived with 3 papers in hand. Kakashi approached his genins and without hesitating much, he said. Kakashi. I just signed you up for the Chunin exams, you'll have a few days to train a little or plan strategies, today we'll dedicate ourselves to training together to see your successes and failures, said Kakashi as he handed each of them a paper. Kakashi asked each of them to demonstrate their skills, to see their level and make it clear that they had to improve. First it was Sasuke, who demonstrated his mastery with the Kaiten and Taijutsu. First he did the flaming spider jutsu that Naruto had taught him, then he did the fire sword jutsu to cut a log into some pieces that were then burned, then the phoenix flower jutsu, and some fireballs came out that hit each piece of burnt log destroying them, then he created a shadow clone, and did some taijutsu movements against it to finish the demonstration. Then it was Otsutsuki, who made a balanced demonstration. First he performed the lightning field jutsu, his second jutsu was the torrent of fire, for his third jutsu he used the thunder palms, then he summoned 3 shadow clones, and in motion he threw 2 kunes that hit each eye of the first clone. At the second clone he threw 4 shurikens with Raiten chakra that finished him off, with the third and last clone he had a taijutsu fight, after defeating the clone he ended the demonstration. Finally it was Naruto, as first jutsu he did the water dragon, as second jutsu the electric wolf, and as third and last jutsu did the lava bullets, then he summoned 20 clones and threw 2 shuriken that transformed into 20 after a hand signal each one hit each clone, then he made a chakra reinforced clone to start the taijutsu combat, then he healed himself with his medical jutsu, and then finished the demonstration with a Rasengan to a tree, leaving it totally destroyed. Kakashi. Very well, the 3 of them have a great level. I do not find much relevant to correct Naruto. Sasuke, you have to improve your speed, forcefulness when attacking, you have to learn to use your other affinity, and we will improve your chakra reserves. Satsuki, you have to improve your control with the Kaiten, you also have to improve your speed. Finally you have to improve your chakra reserves, we will train all day, and tomorrow too. I will leave you free the day before the Chunin exams, said Kakashi before starting the training. The 2 days of training served to improve the Uchiha's reserves and chakra control above all. Kakashi and Naruto corrected Sasuke's mistake and Satsuki's misuse of chakra. Naruto managed to create a fire jutsu that he showed to his team, and they managed to create a strategy against some Konoha teams. Chunin exam day. Naruto picked up Sasuke and Satsuki to go to the Chunin exams. As always Naruto and Satsuki walked hand in hand and talked among the 3 of them. When they arrived they realized the Jinjutsu, but they didn't say anything because they knew why it was there. Then when they entered they ran into the surprise of the other teams of their generation. The first team to greet was the Kurenai team, then the Asuma team and finally the 7 team. Kiba. What's up Satsuki? Have you already left that idiot Naruto? Kiba asked with his alpha male pride. Satsuki didn't respond with words, but turned to look at Naruto and kissed him, lasting several seconds to tease Kiba and Menma. When they separated Kiba looked with hatred at Naruto for stealing his girl. Kiba. Now you're dead Naruto. Kiba said, about to attack him, but he would be stopped by the words of a young man with glasses and grayish hair. Can you shut up, you're making a scene, and I don't think the others will appreciate it, said the stranger looking at Kiba. Menma. And who are you? Asked the self-proclaimed Uzumaki prince. I am Kabuto Yakushi, nice to meet you, said the one now introduced as Kabuto. Kiba. Yeah, well, what are you doing here? You look older than all of us, asked the Inuzuka. Kabuto. You're right, I'm older than most of the participants, this is my 7th attempt, you could say I'm a veteran at this, he the 4-eyed man responded, leaving the genin surprised. Menma. You must be really bad at this, or too weak to pass them, Menma mocked with a superior tone. Mido. Menma, nee, don't say that, the insurance is strong, and he has touched people who surpass him, and that's it, the Uzumaki scolded her brother. Kabuto. I've had quite bad luck regarding these exams, but this year maybe I can pass, said Kabuto with a normal tone while looking at the sound genins. After talking among themselves for a while, Kabuto proposed something to everyone, which made Naruto suspect Kabuto's real origin. Kabuto. Do you want some information on these guys? Asked a 4-eyed man as he took out his cards. Naruto was alert to any movement that Kabuto could make or any kind of attack, in short, the one who asked was Sasuke. Sasuke. Do you have any information about the famous Niji Haika? Asked Sasuke since he had heard that he was a natural prodigy. Kabuto. This isn't fun, you even know his name, but anyway, let's see what I have on Niji, he said, then took out a card and applied chakra to show the content. Kabuto. It says here that he is a genin from Konoha, his team is made up of Tenten and Rock Lee, his sensei is Mido Guy, they have been genins for approximately 1 year, and the team has completed a total of 64 missions, 24 D rank, 20 C rank, 18 B rank and 2 A rank missions, it is a good record, his specialty is Taijutsu, the grey-haired man finished saying. Everyone was surprised by the information the young man had, it was accurate information, and they had to take advantage of that. Naruto. Do you know who those genins are? Asked Naruto pointing at the sound genins. Kabuto. They are genins from a new village that was formed recently, they are genins from the village of Sound, and in my opinion they are very problematic, said Kabuto. The Sound genins approached and their leader attacked Kabuto, but he managed to dodge the blow, but he was also affected by something and fell to the ground clutching his ear, which was bleeding a little. Shikamaru. But how was he affected if he dodged the blow? There's something strange with these guys, thought the pineapple hair. Then a genin team approached to stop the match and stop them from making any more noise. Stop it now, you'll get into bigger trouble, you can fix this with a fight when the Chunin exams start, said a dark-skinned boy with glasses and 7 swords on his back. The Chunin exams begin. Stop it now, you'll get into bigger trouble, you can fix this with a fight when the Chunin exams start, said a dark-skinned boy with 7 swords on his back. The Sound genins passed by the young brunette, after that inconvenience the boy showed up with the Konoha genins. Hello, my name is Killer B, nice to meet you, especially you, Caillou, said the newly introduced B while making a small bow. Naruto. I say the same to Hachi, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, said Naruto while bowing to B. After a few seconds 2 girls approached Killer B. What are you doing, idiot, the first phase is about to begin, said a blonde girl with black eyes. B. Calm down, Yujito, I'm just introducing myself to the Konoha genin, said B, while nervously waving her hands. Yujito turned to see the Konoha genins and blushed when she saw Naruto, the blush was slight, but if you looked closely you could notice it, Yujito knew how to hide it very well up to a certain limit of course. Naruto saw the newly introduced while Kurumi told him that she possessed the Matatabi, the blonde looked at the genins and introduced herself. Yujito. Hello everyone, my name is Yujito Ni, it's a pleasure to meet you, the black-eyed girl introduced herself with a smile that made Menma and Kiba blush. Naruto. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the pleasure is mine, said our protagonist while bowing. Yujito was surprised by the cordiality, since most foreigners usually treated her badly when they found out about her condition, she assumed that Naruto knew about her Jinchuriki status because she felt a chakra very similar to that of her Biju, but the one Naruto possessed was a larger and more special chakra. The other blonde girl also showed up. Hello everyone, my name is Samui, I am their friend, said a blonde apparently Naruto's age, her appearance stood out for her C-cup bust. Naruto introduced himself to her with a small bow in a respectful manner. Kiba, let's say, didn't look into the eyes of the newly introduced girl, who Menma thought was about to do something stupid. Menma. Hello beautiful, I'm Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, I'm the son of the Hokage, so what time do we leave? Menma said with arrogance in his annoying voice. Samui. And who said I was going to go out with you, you're just an arrogant spoiled son, I would never be with you, said the blonde in a somewhat annoyed voice while crossing her arms. Menma. You play hard to get, but you're just a toy to be used, if you don't go out with me I swear he saw you. Menma's words were silenced by a slap from Samui, leaving him on the ground with the handprint all over his face. Menma stood up and then launched himself with the intention of attacking the blonde. Menma had formed a sphere of air in his right hand. Just inches before it hit, the sphere vanished and Menma was on the floor. Naruto had countered Menma's jutsu with a chakra wave that deflected and undid the jutsu, he also sent a stream of wind to Menma's legs to make him stumble. Naruto. Menma, calm down, you're not going to get anywhere attacking in this place, you'll have your confrontation as soon as the exam starts, until then if you don't calm down, I'll knock you out until they start, said Naruto in a commanding voice, leaving an annoyed but submissive Menma. The other genins were surprised by what just happened, Satsuki and Sasuke were calm because that was something common for them, after a few seconds the blonde who was going to be attacked spoke. Samui. Thank you very much for defending me, Naruto-san, said the girl while bowing in gratitude to the blonde. Kiba looked pervertedly at that bow, you know what he looks at, right? Well, does anyone have bread? Shikamaru just muttered things like annoying Chunin exams or how annoying to be standing here, well, things like that. Yujito was still looking at the blonde, this time she wasn't blushing, but she was intrigued by the blonde's power. B. That was great, but I can make it more sensational, oh yeah, B rapped poorly, this caused laughter among those present, well poor B muttered things like, they don't know how to appreciate rap and some other things. After a few minutes of chatting between the genins, a small explosion of smoke appeared in the center of the room, revealing a tall, bald man with many scars on his head. That man was Ibiki Marino, leader of the Konoha Interrogation Division. Ibiki. Welcome to this year's Chunin exams, I, Ibiki Marino, will be in charge of the first phase of these Chunin exams. The first phase will consist of a written exam, now I will proceed to tell you the rules. Number 1, participants cannot under any circumstances fight among themselves, unless they receive an order from me. Number 2, participants enter with a perfect score of 10 points, for each of the 10 questions that they get wrong a point will be subtracted. If one of your team fails, everyone leaves. Number 3, if one of the 15 supervisors realizes that one of the participants is cheating, 2 points will be subtracted from their exam. If they are caught 3 times, they leave along with their teammates. Finally, if a member of the team fails, the entire team will fail, the imposing man finished saying. Complaints were not long in coming in the form of protests from the majority of those present. Once Ibiki released a bit of killer instinct, the protests ceased, and silence filled the room. Ibiki led those present to the room where the exam would take place. Once the exam began, Naruto analyzed each point of the exam. He realized that the problems were very difficult for a simple genin. Once he reviewed Ibiki's words, he realized that he had said that anyone caught copying would be expelled. Therefore, the reason for the difficult questions was to analyze the ways of obtaining information from each participant. With this resolved, Naruto proceeded to analyze his environment. Once he deduced that among the participants there were already chunins previously placed in specific places that had the correct answers. When he identified one of them, he activated his Ketsugan to have the view of the Byakugan and the ability to memorize the muscular movements of the Sharigan. That chain of thoughts and deductions he made in just 20 seconds. After a minute of copying the chunin, he had finished the exam, so he looked around to see the different ways to copy. Naruto, Sasuke and Satsuki use their Sharingan to copy. I expected it from them. I can see Hinata with her Byakugan active. I can also see some of Shino's insects. Kiba is using Akamaru on his head. Sakura is a real bookworm. Ino is using her mind switch jutsu. Shikamaru is very smart, so he surely knows them. Choji is possessed by Shikamaru and his shadow possession jutsu. Mito surely has the answers. Menma is lost, Naruto thought as he looked at each one. After 45 minutes of the exam, Ibiki spoke. Ibiki. Very well, it's been 45 minutes since this exam started. As you could see, the written exam only has 9 questions. The last question will be given orally, and this question will have its own rules, said Ibiki, before being interrupted by the complaints of some genins. After some genins complained about how ridiculous it was that the question had its own rules, Ibiki continued speaking. Ibiki. The rules of this question will be 2. The first, if you decide not to take the question, you and your team will have to leave the exam and try your luck next year. The second is that if you decide to take the question and fail in the answer, you will leave the exam and you will never be given the opportunity to take another chunin exam, said Ibiki to hear more complaints. After some teams left the exam, Naruto spoke to try to motivate those present. Naruto. This is ridiculous. Any ninja who can't make decisions of this type simply can't be a chunin. Chunins lead squads of other shinobi, and in many of their missions, they have to make decisions worse than this one, and in which both options represent a risk or sacrifice of their own. If we want to be chunin, we have to take that risk to learn from those mistakes that we can make, said Naruto with a motivating tone and especially loud, so that everyone could hear him. The classroom was filled with cheers and shouts of motivation that made the interrogator smile slightly. Ibiki. That boy motivated them to continue with this exam, just like a chunin motivates his squad to continue and complete the mission. Without a doubt that boy will go very far, Ibiki thought while sketching a small smile. Ibiki. To those who stayed, let me tell you that all of you passed. Congratulations. Said the interrogator, this time with a visible smile. The celebration was interrupted by an explosion of smoke from which came a giant sign that read, "Welcome to phase 2 of the chunin exam." Next to the sign stood a girl of only 20 to 23 years old. The girl had violet hair, brown eyes, and was wearing a brown coat with purple stitching, with a tight body mesh suit that extends from the neck to the thighs. The girl was Anko Mitarashi. Anko? Hello dwarves, I am the strong and sensual Anko Mitarashi, and I will be in charge of the second phase of the chunin exam. Who wants to continue? Move turtles. The violet-haired girl introduced herself in a somewhat enthusiastic manner. Ibiki. You arrive early and always with your enthusiasm, Ibiki whispered to Anko, who had the decency to apologize. The Mitarashi saw a small glimpse of the participants, noticing that an Inyazuka was looking at her in a somewhat perverted way, so she threw a kunai at him that made a small cut on his cheek. Kiba was extremely scared by the action of the Mitarashi. A drop of blood ran down Kiba's cheek, who just wiped his face and returned the kunai with some fear. I looked at Ibiki and said to him. Anko. This year there are many participants. I think you're softening Ibiki-san, the violet-haired girl said mockingly. Ibiki. Oh, this year's participants are more talented. Anyway, I wish you luck with this group. I know more will pass than you expect, said Ibiki, patting Anko on the back. After that he left. Anko led the participants to training camp number 44, better known as the Forest of Death. When they arrived, Anko announced the rules. Anko. First of all, everyone must sign this consent form in case any participant dies. The examiners will not have any responsibility, said Anko, and then gave everyone a document that they had to sign. After some complaints that were well justified, because who wouldn't complain about having the possibility of dying without anyone taking responsibility, after a sigh Anko spoke again. Anko. This second exam consists of a competition where everything is allowed to obtain these two scrolls, one is the one from heaven, and the other is the one from earth. You have to obtain it at all costs, including death. There will be many deaths, said Anko, while licking her lips when saying death. Naruto and his team were talking normally as if nothing was happening. Anko saw this and threw a kunai towards the blonde, who just caught it with disinterest. The Midarashi approached the blonde and said to him. Anko. Finally someone who seems interesting. What do you think if we have some fun, said the Midarashi while she stuck her ace to the blonde's arm. Naruto just returned the kunai and replied. Naruto. I already have a girlfriend and I love her, said the Uzumaki, and then kissed the Uchiha. Anko just laughed a little and stood in front of everyone, then gave the announcement that the second test was going to begin. All the teams got into their proper place. Team 6 would look at a particular team that looked like Tsunakager, Naruto would look at a red-haired man who belonged to that team, and Kurumi told him that he was the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. Naruto made a mental note to go talk to him later. Once Anko gave the starting signal, all the teams headed into the depths of the forest. Team 6 ran at a good pace until they reached a small pond. Sasuke. What's wrong, Naruto? Why are we stopping? Asked the black-haired man while looking at the blonde. Naruto. It is better to stay near this position to get food. In this pond there are usually many fish of different sizes, said Naruto, while throwing a senbon tied with ninja thread. The senbon would hit a fish, Naruto would take out that fish and show it. Satsuki. We can only be here to eat, and then we have to move. Standing in one place makes us an easy target, said the black-haired girl. Naruto. You're right, Satsuki, I'll fish, you can all prepare the campfire, we can't waste much time, said the blue-eyed boy, and then took off the top of his clothing and started fishing. The two Uchihas would begin to prepare the campfire. After about 10 minutes Naruto was standing in front of the campfire with 15 fish. Satsuki would blush when she saw Naruto's chest. Naruto would just laugh a little and began to sew the fish. 20 minutes passed and Team 6 was already eating quietly. Naruto would suddenly stop eating and look at some bushes. Sasuke and Satsuki would also look at those bushes, and in a quick movement, Naruto would put out the campfire and made 2 clones. Naruto. We already know you're there. Get out. Naruto said as he saw a ninja with a water mask. That ninja had a handkerchief over his eyes. Judging by his protector, he was from a Megaker. Sasuke would quickly stand in front of his team and say. Sasuke. I'll take care of this one. Having said this, Sasuke would be on guard. Satsuki pouted at not being able to fight, but quickly walked towards a rock and sat on it. Naruto would sit next to his girlfriend. Sasuke. What's your name? Don't get confused, I'm not interested, I just want to know who you defeated, said the Uchiha waiting for the answer. My name is Oboro, as for defeating me I doubt it a lot, said the Rain Genin while doing some hand positions. After finishing the hand positions, Oboro would shout. Ninja art. Ink clone jutsu. From his sides came out 2 ink clones. The 2 clones launched themselves at Sasuke, who just jumped and screamed. Pain. Phoenix flower jutsu. From Sasuke's mouth came out several small fireballs. The Oboro clones made some hand positions and shouted. Oten. Earth wall jutsu. In front of the clones a large wall of earth was formed that blocked Sasuke's jutsu. Sasuke launched into a taijutsu battle. The 2 ink clones intercepted Sasuke. One of the clones threw a punch at Sasuke's face, who only dodged a blow and threw a kick to the stomach of one of the clones. The clone only blocked the kick with his knee. The 2 clones jumped, and after going through several hand positions, one of the clones screamed. Oten. Rock spike jutsu. Below Sasuke numerous spikes made of solid stone appeared. One of the spikes managed to injure Sasuke's leg. Sasuke jumped when he felt the damage to his leg. Once in the air the other clone whispered, I got it, and shouted. Suiten. Jutsu water bullets. The clone released numerous water bullets from his mouth, Sasuke being in the air, and with no chance of dodging, the water bullets hit Sasuke leaving him on the ground. The original Oboro came out from under the ground and attacked Sasuke with a kunai. Sasuke just jumped up and began to battle with taijutsu. Sasuke started blocking Oboro's kunai with his own kunai. After blocking the attack, Sasuke threw a kick at Oboro's feet, who did a backflip to dodge the attack. When Oboro fell he did some hand positions and said. Oten. Hell's crack jutsu. Beneath Sasuke's feet the ground opened up to swallow him. The crack one Sasuke fell into it began to close. As the crack closed, spikes grew from the walls of the crack. Sasuke saw the spikes and began to jump on it to climb up. While Sasuke was climbing the peaks he was doing hand positions. When he managed to get out just in time, he screamed. Pain. Great fireball jutsu. The big fireball was going to hit Oboro, but a wall of earth managed to stop it. The 2 Oboro clones made that wall of earth, Sasuke thought. Sasuke. I must finish this fight or maybe I could lose, thought Sasuke, and then sighed. Oboro. You impress me, Uchiha, you are quite talented, but how are you doing with this? Said the range genin while doing several hand positions and shouting. Suiton. Water Dragon Jutsu. The Great Water Dragon attacked Sasuke. Sasuke looked at the Water Dragon with a drop of sweat. Sasuke could only jump back. The Water Dragon did not hit the ground, but began to chase Sasuke. The two Oboro clones tried to attack Sasuke. Sasuke saw an opportunity in that and directed the Water Dragon towards the two clones. When the dragon was going to hit Sasuke, the aforementioned jumped over the two clones. The Water Dragon hit the two ink clones, which exploded, spilling ink on the ground. Sasuke smiled and made several hand positions and said. Pain. Fire Sword Jutsu. From Sasuke's hand came a sword made of fire. Sasuke launched himself against the original Oboro and stabbed the sword of fire into his heart. Sasuke opened his eyes when the Oboro dissolved into ink. Behind Sasuke was Oboro with the tiger seal formed. Sasuke jumped away and fell where the two ink clones had exploded before. Sasuke saw the genin with a somewhat impatient face. Oboro just made another seal and said. Ninja Art. Ink Burst Jutsu. The ink that fell on Sasuke's clothes and the ink that was on the ground was shining. Sasuke opened his eyes in surprise, and suddenly the ink exploded. Sasuke was caught in the explosion, leaving him injured and with his clothes somewhat torn. Oboro smiled at the sight of Sasuke's dead body. He began to laugh evilly. Oboro walked towards Naruto and Otsutsuki. But something stopped him. He felt a kunai that lightly cut Oboro's neck. When the range genin looked back, he realized the person behind him was Sasuke with an active Sharigan. The genin only deigned to say. Oboro. I give up, said the Omegaker genin. Sasuke nodded with some distrust, but relaxed when he saw Naruto nod. Oboro took out his scroll which was from the sky. Naruto told him to go with his team, since they had the same scroll. Sasuke sighed and looked at his team. Naruto. That was a good fight, that guy was pretty strong, just look how he left you, said the blonde while seeing Sasuke's state. Sasuke had numerous cuts along his body, his clothes were torn in several places, he had a vertical cut on his face, and had a wound on his right leg. Naruto closed Sasuke's wounds, and they set off towards another place. Team 6 was heading towards the position of a team. An unwanted guest. Team 6 was jumping from tree to tree. Naruto had warned the position of a team in the distance, they would say to each other, because they needed the other scroll if they wanted to finish quickly. While they were walking, Naruto decided to start a conversation. Naruto. We need to fight strategically, no more stupid fights, we already saw what happened with Sasuke, right? Said the blonde while the two Uchihas nodded. Otsutsuki. How far away are we from the enemies anyway? The black-haired girl asked with some impatience in her voice. Naruto. We are about 150 meters away, we will arrive quickly, so prepare for a possible confrontation, the blonde responded while increasing his speed a little. After a few minutes they arrived at a small clearing with a pond where there was a Kurigakure team. The team consisted of two boys and a girl. The boy who seemed to be the leader was sleeping peacefully, while the other two were eating. Naruto, Sasuke and Otsutsuki hid in the branches of a large tree to see better. Naruto could see that the scroll that the Kiri had was made of earth, just what they needed. Naruto. They have the earth scroll, we have to defeat them and take it from them, I don't want anyone to get distracted, they are from Kurigakure, so they will most likely use Suiton, be careful, the blonde whispered with a clear tone of leadership present in his voice. Sasuke and Otsutsuki looked at each other and nodded. After that Naruto jumped from the tree to approach the Kiri genins. Naruto. I know you have the earth scroll, hand it over or we'll be forced to take it from you, said Naruto, while Sasuke and Otsutsuki jumped next to him. Do you think that we will give you something without a fight? Well, you are very wrong, said the girl from the team while doing some hand positions and shouting. Suiton, Jutsu Bolas de Agua. The girl shot several water bullets from her mouth that hit a wall of earth created by Naruto. When the wall dissolved, Naruto said again. Naruto. I'll ask again, will they give us the scroll by fair means or foul? Naruto asked with a fixed gaze on the girl. We won't give them the scroll without a fight, if they want it, they'll have to take it from us by force, said the girl, while putting the scroll in her ninja bag. Sui, I think it's better to give them the scroll for good, said a brown-haired boy while looking at Team 6. Sui. Of course not, Ryaisu, we will fight with everything, better wake up Mzu, said the girl now named Azuki. Ryaisu quickly woke up the sleeping boy who was upset at first. Mzu. Why the hell are you waking me up, do you want to die? Said a boy with dark orange hair. Ryaisu. Mzu, we have enemies right now, said the brown-haired boy while pointing at our protagonists. Mzu looked at Team 6 with indifference and superiority and said. Mzu. Get out of here if you don't want me to kill you mercilessly, said the orange-haired man with annoyance. Naruto. We will not leave without your scroll, Naruto said simply as he fell into his taijutsu pose. Mzu. So be it, said the orange-haired boy as he also fell into his taijutsu pose. Team 6 launched an attack against Kiri's team. Naruto started a taijutsu fight against Gojo. Naruto vs Gojo. Gojo dodged a right hook from Naruto and counterattacked with a kick that was dodged by the blonde. Naruto threw 2 quick punches at Gojo's stomach. The orange-haired boy took a couple of steps back but got back up to dodge a kick at his feet. Naruto just smiled discreetly and launched himself into the attack again. This time he managed to connect a hook to Gojo's jaw. Then he gave a strong kick that would elevate the orange-haired man. Naruto would appear on top of Gojo and would give him a strong blow to the back that would send him to the floor. Naruto would appear on the ground next to Gojo and would lift him up to give him a strong punch in the face that would knock out the orange-haired man. Sasuke vs Ryaisu. Sasuke started forcefully with a right hook, followed by 2 blows to the sides of Ryaisu. Ryaisu groaned, but attacked with a combo of left hooks and kicks. Sasuke dodged easily, and upon noticing an opening, would attack with a strong punch to the cheek. Ryaisu would duck to dodge that blow, but what he didn't see coming was the powerful knee that hit directly with his nose. Ryaisu would jump to get away. Ryaisu, you're going to pay for this, idiot, said the brown-haired boy while he was doing hand positions and shouting. Suiton. Violent jet jutsu. The genin would spit out a jet of concentrated water. The jet of water traveled quickly toward Sasuke, who only limited himself to jumping to dodge the jutsu. Already in the air, Sasuke made several hand positions and would say, Peyton, Jutsu Bola de Fuego. The large fireball would travel at a good speed towards the Kiri genin. Ryaisu launched another jet of water that only managed to decrease the size of the fireball, which hit the genin. From the smoke came a badly wounded Ryaisu who would fall unconscious a few seconds later. Satsuki vs Sui. Sui kept her distance at all times, knowing that she had no chance in terms of taijutsu, but perhaps she could use her ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Mistake. Sui jumped dodging several kunes that Satsuki had thrown at her and traced several hand seals and then said, Suiton, Jutsu choked Olas. Quickly the Kunoichi launched a large stream of water from her mouth that separated into 2. Satsuki managed to do a substitution jutsu with a nearby trunk just before seeing the 2 masses of water collide with each other. Sui did not waste that small moment of distraction and appeared behind her to give her a strong kick that would send her to the ground. The Uchiha before touching made a turn in the air and landed on her feet. Satsuki looked at the genin and then drew some hand seals and quietly said, Roof. Jutsu Flor del Phoenix. The Uchiha would throw numerous small fireballs that were intended to hit the genin. Sui just jumped back to try to dodge, but was surprised by a strong punch that someone had given her from behind. When the genin was falling, she could see a clone of Satsuki smiling at her. Quickly the original Satsuki drew more hand seals, and this time she would scream. Raiden. Lightning burst. Immediately after, a large sphere would come out of his hands, and when it hit the genin, it would explode into countless rays if they hit her body. Clearly the genin would fall to the ground fainted. Satsuki took the scroll from the fainted Sui's bag, then Sasuke and Naruto would approach to leave. Naruto would approach his girlfriend and whisper to her. Naruto. You did well, I'll give you a reward later, the blonde whispered in a mischievous tone. Satsuki would blush noticeably and just chose to say. Satsuki. We have to leave here, it is possible that more teams will come because of the commotion, said the Uchiha, with a less visible but still present blush. Sasuke just nodded and jumped onto a tree branch. Naruto winked at him and jumped next to Sasuke. Satsuki remained static for a few seconds, but quickly recovered and went with her companions. Naruto. We will head towards the tower. When we arrive, I want you to be alert in case we are attacked, said the blonde with an authoritarian tone and looking straight ahead. The other 2 just nodded and continued on their way. After a few minutes jumping from tree to tree, Naruto would feel a repulsive chakra and would warn his team. Naruto. Guys, I can feel a very large and repulsive chakra. It seems it is heading towards us. Keep your guard informed, and ordered Naruto, while pointing in the direction where the chakra came from. In a few seconds, a man with extremely pale skin, long black hair, yellow eyes like a snake and a maniacal smile arrived. The individual arrived giving a strong kick to Satsuki. Naruto and Sasuke would look at him. Naruto. You are Orochimaru the Snake Sennin. What are you doing in these Chunin exams? Said the blonde with a look with a slight trace of resentment. Orochimaru. So the Kyuubi brat knows me. As for my reasons for being here, it is none of your business in the slightest, said the Sennin with a dangerous tone. Naruto just growled, but decided he would try his luck to face him. Orochimaru summoned a large dark green snake that would launch itself at the attack against the 2 Uchiha brothers. The 2 Uchihas took the snake away to let their partner fight well. Naruto adopted his battle pose. Orochimaru laughed a little and then fell into his own battle stance. Both shinobi would launch themselves simultaneously against each other. The Taijutsu battle was fierce, quick blows that were counterattacked with more speed. Orochimaru was surprised by the blonde's skill. He decided that he would make it a little more difficult and increase the speed and power of his blows. Naruto dodged with great difficulty the blows that Orochimaru sent, but he had an opportunity to counterattack with a kick to the abdomen that made the Sennin retreat slightly. Orochimaru. You're much better than I thought, but this is just the beginning, said the snake Sennin before launching himself into Taijutsu again. Naruto just looked at the Sennin with a drop of sweat, but also threw himself into the fight. This time the rapid exchange of blows was dominated by Orochimaru. Orochimaru saw a small opening in Naruto's defense and took advantage of this and landed a strong knee that would leave Naruto breathless. Immediately after, Orochimaru would throw 2 strong blows to the blonde's face, leaving him with a cut on his lower lip. Naruto touched the blood and then looked at the Sennin somewhat annoyed. Naruto. Let's finish this quickly, I have to pass these exams, said the blonde and then summoned his Kasuhata side. Orochimaru was surprised by the weapon but ended up taking out his Kusanagi, both clashed weapons and began to exchange cuts at high speed. Orochimaru launched a slash at Naruto's abdomen but was blocked and counterattacked by a horizontal slash at his feet. The Sennin jumped with a backflip to get up in the air and from the moment he touched the ground, he immediately launched an attack. Naruto received Orochimaru blocking a powerful cut that made him retreat a little, but quickly attacked with a vertical cut. As Naruto expected, Orochimaru blocked the cut just when the cold metals collided. Orochimaru fell to the ground as a result of a kick to his heels. When his back touched the ground, his abdomen was suddenly pierced by Naruto's side. Orochimaru writhed in pain as he felt the cold metal piercing his abdomen, the ugly sensation of some of his organs being pierced by the sharp side. Naruto took out the side and then stabbed a few more times. The Sennin screamed in pain as he felt each stab against his body. When Naruto stopped, he looked coldly at the Sennin. Naruto. Now you will answer me what you do in these exams, said the blonde with a voice devoid of emotions and a fixed gaze on the Sennin, all this while the scythe disappeared. Orochimaru. I just came here to see my next container, and although I couldn't leave him my little gift, I will soon do it and I will get revenge, said the Sennin, choked with pain. Naruto saw a few ambushes arrive along with Inspector Anko Mitarashi. The newcomers were surprised to see Orochimaru fainted on the ground and a blonde looking at him with several cuts on his body. Anko approached the blonde and spoke to him. Anko. What's going on here? Said the Mitarashi before giving a small grunt and a glare at the fainted Orochimaru. Naruto. Orochimaru attacked us during this phase of the Chunin exams and I had to fight him, Naruto responded looking into the light brown eyes of the Mitarashi. Anko. Wait. Are you saying that you were the one who left this disgusting snake in this state? Said the brown-eyed girl, venomously mentioning Orochimaru. Naruto. We can say yes, he answered simply while shrugging his shoulders. Anko. How did you manage to defeat him? The purple-haired girl questioned. Naruto. It's simple, I just had a stroke of luck and managed to take advantage of an opening, the blonde lied while he saw how the Mitarashi made a face of disgust upon seeing the Sennin again. Anko. He didn't create you, Orochimaru is too strong for you to defeat him with just luck, said the purple-haired girl spitting out the name of the snake Sennin with poison. Naruto. Judging by the way he fought in our encounter, I can assure you that he was holding back, maybe he was after someone, the blue-eyed man said while he felt the chakra of his companions heading towards his position. Anko. Sounds interesting. What do you know about his intentions here? Asked the brown-eyed girl with a strong interest in her voice. Naruto. I only know that he came to the Chunin exams to see who he planned to transform into his next container, Naruto responded with a hand on his chin. Anko. Very well, thanks for dealing with this filthy snake, most likely you will be called by the Hokage as soon as you arrive at the central tower of the exam, said the Mitarashi while walking towards the unconscious body of Orochimaru. Suddenly a large black-scaled snake picked up Orochimaru's body in its jaw without harming him. Anko jumped back and threw several kunes at the snake. Naruto was surprised because he thought that the chakra of that snake was that of an Anbu or something like that. Now he felt like an idiot for not realizing the feeling of malice that the snake's chakra had. Naruto jumped a great distance and did several hand positions and then concluded with a shout of "Ton!" Compressed air bullets. From Naruto's mouth came out numerous air bullets, larger and spinning much faster than normal ones. When the air bullets were going to impact with the snake, it disintegrated into smoke, taking Orochimaru's body with it. Anko screamed in frustration and began to tear at a tree with her kunai. Naruto approached her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Anko became scared and turned quickly with the intention of cutting the throat of whoever was there. Naruto just lowered his head and said. Naruto. Calm down, it's just me, said the blonde while the Mitarashi glared at him. Anko. We let him get away. Said the violet-haired girl as she got closer to the blonde's face, who was looking at her normally. Naruto. Calm down, Anko-chan, shouting won't catch him or change anything, said the blonde trying to calm the brown-eyed girl. The violet-haired girl just looked away and a small blush appeared. The Ambus just looked without interest but were on guard when they felt two chakras approaching. Naruto smiled slightly as he felt the two chakras examining them more thoroughly to make sure it was them. In a few minutes two black-haired Uchihas arrived at the scene with a slightly jealous Atsuki of the violet-haired girl. Naruto stood between his two companions, holding his girlfriend's hand. At that moment, a smile graced the Uchiha's face. The violet-haired girl looked at the couple with a smile, a thought passed through her mind as she looked at them. Enko. They make a nice couple, I think I'll take them as an example and look for a partner for myself, thought the Mitarashi with a slight smile. Sasuke. What happened here? And what happened to Orochimaru? Asked the Uchiha seriously when he didn't see Orochimaru's body. Naruto. Let's say he was eaten by a snake and left with his tail in his paws, said the blonde with a funny smile on his face. Team 6 and Anko laughed at the comment. Anko turned to see the Ambus and waved them off with a gesture to leave. She turned this time to see Team 6 and said to them. Anko. I recommend that you go to the tower as soon as possible, said the Takubetsu Junin as she said goodbye and left jumping over trees. Team 6 went in the opposite direction and then started jumping trees at high speed. While jumping trees, Naruto asked Satsuki. Naruto. Hey Satsu-chan, why did it take you so long to defeat that snake? The blonde asked curiously. Satsuki. Well, what happened was. Flashback. Sasuke and Satsuki had lured the huge snake to a flat area where they could fight comfortably. Both Uchihas moved away in different directions and formed hand positions and then shouted. Peyton, Jutsu Bola de Fuego. Both fireballs were directed at the great snake, but it only gave a strong tail to the ground and a wall of earth would form. The wall would only resist one fireball and the other impacted with the snake, leaving some burns. The snake seemed to be very upset and in a quick movement it approached with great speed and gave a strong tail swipe to Sasuke, who upon impact would fly away until crashing into a tree. Satsuki just did some hand positions and just before a tail whip hit her she jumped and screamed. Rain, electric field jutsu. The Uchiha would expel an electric current from her hands that upon coming into contact with the ground would expand until it hit the snake. The snake was electrocuted and some marks in the form of mini lightning bolts were formed. The reptile writhed until the electricity went out. Just at that moment it fell to the ground. Satsuki approached thinking it was dead, but when she went to touch it, the snake would turn and hit her with a strong tail, sending her crashing into a large rock. The snake approached Satsuki and opened its mouth. Its fangs were covered in poison and clearly wanted to bite the Uchiha. Just when the snake launched itself at her, a sound would be heard. Suiton, Jutsu Bola de Agua. The large ball of water would hit the snake, causing it to move away from the Uchiha. When the Uchiha got up to see who had saved her, she saw the Kumo team. The three shinobi positioned themselves in front of her in a defensive stance. The Uchiha opened her eyes in surprise and quickly thanked them. Satsuki. Thank you very much for saving me from that snake, said the Uchiha while bowing. Samui. Don't worry, that's what we're here for, said the blonde with a slight smile. Satsuki nodded and went to pick up Sasuke, who was unconscious. She laid him down next to her and sat down to watch the fight. The snake didn't waste any more time and launched itself at the Kumo genins. The three shinobi jumped, one to the left, one to the right and the other backwards, and after going through several hand positions they shouted in unison. Suiton, Sea Current Jutsu B. Rain, Electric Shock Jutsu Ujido. Doten, Rock Spikes Jutsu Samui. The first to release his jutsu was Killer B, who launched a powerful stream of water that upon impacting with the snake would knock it down. Then quickly Ujido would release a strong electric shock increased by the water previously launched. The snake would be electrified without moving. Just at that moment Samui would slam his hands against the ground and from the place where the snake was numerous rock spikes would come out that when impaling the reptile would kill it. After that, Uchiha approached and thanked them again and said goodbye to the genins, but not before waking Sasuke up so they could both leave the scene. End of flashback. Naruto. I'll have to thank the Kumo team later, said the blonde as he turned his gaze forward. After a few minutes of jumping, Naruto would feel that a chakra was dropping noticeably and around that chakra there were other chakras that he knew well. After warning his team, they would change direction and take a new course. As they approached the chakras they became much clearer and more identifiable. When they managed to visualize the owners of the chakras previously felt they were a little surprised. They stopped on the branch of a nearby tree to see what was happening. Naruto. I'll take care of this, you all have to rest and I won't let you fight in that state, said Naruto while Sasuke nodded. Satsuki. But Naru-kun, if something happens to you. Uchiha didn't finish because she was silenced by Naruto in a kind way. Naruto. I understand your concern, Satsu-chan, but I assure you that nothing will happen to me, love. Trust me, said Naruto while kissing the Uchiha's hands when saying love. Sasuke looked at Naruto and said with some grace in his voice. Sasuke. Hey Naruto, sometimes you can be a very cloying person, you know, said the Uchiha and then laughed a little out loud. Naruto. Then I'll have my revenge Sasuke, now I know how to annoy you, Muhaha, you lack hate Sasuke Muhaha Naruto thought while rubbing his hands and emitting a small evil laugh in his subconscious. Kurumi. Neri-chan, where did you get that phrase from? Asked the beautiful kitsune with a drop of sweat on her forehead. Naruto. I don't know, it just occurred to me said the blonde while laughing nervously. The kitsune only looked at him for a few seconds and shook her head while holding a hand to her face. After laughing for a few moments, Naruto would come out of his subconscious and focus on what was important. The comfortable 15 meters away were Menma and Mito lying on a tree unconscious, Sakura was lying on the ground with various wounds on her body, she seemed to be defending the two Namikaze from three sound ninjas who slowly approached the staggering Sakura, just as Dosu and Zaku launched themselves with their fists forward, before they got any closer, Naruto approached and caught the blow of one of them, while the genin with a bowl-shaped haircut. The two sound shinobi jumped back and with irritation in his voice, Dosu asked. Dosu? Who the hell are you two and why the hell are you getting in our way? Asked a genin from Itagakure. Naruto. I am Naruto Uzumaki, remember it well, walking mummy the blonde responded with his classic smile. Rock Lee. I'm Rock Lee, it's a pleasure to meet you Naruto-san said the genin ignoring Dosu and shaking Naruto's hand. Dosu became very angry and after making a sign to Zaku, they both launched themselves again. Rock Lee. I'll take care of the fake Kakashi said the genin with a smile. Naruto. Well then I'll take care of the walking mummy, said Naruto while smiling back. Both boys dodged the two Itagakure genin, Dosu and Zaku, headed towards their respective rival. Rock Lee completely beat up Zaku, who was only trying to attack with his sound devices. The sound waves managed to slightly damage Lee, but it was a big deal. At the end of the fight, Lee was standing with his arms crossed, leaning against a tree, watching Naruto fight with Dosu. Naruto versus Dosu. Naruto began dodging Dosu's attacks with clear ease, Dosu became angrier and angrier after each dodged attack. Naruto saw that and took advantage of the openings left by the sound ninja, he managed to connect a strong kick to Dosu's ribs and then spin in the air and connect a kick to the jaw. Dosu flew back a few meters, with some blood coming out of his mouth. Dosu? This kid really hits hard thought the genin while rubbing his jaw and analyzing the blonde. Naruto. It seems that you talk more than you do said the blonde while he let out a chuckle. Dosu was angered by the comment and charged into battle with fury in his eyes. Naruto. Right in the trap the blue-eyed man would whisper with a smile on his face. In the air Dosu felt something move but ignored it just before the fist collided with Naruto's face. Two clones emerged from the ground and connected two strong kicks that would make the sound genin rise a little, Naruto appeared above him and with a sudden movement he landed a tremendous elbow on Dosu's stomach. Dosu would fall brutally to the ground and immediately fall into unconsciousness. In some bushes near where our protagonist Lee and Sakura were the rest of Lee's Team 9 and a little closer were Team 10 with a surprised face. Sakura approached Lee and kissed Lee on the cheek and when she approached Naruto a hand stopped her advance, when the bubblegum-haired girl turned to see who it was, she saw the black-haired Uchiha from Naruto's team. Satsuki. Touch him and I'll kill you Haruno said the Uchiha with an expression of total death. The pink-haired girl only took a few steps back and looked nervously at the Uchiha, Satsuki only approached Naruto and hugged him, hanging from the Uzumaki's neck. Haruno saw this with a nervous smile, Naruto brought Satsuki closer and put his hand on Uchiha's shoulder. Rock Lee. Who is she, Naruto-san? Asked the genin, Guy-sensei's student. Naruto. She is my girlfriend Satsuki, Satsu-chan he is my friend Rock Lee the blonde introduced with a smile. Satsuki. It's a pleasure to meet you Rock Lee said the Uchiha while extending her hand. Rock Lee. The pleasure is mine Satsuki-san said the genin while gently squeezing Satsuki's hand. Naruto would say goodbye to Sakura and Lee, after that Naruto and Satsuki would go to Sasuke's to resume their initial course. Semifinals here we go. Team 6, after running for a while, arrived at a large tower. Instinctively, the three of them opened a large door that led to a room that had a somewhat blurred inscription on one of its walls. Satsuki. And now what are we supposed to do here? Asked the Uchiha in the air. Naruto. Why don't we open the scrolls, since we are at the end of the test, the most logical thing is that we can open them said Naruto, as he took a scroll and Sasuke another, both opened it slowly. When both scrolls were fully unfolded, a slight sound echoed in the room, quickly the two boys threw their scrolls towards the same place. After several seconds of tension, Iruka appeared in an explosion of smoke, the members of Team 6 were somewhat stunned, but Sasuke proceeded to speak. Sasuke. What are you doing here, Iruka-sensei? Asked a black-haired Uchiha. Iruka. Isn't it clear, Sasuke? I'm here to congratulate you and let you know when the preliminaries will be replied the Amino. Naruto. It's good that you take us into account, ha said the Uzumaki with a smile on his face. Iruka. We'll stop playing Naruto, the preliminaries will be in a week. The preliminaries are eliminatory rounds to qualify for the finals. The finals are a type of tournament that has several rounds. Those who win their first battle in the finals will go on to another fight until only one remains, said the Yamino. Naruto. When can I eat ramen? Said the blonde with a hand on his chin in thought. Sasuke just closed his eyes and hit his head hard, leaving a bump on the area. Satsuki just quickly hugged her boyfriend and glared at Sasuke, who just shrugged. Iruka just watched the scene with a drop of sweat on his forehead, but continued speaking. Iruka. As I was saying, you have a week to prepare. During this week you will stay in the dormitories of this tower. This tower has enough dormitories for all the teams. It has a huge kitchen with a gigantic dining room, and several other things that I will let you discover, said the Yamino looking at the three young people. Sasuke. Okay Iruka-sensei, I'll make sure these two don't distract each other, said the Uchiha with a mischievous smile. Iruka just smiled and let out a low laugh. After that, he vanished into smoke. The three genin looked at each other and heard a well opening. The well opened, leaving a small entrance to some stairs. The three went up them and headed to the first bedroom they found. The next morning 8:30 a.m. Naruto woke up early to eat, went down to the dining room, did not care that there were no cooks, so he continued walking to the stoves, took a pan from a drawer, placed it on low heat and looked in the refrigerator, took some pancakes, put them in the pan, and while the pancakes were cooking, took 2 eggs and broke them into a bowl, began to beat them until they became thick, took a while to flip the pancakes, and after repeating the process several times. Put a small stack of pancakes on a plate, now poured a little oil, then put the previously beaten eggs. After waiting for them to look good, he took them out and placed them on a plate, making enough breakfast for the 3 of them. I take 4 pancakes and a good portion of egg. I look in the refrigerator for a bottle of maple syrup and pour some on his pancakes. After breakfast 8:45 a.m. After breakfast Naruto went out to a small balcony, sat on the railing and began to think. He closed his eyes and entered his mental landscape. Kurumi. Hey Naruto-kun, said the beautiful young woman to get the attention of her Jinchuriki. Naruto. What's wrong Kuri-chan? Asked the blonde curiously. Kurumi. When do you plan to tell them? Asked the young woman with a smile. Naruto. Do you want to meet them? Kurumi. It wouldn't be bad to do it. After that, they both looked into each other's eyes and laughed softly. Naruto promised that he would meet them soon and left the mental space. Exam Tower 2:09 a.m. Satsuki had gotten up and saw a plate in the dining room. She approached it and saw a small note that said, for Satsuki, and a little face of a blonde sticking out his tongue. Satsuki just smiled softly and muttered indecipherable things, but mentally thanked him and began to eat. After 25 minutes, Satsuki finished breakfast. When she saw a blonde man entering the dining room, she automatically threw herself at him, hugging him and giving him numerous kisses on his neck. Naruto. You seem very happy, is there anything special to be so happy about? Asked the blonde with a smile. Satsuki. It's right here, the brunette responded, kissing him softly. After a few minutes they separated and stood up. Naruto took Uchiha's hand and led her to the balcony. Both genins watched as the trees of the forest danced with the blowing of the air. The 2 lovebirds noticed the 2 teams arrived at the tower. The first team was from the sand. The other team was from the cloud. Naruto smiled as he felt the 2 teams and looked at his girlfriend. Naruto. Hey Satsu-chan, I have to talk to Gaara about something, see you later, okay? Satsuki. Of course Naru-chan, I'll be in the room resting, replied the Uchiha while kissing the blonde. Naruto. Thanks love, you're the best, said the blonde before heading downstairs. Gaara felt someone's presence approaching and smiled very slightly. Temari saw this with slight doubt and was going to ask but didn't do so when she heard him speak. Gaara. You can go ahead, I'll talk to someone alone, ordered Gaara. Instantly Temari and Kankuro disappeared in a blur of speed, right after Naruto appeared in front of Gaara. Gaara. It's good to see you, Caillou, said the redeed. Naruto. Same here, Ichi, the blonde responded. Gaara. It seems like you want to talk about something, or am I wrong? Naruto. You're right, I came to talk to you about something very important, said the blonde. Gaara. And what would be important? Asked the raccoon. Naruto. I want to talk about your seal, the blue-eyed man responded quickly. Suddenly Shukaku began to drive Gaara crazy to the point that he attacked Naruto with a sand hand. Naruto dodged the attack and looked at Gaara to speak again. Naruto. I don't want to fight right now, I just want to help, said the blonde. Gaara. And how the hell would you help? Why the hell don't I kill you right now? Asked the unstable Jinchuriki with rage in his voice. Naruto. You're letting that sadistic tanuki control you, exclaimed the blonde while dodging another blow of sand. Gaara. You don't know anything about me, you're just an idiot who thinks he knows about pain, but has always lived in comfort, you're a piece of shit that will soon be under my sand, said Gaara with a sadistic smile. Naruto. I'm getting tired of this, said Naruto while doing hand positions. After doing the hand positions, Naruto said. Rain. Electricity chains. From Naruto's hands came several chains of electricity that tied Gaara, leaving him immobile. Naruto slowly approached Gaara, who looked at him angrily. Gaara suddenly said. Gaara. You can't kill me, my sand will kill you instantly if you try. Naruto. I'll finish this, someone is waiting for me, said the blonde while placing his hand on Gaara's seal. Instantly another seal surrounded the previous one and then disappeared. Gaara seemed more than relieved, his rage was gone, the homicidal thoughts were far away, and the voice of his mother was slowly fading away. Gaara. Thank you, said the retreat before fainting. Naruto picked up Gaara's unconscious body and took him to his brother's place. When he arrived at the dining room, he saw Temari and Kankuro. When the puppeteer saw Gaara's body, he immediately threw himself at the blonde, shouting, damn you. Naruto just appeared in front of Temari and handed Gaara to her. Naruto. He's only fainted because I reinforced his seal, he won't have so many sadistic thoughts anymore, said the blonde. Temari. Thank you very much, we already knew the kindest Gaara, I hope this changes his attitude, I am eternally grateful to you, the blonde thanked while bowing. Naruto. You don't have to mention it, between Jinchuriki brothers we have to help each other, said the blonde with a smile that made the Kunoichi of the sand blush a little. Naruto said goodbye to Temari and Kankuro, who had heard the conversation and apologized to Naruto for trying to attack him. The blonde walked to the room to lie down and rest. The Kumo team stayed near the tower to steal the missing scroll from the arriving teams. Naruto woke up at 1 p.m. When he felt the Kumo team enter, he smiled slightly and got up. When he went out to the dining room he saw Satsuki, Samui, Yujito and Temari talking quietly. Naruto greeted and stopped when he saw Killer Bee. Naruto apologized to the girls and went to talk to Killer Bee. Killer Bee. It's good to see you again, Caillou said Bee with a smile. Naruto. Same here, Hachi the blonde responded with a smile of his own brand. Killer Bee. Did you want to talk about something in particular? The rapper asked, in a serious manner, this is a miracle band. Naruto. Actually, no, I just came to thank you for saving Satsuki-chan, so thank you very much to you and your team, the blonde responded. Killer Bee. That's the least we can do, we're just helping a fellow ninja. Naruto nodded and they continued talking calmly until Bee came up with a curious question, to say the least. Killer Bee. Naruto, how do you get along with your Biju? Naruto. The truth is that we get along well, you could say we're friends. Kurumi felt something strange when she heard those words, but she quickly ignored that feeling. Kagami on the other hand opened one of his eyes and smiled, then went back to sleep, damn lazy, he's already like me XD. Killer Bee. I also get along very well with my Biju, oh yeah, this son of a bee is about to start. Naruto. How about we have a meeting between our Bijus? Killer Bee. Let me ask the octopus. Then Killer Bee closed his eyes and entered his mental space. After a quick question and an affirmative answer, he left his mental space and spoke to Naruto. Killer Bee. The octopus said yes, so bump your fist, said the rapper, while stretching his fist against the blonde. Naruto did not hesitate and clashed with Killer Bee's fist, both appeared in a shared mental landscape. Kurumi was in her giant fox form. Hachibi. I haven't seen you in a long time, sister, said the huge octopus. Kurumi. It's good to see you too, brother, said the giant kitsune. Hachibi. I see you're happy with your new Jinchuriki, that's good, what happened to you to get along with him? Kurumi. He is different, it is quite nice to spend time with Naruto, also sometimes we train together, well I train him. Hachibi. I'm surprised that you're cooperating with the young man, but I'm happy for you, said the octopus. Naruto and Killer Bee muttered things like what beautiful brothers and more. After a long conversation between the four involved, both Jinchurikis withdrew from the mental space. Once outside, both ninjas smiled and went to their designated teams, then each went to sleep. Several days later. The previously mentioned time limit had already been met and in the end, about 8 teams came in, all of them in a fairly large room, we all know which one it is, just in case, I'm leaving a photo here. Everyone was standing in a row, the Hokage was going to give an announcement before starting the preliminaries. Minato. Congratulations for getting this far, this shows that generations are becoming stronger, you are the hopes of tomorrow. I just want to let you know that these preliminaries will be given in individual combats, the rest of the rules will be explained by the examiner of this round. Hey Jackman, I wish you the best of luck, exclaimed the Hokage with a moderate tone. After the Hokage finished speaking, a boy with black hair and a chronic cough spoke. Hey. My name is Hey Jack, cough cough, I will be your cough cough examiner this round, cough. The rules are, cough cough, you will fight individually, cough cough, each fight will be chosen randomly, the one who knocks out the opponent wins, or if the opponent gives up, cough cough, said the black-haired man coughing as if he was going to die, coronavirus. One of the participants raised his hand and shouted that he was quitting. That participant was Kabuto Yakushi. Naruto noticed this for a long time, but let it go for the moment. The young Kabuto left with an evil smile. Everyone went up to the box, the mini stands, to see what the first fight would be. Everyone looked anxiously at the screen that would determine the fight. The screen stopped on the name of Shino Aburam vs Aku Apumi. Both boys went down to the arena and stood several meters away from each other, waiting for the examiner's signal. Zaku. Give up, Wordo, you'll never beat me, he said arrogantly. Shino just remained expressionless. When Hayate gave the signal, Shino jumped back, while Zaku launched himself at him. Shino blocked a blow that was aimed at his chest. Shino counterattacked with a kick that almost hit. If not for a strong burst of sound that left him on the ground, Shino wasted no time and took out several insects. Zaku mocked Shino, telling him to give up before he broke his bones. Shino got up to launch himself at Zaku, this time with many insects around him. When he was going to hit his face, the insects attacked his knees, forcing him to kneel. Shino took advantage of this by giving him a right hook to the jaw. Zaku got up with a backflip. Zaku launched himself and attacked with a kick to the face, and then launched a burst of sound. He would try to block the burst, but would fly into a nearby wall. Shino would get up and do various hand positions and would say, "Oten, rock peaks." Around Zaku several spikes came out that would tear the skin of the sound genin. One of the spikes would directly impact Zaku's leg, causing him great pain. Zaku would grab his leg because of the pain. In that instant Shino attacked with numerous insects. Some would manage to impact, but a double burst of sound would drive them away. Zaku smiled slightly and said arrogantly, "Zaku, you're a very lucky bug, but unfortunately I'll have to end this fight once and for all." Shino, "You're nothing more than a talker, you just talk, but you don't do anything." Zaku would get angry and glare at him, the sound genin would scream. Decapitating airwaves. But when the attack was about to come out, something happened. His devices would explode, leaving Zaku very badly injured, who would fall unconscious from the pain. "Hey, the winner is Shino Aburam," exclaimed the sick man. "Tenkuro. What the hell happened?" asked the genin, wearing war paint. Damari. He used his insects to block his opponent's air ducts. In short, he used his opponent's weapon against him, said the blonde, slightly surprised by the strategy. Everyone clapped and Kurenai thought good strategy, but we'll have to work on his taijutsu. The doctors quickly took Zaku away. Shino went up with his companions, who congratulated him, and as stoic as he was, he at least smiled for a moment while returning the thanks. Naruto. Good work Shino, that was a good strategy. Shino. Thank you Naruto-san, I'm looking forward to your fight. Naruto. Those words are a compliment to me. Shino. Something tells me that your fight will be very good, I hope it is no less than excellent. Naruto. And so it shall be. The screen began to scroll rapidly from one name to another. The loud noise had everyone staring at it, some anxious, some not so much. When the screen focused on two names, some sighs were heard. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akatsuki. The two shinobi of the leaf went down to the arena and looked at each other. Yoroi spoke arrogantly towards the Uchiha. Yoroi. I'll sweep the floor with you, Uchiha. Sasuke. Whatever you say, idiot. This made Yoroi angry, and he waited for the examiner to give the signal. Once Hayate gave the signal, he launched himself at Uchiha's serious mistake. The Uchiha clan was known for their great taijutsu. For someone to underestimate an Uchiha in taijutsu was very stupid. Sasuke received Yoroi dodging a kick. Using his speed he landed a powerful punch on the back of the foolish genin. Yoroi fell heavily to the floor with pain in the hit area. He got up holding the affected area. Following this, Sasuke launched into a spraying would be a good description. Yoroi could only see the black-haired man move and then felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He lowered his head to see the Uchiha's fist. Sasuke, noticing that his rival lowered his head, would connect a knee directly to Yoroi's face. The loud sound of the knee connecting with the face was heard throughout the place, that left the poor Yoroi's nose broken. Sasuke wasted no time and following this knee he turned his body to connect two kicks to the Akad's ribs, sending him flying a few meters. The Akad was out of breath, his nose wouldn't stop bleeding, and he might have a broken rib, but in an act of bravery or stupidity, he launched himself at the Uchiha again. This was met with a punch to the jaw, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Sasuke swept his feet and launched a quick and strong blow to Yoroi's face, leaving him unconscious. Hayate. The winner of the match is Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke went up to the stage and received several congratulations. Ino. That's how it's done Sasuke-kun, you're the best and the most handsome, said Ino with a slightly high tone. Sakura. Ino Pig is right, Sasuke-kun is the best of the best, Chii said, or rather shrieked the bubblegum movie with a tone high enough to break the eardrums of half the fire country. Sasuke deliberately ignored them and went with his team, well done soldier. Satsuki. Don't you think you exaggerated a little with him? Sasuke. He didn't create it, he asked for it, the dark-haired man answered firmly. Naruto remained silent with a smile. Sasuke saw him and smiled back. Kakashi. Good fight, Sasuke, said the one-eyed man while he put his hand in the hair of the aforementioned and ruffled it. Sasuke just smiled and nodded to his sensei. At that moment Kurenai approached Kakashi and asked him. Kurenai. Your student has a great level, congratulations, Kakashi-san congratulated the red-eyed girl to the white-haired boy. Kakashi. Thank you, Kurenai, your students have great potential too, especially that girl Hinata Hyuga, said the Cyclops with a small smile under his mask. Kurenai. Thank you, Kakashi-san, I agree with Hinata's potential, that's why I asked her to be on my team. What happens is that she is very shy and insecure, the beautiful Jounin responded. Kakashi. I can give you some advice from the preliminaries and we can eat something while we're at it, don't you think? Kurenai. Sounds good to me, later at 7:30 is an appointment, Iki exclaimed with a smile. Kakashi. Sounds good to me, I'll be there, said the white-haired man. I clarify, Kakashi and Kurenai will be a couple, poor Asuma, but I don't like him as Kurenai's boyfriend, besides this way I can spend more time developing Team Kurenai and Kakashi as characters, it's a win-win relationship. Naruto, Satsuki and Sasuke gathered to look with big eyes at their sensei, the first to come out of shock was Satsuki. Satsuki. So sensei has an appointment, sensei, said the brunette with a mischievous smile and nudging her sensei, leaving him a little blushing, because they had heard everything. Naruto and Sasuke laughed at Kakashi's reaction, but paid attention to the screen when it started to sound. The screen, after going through many names, would stop on two specific names, Temari vs Tenten. The battle took place as in the original series, with the only difference being the level of both, it was a little higher. Naruto. That girl, Temari, is good, she has a good level with her wind jutsu, exclaimed the blue-eyed. Sasuke. I agree, she is a good ranged fighter, she could be lethal if she expanded her jutsu arsenal with some stronger ones, said the Uchiha analyzing the blonde's abilities. On the other hand, Menma was talking to Kiba about some not-so-holy things. Menma. She has good legs and a round butt, I'm already imagining her sitting on me while I make her mine, haha, said Menma with a blush and a perverted laugh at the end. Kiba. You're right, she has good legs and her face is beautiful, I'm imagining cooming on her beautiful face, haha, said Kiba with a strong blush and the same perverted laugh at the end. Temari heard a bit of this conversation and was deeply disgusted with the pair of perverts, she would never go out with someone like those two little perverts. Kurenai frowned upon hearing that conversation between her student and the son of the Hokage, she would have a long talk with Kiba after this. The screen began to jump from one name to another until it stopped on two names, Satsuki vs Sakura. The two girls went down to the arena and got into a fighting position waiting for Hei to give the signal. Ino. I will defeat you to prove my worth to Sasuke-kun, said the blonde blushing at her crush. Satsuki. Honestly, you disgust me as a kunoichi, you are a total shame for the image of the kunoichi, because of girls like you and the pink-haired girl, they underestimate us in battle, said the Uchiha harshly. Ino was deeply offended by these words and would respond. Ino. You're just an idiot, I'll fight to win Sasuke-kun's love, and you? You're lonelier than Sakura's table, said the Yamanaka, ignoring the fact that the Uchiha had a boyfriend. Satsuki. For your information, I'm dating someone, he's a very handsome boy as well as strong and brave, said the Uchiha with a smile of enough. Naruto heard this and blushed a little and looked away. Ino. And who could be so stupid to ride a tomboy board like you? Asked the blonde mockingly. Satsuki. Unlike you, I didn't care about the opponent's appearance, I cared more about their skills, and as for being a board. The Uchiha opened her coat revealing her C-cup breasts, squeezed them to make them look bigger and said mockingly. Satsuki. And they're just growing. In the box two little perverts were muttering things about the Uchiha scene. Kiba. I'd love to grope those tits. Menma. Same with Kiba, they look soft and round and a good size for their age. After seeing the Yamanaka's angry face, Satsuki zipped up her coat and got into a fighting stance. Hey, you can start now. Ino jumped back to gain distance, took out two kunes and threw them, Satsuki just dodged the kunes with ease and in a burst of speed was in front of the blonde. Ino was startled and instinctively threw a punch, the Uchiha moved her head to dodge and connected a punch to the blonde's stomach. The blonde complained of pain but couldn't react in time to dodge another blow, the Uchiha had connected another punch to the blonde's face, leaving her on the ground. Satsuki slowly approached to continue the fight, when she saw the blonde throwing two shurikens, she simply jumped to dodge them and made several hand positions, when she finished she screamed. Pain. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. From the mouth of the jet came several mini fireballs that hit one leaving her unconscious instantly. Satsuki. I expected more of a fight, well, what can you expect from a fangirl? Kurenai glared at Asuma and said. Kurenai. Asuma, I was hoping you would take away that fangirl attitude. Asuma. That's what Kurenai tried, her attitude is a tough nut to crack. Kurenai only turned her gaze to see how they took an unconscious Ino to the infirmary. Satsuki went up to the box and stood next to her team. Naruto. Hey Satsu-chan, was what you said true? Satsuki. Of course it was real, I'm lucky to have a boyfriend as cute as you, said the Uchiha, while kissing him quickly on the lips. Naruto only reciprocated the kiss before the attentive gaze of the numerous spectators. Once they separated, Kakashi told them. Kakashi. Oh, love, my pupils grow so fast. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, you want to do the same with Kurenai-sensei, right? Exclaimed the blonde with a mischievous smile. Kakashi's face at that moment could be described as a tomato bathed in blood. Kurenai was no better, in fact she was even worse than Kakashi. For some reason Asuma felt a deep feeling of jealousy, and that made him angry. The screen began to buzz and scroll from one name to another until it stopped on two specific names. Rock Lee vs Gaara. Fight of the century. The vast majority of this chapter is the fight between Gaara and Lee. I decided this because I wanted to make it as epic as possible. If you want some chapters to be like this one, let me know and I will comply. The screen started to ring and go from one name to another until it stopped on two specific names. Rock Lee vs Gaara. Naruto approached Rock Lee and whispered in his ear. Naruto. He is a Jinchuriki, his beast gives him tremendous defense and a great attack. If you can overcome the speed of his defense you can hit him directly, good luck. Rock Lee nodded in gratitude and went down to the arena to fight. On the other hand, Gaara was finishing talking with Temari. Temari. Gaara, remember that you can't kill him, said the worried blonde. Gaara. Calm down Temari, I won't kill him, I just hope it's a great fight, Gaara responded, calming Temari down a little. Gaara then went down to the arena, looking directly at his opponent. He knew the fight would be entertaining. Hey 8. If you are ready you can start, the zombie said to me while making the signal. Gaara immediately sent his sand against Rock Lee, who jumped to avoid it. When he touched the ground he had to turn to avoid being crushed by a sand mani. Finally he did a backflip taking distance. Rock Lee. I see you're excited, I am too, said the boy with prominent eyebrows. Rock Lee launched himself at Gaara to try to hit him. It was useless, every blow he threw was blocked by a layer of sand. After trying once more with a kick that ended like all the other blows, Lee moved away again to think. Rock Lee. I have to be faster like Naruto-sen said, I'll have to take them off. Rock Lee dodged another blast of sand and jumped up to stand on top of the statue that had two hands forming the ram seal. In the stands. Pankuro. That boy has no chance against Gaara, the puppeteer told his sister. Temari. You're right, he may have fast legs, but Gaara has an impenetrable defense and a great attack. That boy with big eyebrows is finished from the moment he had this fight. Niji was a little distressed inside, but he didn't want to show it on the outside. He was worried about his partner's integrity inside, since on the outside he acted as if he didn't care. Back to the fight. Once there, Lee looked at Guy to seek his consent, which he got in the form of a nod. Lee gave a smile and excitedly removed what appeared to be light weights. Lee. Much better. I feel lighter now, I feel like my speed has increased. Lee dropped the weights. As they fell some people commented on those weights. Lee has no ninjutsu or jinjutsu skills, so we focused exclusively on improving his taijutsu. I had to find a way to improve his strength, so I gave him those weights to carry everywhere as additional training. Kakashi. How much weight are we talking about? The white-haired man asked seriously. Sakura. Oh my god, they're just some weights, why make such a big deal about it? It seems that there must be a lot of weights. Exclaimed the big-faced board with some mockery. Temari. They're just some simple weights, they won't make a big difference, thought the blonde with a smile. When the weights hit the ground, Temari's face changed to one of astonishment at the mini smoke explosion caused by the weights. Well, everyone was more than surprised except for Naruto, who was rather excited, and Guy-sensei, who was smiling watching his student. Kakashi. You're being too gay, whispered the one-eyed man with a drop of sweat on his head. Guy-sensei just scratched the back of his head with a smile. Everyone fixed their gaze on the fight. Lee moved at great speed and appeared in front of Gaara. He threw a punch that could barely be blocked by the sand. Lee wasted no time and began throwing punches everywhere. He threw a quick punch and moved to another location to throw another, and so on, until one of his punches managed to pierce Gaara's defenses and passed by the side of his head. Temari. That boy managed to pass Gaara's defenses, this is unusual, how did he manage to do that? Said the blonde with some fear and, to a greater extent, concern. Kankuro. This has to be a joke, how can he move so fast? Said Kankuro in the same tone as his sister. Both brothers were amazed by the speed of the green expander boy. Naruto. Rock Lee is good, but Gaara has only been playing with him, I hope the fight is closer from now on, thought the blonde. Rock Lee would jump back to dodge a ball of sand, automatically when his feet touched the ground he entered his combat pose. Gaara. You're good, I must admit that you're much faster than even my sensei, praised Gaara. Rock Lee. Your defense left me surprised, I never thought such skill with sand existed. Lee did not allow himself to relax as he returned the praise. Rock Lee was alert to any movement, his senses warned him to duck. Lee obeyed and ducked to see a wave of sand pass over him. Lee. How did he do that? I couldn't notice when he sent that attack, thought the bull-haired boy. Rock Lee jumped to dodge another attack, this time he could notice where it came from. Gaara was using the sand he had thrown before to attack him from strategic points, but Lee didn't notice this. Give that bullhead some time and a while. Lee touched the ground again and looked at Gaara for a clue as to what was happening. When he saw that Gaara was going to attack head-on, he smiled. Gaara would launch 2 sand attacks, one of them from behind Lee. Rock Lee saw an attack coming from the front and instinctively jumped back, but his senses went crazy and exclaimed, jump to the other side. Lee jumped up and watched the 2 sand attacks collide, but he felt a sharp pain in his back and made him spit out some blood. Gaara smiled, he had sent the first 2 attacks to distract Lee. Just as Lee jumped back, he had made another attack in the form of a cloud with small spikes sticking out and had thrown it upwards. When Lee jumped up, he moved his cloud of sand so that it would hit Lee, which did happen. Lee would fall to the ground and after a few seconds he would get up bleeding from his back. He didn't shed much blood, but the pain was still present. Rock Lee. I have to use the back doors if I want to win. Lee took a more relaxed stance and put his arms in an X shape while tensing his body to open the first door. Lee, first gate of opening open. Lee felt that his muscles were ready to be used at 100%, but he still didn't lose the posture he was in. Kakashi. Guy, did you teach that technique to that kid? Yes, I showed them to you, is there anything wrong? Kakashi. You know that this technique is considered a kinjutsu and that a child can use it is at least worrying, knowing that if he opens the 8th gate he will die. That child is like me, despite not being able to use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, he strengthened his taijutsu so that he can rival natural prodigies and he also cannot open the 8th gate. Kakashi. What is your door limit? Currently its limit is the 5th gate. Kakashi. It's really incredible that he can open 5 inner gates. Sasuke. Hey Kakashi-sensei, what are the inner doors? Kakashi. The inner gates is a very dangerous technique that causes your body to be considerably damaged at the cost of great power. The increase in power that this technique gives is impressive. Sasuke nodded, showing that he understood what the technique was and the risk involved in using it. Lee remained in the same pose, but veins were popping out around his eyes and his gaze was more aggressive. Lee, second gate of rest open. The wounds Rock Lee had received healed little by little, while his muscles became lighter and faster. Naruto. Rock Lee is impressive, his level of taijutsu is magnificent and together with the internal doors he is a fearsome force. This fight will get more interesting. Sakura. It's very impressive, but it doesn't surpass my Sasuke-kun. Sasuke had swallowed hard after hearing that, he would definitely never be a partner with a fangirl. Lee spoke again, this time as his skin turned a reddish hue. Read. Third gate of life, open. Lee felt his blood begin to circulate more quickly and a noticeable increase in his speed and strength. Lee lowered his arms, causing a gust of air that lifted all the dust from the arena. The caretaker. This boy fills me with pride. Gaara felt an immense power in Lee, so without thinking twice, he activated his sand shield, covering his body and reinforcing it. Lee didn't waste any more time and launched himself at Gaara. Miraculously, the sand managed to stop the impact, but Lee moved quickly and placed himself on Gaara's back. When Gaara turned his head, he was greeted by a strong right hook that sent him flying a few meters. Damari. Gaara was hit. The Fueton user shouted in surprise. Tenkuro was in the same situation, as he was more than surprised that someone managed to hit Gaara. Aki. This is unprecedented, how is it possible that this child will be able to hit Gaara? Not even I can do that, and I am a jounin, said the sensei of the Sand Genin with a surprised look. Gaara was surprised, it was the first time someone had hit him, but he smiled and lifted more of his sand to throw it at Lee. Lee saw the sand coming and dodged it easily. After passing through Gaara's defenses, he would hit him hard in the stomach, then he would give him an uppercut, leaving Gaara a little disoriented. Gaara would jump back to try to counterattack, but when he hit the ground, he felt a strong kick to the head. Read. Hurricane of the Leaf. Gaara crashed into a wall, leaving him stuck to it. Gaara's eyes turned dark and bloodthirsty. Suddenly the sand around him began to levitate and take the form of a sand arch. The sand gun began to shoot arrows made of sand. Lee dodged them, but the arrows were going faster and faster. One of the arrows was going to hit Lee's face, but he would grab it with his hand centimeters from his right eye. Lee tried to move forward, but sand had caught one of her feet, an arrow headed for her arm, and it would hit her to try to receive the least damage. Suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her left leg. When she looked down at her leg her eyes widened, a sand arrow had stuck in her leg, blood ran down her legs and fell to the ground forming a mini puddle. Gaara came out of the wall with a cynical look that reflected death. He took a step, and a large wave of sand formed in front of him throwing it towards Rock Lee. Rock managed to move to avoid the sand, rolled on the ground, and got up as quickly as he could and looked at Gaara in surprise while he grabbed his damaged leg. Naruto. What the hell is happening to Gaara? Kurumi. Well, what's happening to him is that my brother is giving him power, even though you reinforced his seal, Gaara, and my brother can still be in contact, and well, my brother is a bit sadistic, let's say, and well, that is transmitted to his bearer when he uses his power without control, said the kitsune mentally. Naruto. So what was that? Thanks for explaining it to me, you're the best Kurumi-chan, Naruto said mentally too. Kurumi blushed slightly and thought. Kurumi. Why do I feel like this when he tells me something nice? Will it be love? I've never felt love so I'm not so sure, I'll have to find out soon, and if it's love I hope he reciprocates, although I'll wait until he's a little older, thought the kitsune with a blush on her cheeks and a somewhat perverted giggle under her breath as she imagined herself bouncing on top of her blonde Jinchuriki, but at 16 years old. Naruto swore he heard a slight perverted laugh in his head, but he ignored it, he was probably imagining it, he focused his attention back on the fight. Gaara approached Rock Lee with a sadistic smile and sand floating around him. Lee stood on guard and prepared for a possible attack. At that moment Gaara would throw some sand balls towards Lee, who only jumped to dodge them. Gaara, seeing him in the air, would throw a considerably large sand arrow. Lee would just spin around and land a kick against the sand arrow, dissolving it. When he fell to the ground he would quickly take the same pose as when he opened the doors and shouted. Read. Fourth gate, gate of pain open. The light green aura came out of Lee's body and his skin took on a more reddish tone while his muscles tensed to the point of almost tearing. This, because Lee did not control the technique well when using so many doors. In a burst of speed he managed to appear in front of Gaara and gave him an upward kick leaving him in the air. Lee would appear above Gaara and would give him a strong punch in the stomach, sending him to the ground, but before Gaara touched the ground something stopped him. It was Lee who had held him with the bandages on his wristbands. Lee would pull him towards him and using all his strength would give him the blow of his life. Gaara would be thrown to the ground. When he hit the hard floor blood came out of his mouth. Damari. This is impossible. Georgia. Gaara is bleeding, said the blonde, choked with shock. Lee would feel a little tired but attentive. Gaara would cover his body with sand and would get up with great difficulty. Lee. You are truly amazing, I never thought this battle would be so intense. If I continue like this, my body will pay the price of using the inner doors, so I better finish this quickly. Lee was about to move but felt a sense of danger around him. When he looked closely at Gaara he noticed something different. A thin layer of sand formed around Gaara in the shape of a raccoon. Lee somehow managed to react when Gaara appeared in front of him with a strong scratch that he had released. It's like using Shukaku mode but with less power, speed, etc. It's like what Naruto used against Haku, something like that, but this transformation was Gaara's sadist like Shukaku. Lee would dodge it with difficulty and try to counterattack with a right hook, but the sand covered him as before. Lee would jump back to think. Lee. I'll have to use everything I have, this fight is out of my reach, maybe if I take him into the air and hit him with my lotus, but I don't know if it will work. Gaara wouldn't wait any longer and threw numerous sand kunes. Lee would dodge them all, except one that managed to cut his face a little. After that Lee would launch himself against Gaara, but his attempts to break through the new defense were useless. In one of those attempts Gaara had connected a scratch to his chest, leaving a rather large wound. Lee would grab his chest and fall to one knee. Gaara smiled sadistically and gave him a tail whip, sending Lee rolling until he hit a wall. Lee would slowly get up with his chest still bleeding and one of his arms with a strong blow where he received the tail. Gaara. I see that you don't get tired easily, give up already, useless, you're nothing more than a loser playing at being a ninja, you failed, Gaara would say with a voice that promised pain, his cold and withering gaze and his sadistic smile still present. Lee. I can still fight, I won't give up so easily, I'll show you that you don't need to be a genius to have great power, I'll show it to you and to everyone present, Lee said with difficulty because of his wounds. Gaara. Don't tell me you think you're going to beat me, looking so pathetically hurt, I'll show you that you're human trash, Gaara said in the same way as before. Lee would just clench his fists and place them on the side of his hips, he would slightly bend his knees and began to emanate a large chakra, his green aura began to deepen in tone, and Gaara didn't like that. Lee, fifth gate closing, gate open. In the stands. Kakashi. This boy is very impressive, his power is admirable, despite only using Taijutsu, excellent job training him, guy. Oh Kakashi, if you only knew, when I ordered him to do a training, he did double, when I gave him a break, he trained half of that break, that boy has an incredible will and a perseverance that few will have, I am proud to be his teacher. The power that Lee emanated was monstrous. Lee and Gaara began to stare at each other, waiting for a signal to begin. A drop of sweat fell from Sakura as she felt the tension. They took that as a signal and launched themselves against each other. Lee and Gaara exchanged blows and scratches. In Gaara's case, Lee was clearly superior due to the fact that he mastered Jujutsu at a higher level. Lee kicked Gaara's chest and then turned around and connected another kick, but now to the face. Gaara flew a few meters but recovered, and when he gave a loud scream, some sand kunes came out. Lee dodged them easily, and after dodging them all he would launch the attack again. Gaara would receive a punch to the face, leaving him a little disoriented, but he would react with a tail whip that would hit Lee's back, moving him away a few meters. Lee. You are a very strong opponent, this fight excites me more and more. Gaara would just look on with superiority. Lee with an increase in speed would appear in front of Gaara, punching him in the jaw, throwing him into the air. Lee would jump, and once in the air would start hitting Gaara from one side to the other. Just imagine Gaara in the form I already mentioned in the fifth gate. Lee in one of those blows would close his eyes from the sharp pain, but he would still hit Gaara with his mallet, sending him to the ground. Lee would fall to see how Gaara dissolved into sand. He looked surprised at the place where Gaara should be and did not notice the presence behind him. Gaara had given a strong tail blow to Lee's back, then he would throw several sandballs that hit Lee's leg. Blood began to flow from Lee's left leg, and with difficulty he would get up. Gaara would have no mercy and would appear in front of Lee, giving him a scratch across the chest, again, drawing blood from that area as well. Lee miraculously managed to roll and jump backward to avoid a tail whip. The internal doors had been deactivated, leaving Lee's muscles torn and severely damaged. Gaara was surprised because he managed to dodge his blow, but he only made a sign with his hands and appeared in front of Lee who was on the ground. Gaara would just look at him with supplication and would lift him up by his clothes and then start beating him brutally. After he finished beating him, he would simply throw him like a dirty rag, and with his sand, he would shoot an arrow that pierced his leg. In the stands. Sakura had one hand over her mouth as she watched in horror as Gaara beat Lee. She felt like throwing up right now. Ino was in the same condition except she had vomited in a bucket that I don't even know where she got it from. Kakashi was serious and thought about stopping the match, as well as Asuma and Kurenai. I was devastated. Seeing his son being massacred with punches was leaving him in shock. A tear fell from his eye as his heart broke into 1,000 pieces. He couldn't bear to see his son in that state. I know that Lee and Gay are not related, but here their relationship is so close that they treat each other as if they were father and son. I hope you understand. Naruto was powerless and wanted to go in and stop the fight right now. His fury was visible, and a light red chakra was coming out of him. Kurumi. Naruto-kun, don't be like that, my chakra is coming out, said the kitsune with concern. In the sand. Gaara continued hitting the boy until his face was bleeding and bruised, then he threw him like a tennis ball. Lee was barely conscious and wanted to get up. When he moved his hand to get up, he felt the greatest pain he had ever felt. Gaara had levitated with sand until he was positioned several meters above Lee. He looked at him with a sadistic smile and shot many sand senbones towards Lee, which hit him squarely and stuck into the skin of the eyebrowed ninja. Several senbones had pierced both of his legs, and some pierced the muscles of his arms. One of the senbones had stuck into the lower part of his foot, sticking into his right Achilles heel, which broke. His face only received several cuts. None of the senbones had stuck into it, and in general, his whole body was full of cuts. Gaara looked on proudly and prepared a strong sand attack that he launched with Lee, but… Stance. Kakashi was ready to jump to stop the attack. He looked at Kurenai, who nodded as a sign that she was also ready to stop it. I was going to move to stop the attack, but someone got ahead of him and stopped the attack by himself. In the sand. Naruto had stopped the sand attack with his lightning sword in front of him. A weak voice echoed in the arena. Naruto turned to see who it was. Lee. Let me keep fighting, I can still fight, I have to prove my worth please, said Lee, cut off by the pain. Lee was in his battle pose while his whole body was bleeding, his legs were shaking from the pain, and he wasn't even conscious. His fighting spirit was such that even unconscious, he wanted to show how good a ninja he was. At that moment Guy appeared in front of Lee and hugged him and with tears said. Oh Lee, you're not even conscious, and yet you want to keep fighting. This is all my fault, son. I should have put up with it for another year. I'm sorry my son, said the black-haired man, while he hugged Lee with tears in his eyes. Lee fell into total unconsciousness and fell into the arms of his sensei. Naruto looked at him somewhat sadly and put his hand on Guy's shoulder. Naruto. He is a fighter like no other, his worth is endless, and his strength is admirable. You are a great master, Guy said Naruto with a smile to calm him down a little. How can I be a good teacher if my student is in these conditions? I am a failure as a sensei. Naruto. You're not right, he decided to participate in these exams to show his enormous worth as a ninja. You're a great teacher, I bet he wants to be like you. But I brought him to this, I showed him the inner doors, even though I knew how dangerous they are. Naruto. You're right about that, but he was facing someone stronger under normal conditions. Without the gates, he might have died. Besides, you also learned about the inner gates as a child, right? How do you know that? Naruto. Kakashi-sensei told me, but you know something, I haven't known Lee for a long time, but guided by the little I know of him, I know that the person he admires the most is you. He always talks about how great you are or what a good sensei you have been. Hey. The winner of this match is Gaara. Gaara returned to his team and before they could ask, he fell unconscious in the arms of his sister Temari. I looked at his pupil with sadness and quickly took him to a Konoha hospital. Naruto returned with his team and Kakashi told him. Kakashi. You did the right thing, Naruto. I was also going to jump to save the young man, but you got ahead of me, said the white-haired man with a smile under his mask. Naruto. Thanks Kakashi-sensei, I was just doing the right thing, Naruto responded with a smile. Satsuki hugged the blonde from behind and whispered in his ear. Satsuki, that's my cute Naru-kun, as kind as always, if you want I can reward you later, whispered the Uchiha with a mischievous tone and a smile. Naruto blushed and got a little nervous, which made the Uchiha laugh sweetly. Naruto upon hearing the laughter just made a tender pout and said in a low voice. Naruto. You're so mean, Satsu-chan, Naruto said, still pouting. Satsuki kissed him on the cheek and moved away from the blonde's back. Kakashi. They look so cute together, always said the white-haired man with a proud smile and eyes that reflected affection towards the couple. Sasuke. It's good that you're already visualizing your future with Kurenai-san, Kakashi-sensei said the Uchiha with an amused smile. Kakashi didn't respond and his face slowly turned pink just like Kurenai's face when she heard the Uchiha's comment. Kakashi. What good students I have, don't I? Kakashi thought sarcastically. The screen started to sound again and after going through several names it came to two in particular, Chimjai Akimichi versus Dosu Kanuta. Chimjai. I don't want to fight that guy, said the Akimichi while holding on tightly to the railing. Asuma put his hand on Choji's shoulder and said. Asuma. If you win, I'll take you to barbecue later, said Sarutobi to encourage his student. Taoji's eyes turned into fire and he quickly threw himself into the arena shouting, BBQ. The drop of sweat formed on everyone's face and they looked at Asuma, who just shrugged. Dosu? What an idiot, said the sound ninja with a hand on his face. Chimjai. Get ready, because I'm going to beat you and I'm going to the BBQ. Dosu? You're just a fat shit pretending to be a ninja. Chimjai heard that and his gaze turned grim and he began to clench his fists. Chimjai took a step forward and spoke. Chimjai. Start the fight now, said Chimjai in an angry voice. Hey. If you are ready you can start, said the zombie in life while making the signal. Dosu? I see the cow is in a hurry to lose, said the sound ninja mockingly. Chimjai didn't answer and just walked slowly towards him. While he walked he was saying a few words. Chimjai. You're going to have a really bad time in this fight. The sound ninja was confident and just made an arrogant smile. Dosu threw a punch with low speed, thinking that a fat guy couldn't dodge it. Chimjai just moved a little and with his expansion jutsu, he made his giant arm and said to Dosu. Chimjai. This is for underestimating me, said the Akimichi while hitting the sound ninja hard. Dosu flew out until he hit a wall, he came out of the wall a little dizzy and staggering a little. Chimjai wasted no time and curled up into a ball, then quickly turned towards Dosu and hit him with more force than before. Dosu went out to crash against another wall. Dosu was with some injuries and his nose was bleeding, but he got up with some difficulty. Dosu? You impress me, considering how fat you are, you hit pretty hard. At that moment, Chimjai went crazy and launched himself angrily. When he was in front of the sound ninja he began to give him the beating of his life. Dosu was getting more and more hurt by Chimjai's punches, maybe some broken bones and ribs, but in a failed blow, Chimjai managed to do his sound jutsu sending Chimjai far away. The Akimichi balled up and spun around to Dosu. Dosu managed to catch Chimjai with great difficulty and with his sound jutsu, he threw him far away again. Chimjai had some minor cuts, he tried to hit the sound ninja again, but it always ended the same, a sound jutsu, and he flew away. Nu Uwacho, what a tremendous camper that Dosu is. Chimjai already had many cuts and that was reflected in his speed dropping considerably, but he still launched himself into a ball again. Dosu made one last attack, his best move so far, and it seemed that it was easy to hit the target. Dosu, 100 bursts of sound. Many bursts of sound came out of the Dosu devices, which hit the Akimichi's body, leaving him covered in cuts and out of combat. Hey. The winner of this fight is Dosu Kanuta. Medics came out to help the Akimichi, while Dosu slowly climbed up with his team. Naruto. Chimjai is quite strong, he just has to learn to control his temper. Sasuke. I agree, he has a lot of potential as a physical wall on the battlefield, and if he learns to control himself, he can become a great shinobi. Satsuki just nodded at what her teammates said. Kakashi also thought something similar about his team. Menma. What a disappointing ninja that fat guy is, said the self-proclaimed ninja god arrogantly. Hiba didn't agree because Chimjai was his friend since he was little and he couldn't say something like that to him. The screen started to ring and go from one name to another until it stopped on two names, Sakura Haruno vs Yujito Nai. Sakura went down to the arena with a loud scream that ended up breaking some people's eardrums. Poor Akamari's ears were bleeding as were Kiba's. Yujito went down to the arena not without first winking at Naruto. Satsuki hugged him possessively and stuck her tongue out at Yujito. Sakura. I will defeat you, and then I will win Sasuke-kun's love, said Haruno, while looking at Sasuke with hearts. Yujito. What the hell is wrong with this village and its fangirls? The blonde asked in the air. Sakura. Fangirls. What do you mean? Yujito. You know what? Forget it, a fangirl's mind will never understand something no matter how simple it is. Hiba. Ouch, that must have hurt. Menma. Right to the pride. Hey 8. If you have finished talking you can start, said the instructor, while giving the signal for them to begin. Sakura launched herself at Yujito at a pathetic speed. Yujito just dodged her blows with ease, and while dodging her blows, she spoke to Haruno. Yujito. Is this all you can do? Asked the blonde with a smile. Sakura didn't respond and tried to hit her harder, but the result was the same. The blonde was frankly disappointed by Haruno's pathetic level. Sakura, seeing that her blows would come to nothing, jumped back and with tiredness in her voice spoke. Sakura. You do nothing but dodge my blows, that's because you're useless and cowardly, said the bubblegum-haired girl panting a little. Anyway, hypocrisy. Yujito. Of course, I'm the useless one, right? Tell me, how many hits did you land on me? Sakura remained silent at that question. Yujito. You see. You didn't even deign to answer and you call me useless because ninjas like you underestimate Kinoichis. Sakura lowered her head, she knew it was true, but an impulse from her inner self made her come back to herself. Sakura. As I said before, I don't plan on losing to a useless board like you, I'll win so I can conquer Sasuke-kun, said Haruno with a fist raised. Anyway, hypocrisy x2. In the stands. Sasuke. Hello God, it's me again, I just want to ask you, what did I do to deserve this? Said the Uchiha with his eyes closed and his hands together. Naruto looked at his friend with pity and could only put his hand on the Uchiha's shoulder. Back to the arena. Sakura had launched herself at Yujito to start throwing punches like crazy. Yujito saw an opening while dodging and connected a strong kick to Sakura's stomach. Sakura spat out some saliva and stepped back a few meters clutching her stomach. Yujito wasted no time and connected a right to Haruno's face, leaving her out of combat. Hey 8. The winner of this fight is Yujito Nai. Yujito. That was disappointing, said the blonde as she walked towards her team which congratulated her. Hiba. The blonde has good legs, I would like to touch them for hours. Menma. I agree with you my dear friend, I would also like to grope her butt. The two ninjas let out a perverted giggle and put on an equally perverted smile. Yujito walked in front of Naruto and gave him a sweet smile as she touched the blonde's nose. Satsuki clung to the blonde and put on a smug smile at Yujito. Yujito. Enjoy it for now Uchiha, he will be mine and only mine. Yujito walked towards her team again and started talking to Samui. The screen started to sound again, and after going through several names it stopped at 2, Niji Haika vs Hinata Haika. Niji stepped down into the arena with a somewhat arrogant smile. Hinata walked in front of Team 6 and Sasuke whispered to her. Sasuke. Good luck Hinata, I know you can win. Hinata blushed a little but gave the Uchiha a smile, then went down to the sand and stood several meters in front of his cousin. Niji. Look at that, I never thought I would have to fight with someone so pathetic, Hinata-sama said the Hyuga with some hatred in his voice. Hinata. Don't say that Niji Nyasan. Niji. That's the truth, you're a pathetic cowardly ninja, and above all you're a big useless one, said the Hyuga rudely. Hinata lowered her head at this, Naruto saw this and couldn't help but think, what an idiot that guy. Naruto. You're wrong Niji, Hinata is not as useless as you think, she may not be the best ninja, but she makes an effort to improve, she may not be the bravest, but I'm sure she would be willing to fight for her friends, she may not be the best person, but you have to admit that she's a much better person than you, said Naruto in a somewhat loud tone, so that the Hyuga could hear him. Hinata raised her head and looked at the blonde with a smile, her desire to fight returned again, and this time she was not going to let it escape. Niji looked at his cousin and said. Niji. I know you're still afraid to face me, you're taking these exams just because you don't want your classmates to fail, but you really don't want to take them. Or am I wrong? Niji said arrogantly. Hinata. Cousin, I know that the secondary branch has suffered a lot and it's all the main branch's fault, but I don't want to see you suffer anymore. If I have to fight to make you change, I will do it, said Hinata, while activating her Byakugan and putting herself in the gentle fist pose. Niji. If you want to fight, then so be it, said Niji, while also activating his Byakugan and falling into the soft fist pose. Hey. If you are ready you can start now. Hinata would launch herself against Niji to begin the exchange of blows. She threw a punch to the face that was blocked and counterattacked by a kick. Hinata ducked to avoid the kick and threw a punch to the stomach. Niji just turned to dodge while throwing a left punch to Hinata's jaw. Hinata moved her head back and with great speed, she would connect a kick to Niji's chest. Niji. You're not that bad, Niji said as he returned to the fight. Niji dodged a punch from Hinata and connected a strong blow to his face, followed by a kick to his feet. Hinata would dodge the kick by jumping a little. Once in the air he would throw a kick to his face. Niji would duck to dodge, but he would not count on Hinata, throwing another kick to his back which would hit full force. Niji would spit out some saliva but would get up, glaring at Hinata. How dare she hit him? Niji would launch himself with rage, throwing several blows that Hinata would barely dodge, until one of those blows hit Hinata's stomach, sending her a few meters back. Hinata would recover, but when she was about to move she received two strong blows, one to the face and the other to the chest, Northern Niji XD, leaving her on the ground. Niji. I told you that you are just useless, said Niji as he turned around with the Byakugan deactivated. Hinata would get up with some difficulty and seeing Niji distracted would move quickly to give him a series of blows with open palms. 8 blows that hit the target, 4 blows to the stomach, 3 to the chest and 1 to the face. Niji could not dodge any of these blows and received them full on, leaving him lying on the ground. Hinata. I'm sorry, cousin. Niji would get up furious and with his Byakugan activated, he launched it against Hinata and without any mercy, he began to bombard Hinata with accurate blows. Hinata received all the blows full on and one of those blows sent her rolling a few meters. Hinata would get up with great difficulty and with her mouth and nose bleeding, Niji would speak. Niji. It makes no sense to continue fighting knowing that your destiny is already written, that destiny is to lose against me, said Niji with superiority. Hinata. Don't say that, cousin, I'm fighting against you to show you that he's wrong about the main branch, said the Hyuga with a voice somewhat low due to pain. Niji got angry upon hearing that and launched himself at Hinata to deliver the final blow. Hinata took a step back and closed her eyes. The Jounins, knowing that this blow could kill her, wasted no time and stopped Niji. High flow charges the Kurenai. Kakashi. Were you planning to kill her? Because if that blow hit her directly, it could have killed her perfectly. Hey. Very well, this is enough, this fight is over, I declare Niji Hyuga the winner. Niji just abruptly released the grip and went up to the stands, annoyed with the Jounis for having intervened. Hinata was taken on a stretcher to the infirmary. Kurenai was somewhat sad for her student, but Kakashi would cheer her up with these words. Kakashi. Calm down, Kurenai, she is very strong, she will be fine in no time, said the one-eyed man while putting his hand on Kurenai's shoulder. Kurenai. Do you believe that, Kakashi? Asked the Genjutsu user. Kakashi. Of course I believe it, she fought with courage and strength, I think she resembles her sensei, said Kakashi with a chuckle. Kurenai blushed and tapped him on the shoulder. Kakashi just smiled under his mask and returned to the stands just like Kurenai. End of the semifinals. Kakashi had arrived with his team in the stands, they received him with a mischievous look and a big smile. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, so Kurenai-sen is driving him crazy, Naruto said mischievously. Sasuke. I think he looks like his sensei, I didn't know you were one of those, sensei said the Uchiha with a smile. Satsuki. Maybe after your date I ended up in the circus, said the Uchiha before being cut off by Kakashi. Kakashi. That's enough, said the white-haired man, red with embarrassment. Kurenai couldn't hear what they were talking about because she was deep in her own thoughts. Needless to say, if she had heard, she would be in the same situation as Kakashi. The screen began to sound and 2 names came to light, Menma vs Killer Bee. Menma smiled smugly and somewhat arrogantly, looked at his opponent and spoke loudly. Menma. Feel lucky, because you're going to fight the strongest genin of the generation. Killer Bee had a don't buck with me face and simply ignored the arrogant young man's words. Hey. Both fighters please proceed to go down to the arena. The aforementioned listened and went down to the sand, they stood several meters in front of each other and Menma opened his mouth again. Menma. I hope you're ready to lose, Chala. Killer Bee less talking, more fighting, Wally West. Menma. Who the hell is Wally West? Killer Bee, he is a DC speedster. Menma. Long live Marvel, you bastard. Filler B. DC is better, has better series and movies. Menma. Best movies. The ones made by Catwoman and Green Lantern, lol. Menma said while laughing hard. Filler B just looked away with a defeated expression. In the box only whispers could be heard coming from Team 6. Sasuke. Hey Naruto, do you know what they're talking about? Naruto. I have no idea, do you know anything Satsu-chan? Satsuki. I don't know what that pair are talking about, but they seem to take the insults to heart. Back in the arena. Filler B. I hope you at least give me some fight, you useless one. Menma. He stole my phrase. Hey 8. If both fighters are ready, they can begin, said the zombie while making the hand sign. Fight. Killer B vs Menma. Summary. Menma quickly took the lead, launching himself with a right hook against the calm Killer B, who only moved to dodge it. This would cause annoyance to the young Nemekis. Menma would return to the attack with a series of kicks and combinations of blows, but none would hit the target. XDDDD. One of the strong kicks was directed at the face of Killer B, who only tilted his body back and connected a kick to the jaw of the Nemekis. Tamari. Her way of dodging blows is somewhat peculiar, it's like Samui. As if he were dancing, that is his style of taijutsu, created by himself, although I can't mention much about it, I can say that it is not yet 100% complete. Damari and the others focused their attention on the match, some making a mental note to take it into account in case they were drawn against him in the finals. The arrogant young man would roll a few meters to get up quickly, then he would return to the attack, this time with more care and precision in each blow. One of his blows would be effective, hitting the left side of B's face, which retreated 1 or 2 meters. Filler B. You don't hit that bad, at least I can have a little more fun with you. Menma. You're just a talker, I'm going to end up breaking your face. Filler B, come and prove it. Both fighters launched themselves against each other. This time the fight seemed more even, the blows flew from here to there. Menma threw a strong punch to the jaw of the Jinchuriki, who blocked the blow with his forearm, and then threw a kick to Menma's ribs. The Namikaze twisted slightly from the strong impact, but would react by connecting a right hook to the brunette's face. Both of them stepped back a few meters. Menma would proceed to make several hand signs, and after seeing that B did not move at all, he would launch his jutsu. Raiden, electric current jutsu. The genin placed his hands on the sand floor, and an electric current was directed towards the blonde. When the jutsu hit, rocks fell from where the young blonde was standing a few moments ago. Menma looked at that with astonishment and bewilderment. He looked to the sides, and when he was going to turn around, he received a strong punch in the face, sending him crashing into the rubble. Filler B had replaced himself with some rocks on the Namikaze's back, leaving a rock clone in his place. When he saw the moment, he molded and surrounded his fist with Suiton chakra, hitting the Reteed squarely. Menma came out of the rubble with a face that looked like he was angry. This pleased Killer B. Finally the fight would get interesting for him. The Reteed would concentrate wind chakra, and a light layer of chakra would begin to envelop him, functioning like the lightning armor of the Raikages. Killer B would look at this with confusion and decided to end the encounter, would launch himself to attack. This time Menma had much more speed and would easily dodge the attack, returning it with a kick to the jaw. B would smile and launch himself again, this time with his maximum speed. Both would have a strong exchange of blows, starting to connect powerful impacts against each other. A powerful fist was directed at Menma's face, who dodged it by ducking his head. A strong uppercut was connected, causing his nose to start bleeding. Menma. Am I bleeding? Menma. Now I'm angry, damn. The young Reteed would launch himself with a murderous look, although his blows continued to be blocked, these made him retreat little by little. Killer B, seeing that he had to counterattack, began to throw punches as well. Both young men were connecting blows like crazy, to the point that both were bleeding and panting. Killer B would do hand positions just like Menma, and both would scream at the same time. Hey Suiton, Jutsu Torrente de Agua. Fuiton. Cutting Winds Jutsu. The strong torrent of water that would come out of Killer B's mouth would impact Menma directly, sending him crashing into a wall. However, Menma's jutsu would also impact him, causing strong cuts that would make him grimace in pain and spit out some blood. That obviously wouldn't be enough to defeat him, and seeing that the Reteed was going to come out of the wall, Killer B wouldn't waste time and with great speed would go through hand signs again. Suiton, Jutsu Balas de Agua. 4 large projectiles would come out of the young man's mouth, hitting the Reteed's abdomen, causing the young man to faint. Before the battle was decided, a dense chakra would begin to come out of Menma's body. The dense dark blue chakra would take over the Reteed. Immediately a chakra fog and a thirst for blood would flood the arena. Menma's eyes would go from their usual violet tone to a deep midnight blue tone with black sclera. His eyes would show no emotion, and his fangs would grow as if he were a demon. In the stands, B team. Vegito. What the hell is that thing? Samui. I'm feeling immense pressure, and that strange fog is making it hard to even breathe. In the stands, Team 6. Sasuke. What the hell is that? Naruto. His chakra has skyrocketed and is emanating an energy he couldn't recognize. What the hell is going on? Kakashi. This can't be anything good. His killer instinct is sky high, and that strange chakra is emanating a mist that's keeping me on my toes. But the Hokage and his family. Kushina. What is this strange chakra? I've never seen that chakra while we were training together. This is something completely new. He's never shown this kind of killing intent so high. Minato. I have no idea what that power could be either, but if things get bad and it gets out of control, I'm going to knock him out myself for his safety. With Naruto. Kurumi had spoken to him mentally. Her words were heard with a strange serious tone that she never used with Naru. Kurumi. Naru-chan, I want you to stay alert. That chakra is something very dangerous. I can't tell you anything about it, but please stay alert. Naruto. Okay, I'll stay alert in case something gets out of control. I feel something strange coming from that chakra. In the arena. Menma came out of the wall and quickly a layer of the mysterious chakra would envelop him. He began to walk towards Killer Bee. The thirst for blood increased with each step, and black veins began to appear on the young man's face. Killer Bee would get a little nervous about the immense chakra. The Hachibi immediately told him to use his power. Hachibi. Use my chakra. Quick. Use all the chakra you can control. That chakra is very dangerous. Killer Bee would do what the octopus said without question. The Bijuu's chakra would form a total of 3 tails. Menma would look at him with a sadistic smile and a demon face formed by the fog. He would launch himself at the Rikudou to hit him, but he would only move his head and connect a right punch to the stomach, making him spit blood. Menma would deliver another punch, this time to the jaw, sending him crashing into a wall. The Rikudou would walk to the wall to continue attacking. After taking a few steps a strong electric current would hit him. However, the jutsu had not done more than scratches. He was going to take another step but received a strong kick in the face, moving him a few centimeters. Killer Bee. My electric shock had no effect and my kick barely moved him. What the hell is this guy? After making a few hand positions, numerous water bullets would come out of the brunette's mouth, shooting them at the Rikudou. Menma felt no need to dodge and received the impact of all of them, feeling only a small blow. The Rikudou would speak with a deep voice full of evil. Menma. Those water drops are useless. You can't do anything to defeat me, human. Those words would echo in everyone's minds. That deep voice was definitely not Menma's. This meant that someone or something was controlling him. Whatever it was something very dangerous. He was noticeably nervous. His attacks were not having any effect and risking being hit was not an option. Seeing the water that was around Menma, he would take advantage and launch his electric current jutsu, empowering it with the water. Menma would not even move since he was very confident that it would not hurt him. This time the jutsu would take effect and cause numerous burns, but these were very slight. This would cause anger in the Rikudou, and with a death glare he would launch himself against B. In a blink of an eye he was in front of B. His nails were now like claws, and with those claws, he would make a cut in the blonde's chest, then make him connect a direct blow to the face, sending him flying. Demonstrating great speed he would appear where the brunette was going to crash and would give him a strong kick, breaking some ribs. Without giving him time to think, he would appear again behind B, and this time with a punch, he would send him crashing into a wall. B wasn't going to give up just like that, and with difficulty he would get up. Menma would look at him with those empty eyes like the night, and an evil smile would appear on his face. Killer B. That bastard is just laughing. If this keeps up, I won't be able to win. Hachibi. If that thing releases more of its power, you could die and therefore I would die too. We must use everything we can. Killer B. I need more, give me more of your chakra, I'm not going to lose to that thing. Hachibi. You don't understand what you're up against, that thing is something on a totally different level, even though it's only a tiny fraction of the original power, it's still something very dangerous. Killer B. I don't understand its power, but if you don't give me more chakra, that thing is going to defeat me, and I have no doubt it would kill me. Hachibi. Even if you have more chakra, you won't win. Give me control. I'll face this situation. It's the only hope. Killer B. Okay, you're in control now. Killer B's body would be in control of the Hachibi. Without wasting time he would begin to raise his chakra, and 2 more tails would come out. The Hachibi would enter a Naruto 4 tails style state. Menma would look at this with some curiosity, and upon feeling the increase in chakra he launched himself to attack. In the stands. Naruto. I'm surprised he can use 5 tails without losing control. Kurumi. The one in charge is the Hachibi, I can feel the difference in chakras. Naruto. At the rate this fight is going, I'll have to intervene soon. The chakra coming out of Menma's body is getting denser and more malignant. Kurumi. If he starts showing more power, knock him out immediately or they'll come looking for him. Naruto. What do you mean they're coming? Who are they? Kurumi. I can't tell you right now, but if those people come to this village, consider it ashes. Naruto. All this has me with a headache. Sasuke. This chakra is immense, I can feel the pressure of the two chakras colliding, this is overwhelming. Satsuki. Even the pressure in the air is immense, if the fight drags on many will end up fainting from the killing instinct or from the pressure. Kakashi. This is bad, a Jinchuriki and something we don't know about, by now we should have interfered with the fight. But the Hokage. Minato. This is getting out of control, a Jinchuriki using the power of the Bijuu, and that strange chakra, Kushina, prepare to use your chains in case something happens. Kushina. I think we should intervene before this gets worse, we don't know what that energy can do to Menma's body, and if the Jinchuriki gets out of control, there's no way to talk about it. In the arena. The Hichibi would block the blow with 3 of its tails and return the blow with the other 2, making Menma retreat a few centimeters, both launched into a fierce exchange of attacks, receiving the punches and kicks of the other, both were on a more equal level, even so, Menma was still a little stronger and would manage to connect a direct blow that would make the Bijuu retreat. Quickly the Redeed would launch himself to give him a right hook, but would be received with a kick to the stomach. He leaned his body down, as a sign that it had hurt him. He was about to receive a knee to the face, but he reacted quickly, sweeping the Bijuu's feet, which would fall to the ground. The Redeed tried to step on him, but the Bijuu would roll to the left. He got up to dodge a kick, the exchange would start again. Menma would use his claws to attack, throwing lots of cuts which the Bijuu dodged with difficulty. After dodging a cut that was going to the face, Hichibi would counterattack with an uppercut that would hit full on, followed by an attack with all his tails that would send him flying a few meters. At that moment the chakra began to become stronger, denser and more evil. The thin layer of chakra that previously surrounded Menma's body was now an intimidating layer of even darker chakra that looked like some kind of flames. The Redeed would get up and the veins he had on his face began to appear on his arms, neck and legs. With a loud scream more chakra was released, causing some of those present to faint. The Redeed would prepare an attack similar to a mini Bijuudama, but with a strange dark blue chakra. Hichibi would also release more chakra, causing the ground to crack completely while preparing a Bijuudama. Then the stands. Naruto. This is out of control, I have to do something, I have to stop them. Kurumi. Naruto, use that technique or you won't be able to stop both attacks. Naruto would whisper and activate a technique similar to the inner gates, but somewhat more powerful, the 9 gates of hell. Naruto, first gate of hell, Limbo. A small mantle of white chakra would surround him, and with increased speed he would jump into combat. But the Hokage. Minato. Kushina uses the chains on the Jinchuriki, I'm going for Menma, we can't let those attacks collide. In the arena. Both fighters launched their respective attacks. Naruto would appear nullifying Menma's attack, Minato would appear behind Naruto taking care of the Bijuudama. Suddenly some chakra chains, along with a pack of dogs, would immobilize Killer Bee. Quickly the Hichibi would change with Killer Bee, leaving him unconscious and returning to the normal state. Menma was going to attack, but in a blink, Naruto had knocked him out with a blow to the back of the head. The mysterious chakra faded as Menma's body returned to normal and he fell unconscious. Minato picked him up before he hit the ground. Naruto walked towards Killer Bee's unconscious body, took him in his arms, and with a blur of speed, appeared next to Bee's team. Quickly the 2 girls approached him. Ichigo. Will he be okay? I've never seen him use more than 4 tails. Naruto. Don't worry, he's just unconscious from using so much chakra, he'll wake up in a few hours. Samui. I didn't expect to see him unconscious. Do you know what that guy's power is that he fought with? For a moment, I felt like I was going to faint with all that pressure. Naruto. Unfortunately I have no idea what that chakra was that Menma used, and I think he has no idea either, it was clear that it was controlled by something. Ichigo. Whatever it is, it's a terrifying power to leave Bee like this. Naruto would leave Bee in the arms of the team sensei, and with a smile that would slightly blush the 2 girls, he would disappear and appear next to his team. Sasuke. Hey Kakashi sensei, do you have any idea what kind of chakra that was? Kakashi. To tell you the truth, no, I have no idea what that could be, but judging by the fight, that chakra is something very powerful and dangerous. Satsuki. I don't think I've heard of a chakra that can make you grow claws or horns. Naruto. In your case there is the Bijuu chakra, but Menma does not have that type of chakra, that is not an option. Shikamaru. Oi Naruto. Naruto. Pasa algo. Shikamaru. Shikamaru. I was just curious about the jutsu you used a moment ago, I don't think I've seen it before. Sasuke. Now that I think about it, it's true, I've never seen that wide aura. Naruto. Well, that jutsu is something that a good friend taught me, it is similar to the internal doors only there are 9 doors. Sasuke. Can you show them to me? Yes. Naruto. I'm sorry Sasuke, that jutsu is something too dangerous to teach you, maybe when you are stronger I can think about it. Sasuke was going to complain, but Satsuki shut his mouth with a blow to the head, making Naruto laugh. At that moment the Hokage had returned to the arena, he spoke loudly so that everyone could hear. Minato. Despite the recent situation, there are still 4 fights left to be decided, let's continue with the pending fights so we can go rest. The screen began to scroll through the different names, the participants were attentive to find out the next fight, the screen stopped on 2 specific names. Shikamaru Nara vs Kintsuchi. The fight went like in the anime, leaving Nara as the winner. Shikamaru was lazily climbing the stairs, stopping next to our team 6. Naruto. Good fight Shikamaru, to tell the truth I'm surprised you took the trouble to fight. Shikamaru. Even though it was a nuisance, I couldn't lose or my mother would yell at me for not trying, mothers can be terrifying. Sasuke and Satsuki nodded furiously at the lazy man's words, Mikoto could be a very scary woman. The screen began to change again, those present were attentive to the names, 2 names stood out in particular, Misumi Tsurugi vs Kankuro Akasuna. The fight continued as in the anime, with Misumi's crushing defeat and the revelation of Kankuro's puppet. Gumo's team and Team 6 had good thoughts about the puppeteer's ability, if he impregnated some kind of poison or paralyzer without a doubt his attack would be much more lethal. The screen began to resonate and change between the last 4 names, when it stopped on 2 names, a smile formed on one of the participants. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba formed an arrogant smile and with renewed confidence, jumped into the arena next to his Inu companion. The arrogant young man was either very brave or very stupid, we all know the answer to this question. Kiba. I'm finally going to humiliate that bastard, when I clean the floor with you, I'm going to claim that Uchiha bitch. Serious mistake my dear Inuzuka, the words about Satsuki made Naruto angry, his chakra began to leave his body cracking the walls behind him, Satsuki would take Naruto's hand to calm him down. Satsuki. Naruto-kun, don't do anything crazy, please try to calm down. Naruto would lower his chakra level, and with a smile he would quickly kiss his girl, then he would go down to the arena with a serious look. Naruto. Hey idiot, say one more word about Satsu-chan and your jaw will drop. Kiba. I'm an Inuzuka, I'm an alpha male, I'm several steps ahead of an idiot like you who's only lucky enough to have a good female. Naruto. You're playing with fire. Kiba. When I win this fight you'll see that bitch crawl at my feet and when that happens, I'll finally be able to lose my virginity. The Inuzuka would be silenced by a thirst for blood, Naruto had a death glare and slowly his chakra rose and rose, the blonde spoke angrily. Naruto. Hey-8 starts the fight. Hey-8, seeing that the 2 young men were ready, would quickly begin the fight or rather the massacre. Kiba would launch himself forward, confident in his level of Jujutsu, a right hook was connected to Naruto's face, who didn't even bother to move to dodge. Naruto. Even a girl hits harder than you. Kiba would get angry at the words, a combo of 3 kicks and several punches were connected to Naruto, who continued standing as if nothing had happened. Kiba. Damn. Kiba would move away and go into his attack position on all 4s with Akamaru on his back, Akamaru would transform into an exact copy of Kiba and with new confidence would perform his attack, fang on fang. Naruto took the trouble to dodge the attack, Kiba and Akamaru would attack with more speed and force, Naruto would kick the Akamaru clone, the clone would roll a few meters and return to the dog state. Kiba was furious, his partner had been defeated with a single blow and the blonde didn't even have a scratch. Kiba. Son of a bitch, why don't you just leave that bitch to me? The Inuzuka would be cut by a strong punch breaking his nose, Naruto would quickly appear where Kiba was going to hit and connected another strong punch, doing the same thing over and over again. The Inuzuka looked like a ground ball of meat, but Naruto didn't give a damn, and after kicking him in the ribs and a knee to the face, he would go through hand seals, and without hesitation he would scream. Gyuten, Shinto-joku. The large sphere of wind would come out of the blonde's mouth, quickly impacting the Inuzuka, making countless deep cuts. Naruto, not caring if he sent the flea-bitten man to the hospital for months, would go through hand seals again, and this time he would scream. Heitan. Kiryu-enden. The large fire dragon would impact the young flea's body, causing severe burns, the Inuzuka would fall unconscious. Naruto. I should have hit him harder. Naruto would return with his team, Sasuke had a drop of sweat from the beating they gave the Inuzuka, Satsuki for her part, had a smile, and would hug him. Satsuki. Thank you for defending me, but don't you think you went a little too far? Naruto. He asked for it by insulting you, in fact I should have hit him much harder. Immediately afterward, the Uchiha would quickly kiss the blonde for his pleasure, a strange feeling of jealousy would pass through the heads of 2 blondes who were watching the young men from the other side of the stands. Shikamaru. There's only the last fight left, it will be between that blonde and the Hokage's daughter. Sasuke. I don't want to admit it, but this fight interests me. Shikamaru. The level of those cloud genins are very strong, the boy showed a very high level, and the other blonde I can't say much because she only fought against Ino. Sasuke. These exams are getting more and more exciting, I'm dying for the next stage. Shikamaru. Unfortunately I can't say the same. Naruto. As lazy as ever. The three young men would let out a soft laugh, the last fight did not need to be announced on the screen, Hayate would call the two combatants. Hayate. Can the last fighters come down to fight? Mito and Samui would look at each other for a few seconds, both would go down to the sand with serenity, Mito was not like her brother Menma, she would not trust him just like that. Hayate. If you are ready, you can begin. Both would fall into their respective fighting pose, both without taking their eyes off each other, Mito would attack first with a kick to the chest, which was blocked in the form of an X, quickly both kunoichi immersed themselves in a strong exchange of blows. The kick was dodged by Mito, allowing her to counterattack with a punch to the face, although the fist connected she would also receive a punch, but to the stomach, they tried to kick the other, but both kicks would block each other, Samui would react by throwing another kick to the ribs, Mito would turn to dodge, and then connect a strong punch, making her retreat a few meters. Myth. You're good, but when it comes to Taijutsu I have an advantage thanks to my speed and flexibility. Samui. You're right, you have an advantage in Taijutsu, but let's see how you do with ninjutsu. Immediately afterward, the Kumo Kunoichi would go through several hand positions, upon seeing this, Mito would also do hand positions, and both would scream. S-Raten, Rage Kashiri. Mfton, Chkarep SHM. From Samui's hands came two species of wolves made of electricity which headed towards the Redeed. For his part, Myth would take out a large palm of wind from one of his hands, the wolves were cut in half due to the superiority of the wind element over lightning. Samui. High-level Taijutsu and wind ninjutsu, what other surprises do you have in store? Myth. Let me prove it to you. Samui. Oh please. Both girls launched themselves into combat, neither could land a blow, both were dodging each other's blows and trying to land, after dodging a kick Samui would take Myth's leg and whip it crashing it into the ground. The Namikaze would spit blood after being whipped, quickly after recovering she would kick the blonde's hands, releasing herself from the Kunoichi's grip, doing a somersault to land on one leg and propelling herself back into combat. Samui began to use chakra to improve her speed, launching a flurry of punches to the Namikaze's body, she would block in an X shape, leaving her sides uncovered for a solid kick that the blonde would connect without hesitation. After sliding a few meters, the Namikaze would come to her senses and counterattack, trying to connect strong kicks, however the blonde would dodge them without problems, thanks to her improved speed, and with another blow to the face, would make the Redeed retreat. Myth. You're better than I thought, what do you think if we fight seriously? I don't have much patience to be honest. Samui. Sounds good to me, may the best come. A thin layer of chakra surrounded both the Redeed and the blonde, as they both made hand seals, once the effect of the jutsu ended it would be seen immediately. S-Raten, Denrik Ba. M-Futen, Datapa. Thanks to Samui's jutsu, electric currents would appear in the sand, causing burns to the Namikaze, however the wind jutsu was going to hit successfully, except that the blonde dodged it with her improved speed, Mito would ignore the burns, and would launch into hand-to-hand combat. Samui would dodge a punch by moving her head, only to receive a knee right after, the Namikaze would waste no time, and with a kick, would make her retreat a few meters, taking advantage of this the Namikaze would go through several hand seals, and then move her hand as if she were cutting with a sword. Ton, Chka-SHM. A wave of cutting wind would come out of the hand impacting the blonde, this wave would cause cuts on the young woman's chest and arms, she was going to get up, but another jutsu would receive her. Futen, Repshim. A gust of wind would impact the body of the Kumo Kunoichi, raising a curtain of dust, this seemed like a victory for the Namikaze. Mito would take a few steps before being electrocuted again, this time the rays were stronger and made her fall on one knee, without giving her time to react, another of the wolves from before would hit her with one of her arms causing even greater burns, the Namikaze would grab her arm with visible pain. Looking up he could see a wounded Samui, which had apparently replaced his body before receiving the last jutsu. Mito. Since you dodged that last jutsu of mine, I thought I saw it hit. Samui. I replaced myself with a lightning clone that I prepared when I attacked you with the electric field. Myth. I see, after all I trusted you. Samui. You fought excellently despite everything. Myth. This fight is not over yet. At that moment a Redeed would appear behind the blonde in a cloud of smoke, despite the pain of the burn she would move her arm, and with a strong fist, she would send the Kunoichi crashing into a wall. Myth. I have to finish this match before she starts taking the lead again, I can't give her time to think. She would immediately launch herself to attack the young woman, who would block her fist, even though she was embedded in the wall, this would cause the wall to crack and split, with a knee the blonde would make the Myth move away. She was going to go through hand seals, but Mito wouldn't let her, cutting the sequence with a kick that had to be blocked. Turning on her own axis, the Redeed would manage to land a kick with her other leg, sending the blonde flying against a wall. Before hitting the wall, the blonde would do a somersault leaning on the wall and would push off to attack with a kick to the face. Mito would duck to dodge it, but Samui would spin, landing a kick on the back of the Namikaze's head. Without giving her time to react, the Namikaze's body would explode into smoke, alerting Samui. She would look to the left, but would be received by a strong right hook that would send her flying. The clone of the Namikaze was waiting for her, making hand seals, and when she was a meter away, the clone would pronounce the jutsu. Gyuten, Shinka. The gust of wind would expand from the clone in a 360° area. The gust would impact the Kunoichi directly, causing deep cuts on her back and making her fall to the ground spitting blood. Myth. You fought well, I hope to fight you again in a situation where we can give our all. Hey 8. It seems this fight has been decided. Cough cough, the winner is cough cough, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. Ichigo would appear in a blur of speed and cautiously take the unconscious body of her friend and teammate, exchange glances with Mito for a few seconds, and return to her jounin to take her to the infirmary. Shikamaru. That fight was interesting, both showed to have a great level. These Kunoichi will be a nuisance when they are older, just like all those of the generation. Satsuki. Excuse me Shikamaru, did you say something? This was said with a sadistic face and an aura of death. The young Nara could only curse his fate and, making use of his advanced intellect, he applied a strategic retreat. Leaving that aside, with the genin already gathered, the Hokage would go down to the arena to dedicate a few words to those who had passed the test. Minato. With this fight, the semi-finals of the Chunin exam end. The genin who managed to advance to the finals will be given a period of a month and a half before the finals. This time they can use to train and strengthen themselves. Do you have any questions? Vegito. Hokage-sama, what will happen with my partner Killer Bee's fight? Minato. As for that fight, since both of you have proven to have more than enough level to be Chunin, I will let both of you go to the finals. Any other questions? Shikamaru. What evaluation system will be applied in the finals? Minato. Interesting question. We will be evaluating your ability to form strategies, think correctly, decision-making and clearly power. This will be done through one-on-one fights, just like you did in these semi-finals. Well, if that was all, I wish you good luck in your training. I hope to see you giving it your all in the finals. The Hokage along with his wife and daughter would disappear in a yellow flash. Everyone present was now free to leave. Naruto. That was fun, I'm dying to fight in those finals. Sasuke. I'm sure they'll be even more exciting than these semi-finals. Satsuki. Even though we are strong, we need to increase our training enormously. This goes for both of us, although I know that Naruto-kun is at a much higher level, I don't want any excuses not to train. Naruto. I was actually planning to help them a little with their training plan. I'm not going to train them directly, but I will help them. Sasuke. Before talking about all that, let's eat, I'm starving. The three young people would walk to the Akamichi family restaurant. They let themselves be guided by the exquisite smell and entered the place, enjoying the delicious food of the Akamichi. The three young people paid for the meal and went out for a walk. Along the way, the subject of the strange chakra came up. Sasuke. Hey, what do you think that strange chakra was? Naruto. I really couldn't tell you, but it seemed dangerous. Satsuki. I don't remember Menma having that type of chakra, he never used it at the academy. Naruto. I'm sure it's not Menma's own, that chakra comes from something or someone else. I've never felt that kind of energy before and he's never directly or indirectly shown that kind of chakra. Sasuke. Then it will remain a mystery until we get information from someone else. Although I am interested in the subject, I do not want to look for information at this time. Satsuki. I don't want to bother looking for information in books either, time will give us the answer. Naruto. Well, what do you think if we spy on Kakashi-sensei's date? It'll be fun. Sasuke. Sounds fun, I'm in. Satsuki. I'm in too, it was fun watching him run as soon as the semi-finals were over. What is he doing right now? Naruto. It's decided, we're going to make sure that Kakashi-sensei has a good date, we're going to help him. Satsuki and Sasuke, CEE. Our trio of protagonists would raise their fists while shouting. All three had a big smile, then they began to walk in search of Kakashi-sensei. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.